Stream anyway. Hey everyone! Let me press all the buttons. Is the pen still working? The pen's still working. Let's attach this to that. Yeah, promising. Let's change that to that. Promising. YouTube is live. Promising. Alright, so plan of action is we'll watch some of the games I missed from last week. And then we'll do, I guess, a bit of a wedding recap and our fantasy changes. Maybe I'll do the fantasy changes before the wedding recap, but we'll work it through like that. Hey, femboy. Alright, so there's too many games probably to catch up on in terms of like good games, but this is the one everyone's talking about, right? This is the one everyone told me about, the TM versus VP. The banger. So let's watch that. Should we watch it on my VODs? The JMO coverage. Oh wait, was he? Maybe he wasn't here for that one. Am I real? Never was. Was this for when he messed up? Or maybe actually, I think this was the week before. I think this was, yeah, this was the day of my wedding actually. So Jamie would have been at the wedding. So what have I done? So put some washing out, ate some food, did some prep for an uncoachable episode that we're never gonna record. Sort some stuff out, you know, general admin. Yeah, I think we're going to the official channel. Fucking hell. Ooh, videos. And then go in. Where was it? Week 3? Week 5? Week 4? Week 4? Week 5? This one. Right at the top. Alright, so I'm probably gonna watch this quite casually, I guess, really. Kinda just want to see the action, so we'll skip through big parts of it. Let's see.
Let's hope both teams bring their A game today and provide us a nice series to round out the EMEA.
There's some squat with a lawnmower out.
Really important place for VP to show they can keep up with the tempo that Twisted Minds is known to love to bring.
Too hot to close the window? Yeah, I'm gonna have to close my window a bit. Once we get to the games, I'll close my window so I'm not super disruptive to the neighbours. But it's warm right now. It's rained a little bit today, but I'm hoping for thunderstorms soon. 30 degrees in Greater Manchester? Fuck. Yeah. I'm hoping for thunderstorms. Where is Fixer going?
Actually caught in a pretty poor position there. Gets picked up by Funny Astro, so Twisted Minds, they just need a quick little engage for the high ground, and they get a man advantage now, 5 versus 4. Let's see if they can close it out.
Yeah, trying to do a little bit too much, but the point gap still being pressured.
Already had rain where I am. Yeah, we need the thunder though to clear the humidity. That's how I understand it to work. Alright, set up actually. Fixer sets that kill up. KSA dies going in.
Forcing the objective constantly the entire time. Gala, even without the second support, was able to stabilize that fight. And despite Psycho finding,
Did VP play mainly Ice or mainly Vest while I was away?
I mean, that's a painful loss to take early in the fight, and the fact that they're still able to hold on to the engagement is huge.
Yeah, that's a risk you risk running if you're Twisted.
Both? Really mixed? Okay.
Lucio Kiri with the Diva as well. Virtus Pro, they're happy to put a lot of pressure onto the point with the Orisa and Gala on the Batiste. A lot of healing to keep the tank up. So they buy enough time.
Went out and got an isolated and started raining. Yeah. Sounds like the UK.
It's up to Twisted Minds here for the rotations to come through.
Alright, Kitsune Rush. They've rotated away well, Virtus Pro here.
Yeah, they have cleared out some of the angles.
Bowler out. Lamp's okay. Jwoo getting big value again.
High noon, fired off, doesn't get a connection. Psycho with the pulse bomb, is able to clean that one up with no drone to stabilize. Now Jay
Rotate away, but probably still not enough space, really. That Kitsune rush, well held by Simple until like they could actually connect.
Crucially, that hookah lounge and VP.
Yeah, I've got some Haagen-Dazs in the freezer, so we might crack that out at a certain point.
Yeah, and this is where it gets tricky for Virtus Pro now because you're playing this Reese, you're playing this BAP. Realistically, I expect them to go inside here and let's try to get some kind of position.
Strawberry cheesecake as well, which is the best ice cream flavor.
Tough to get value from this one.
Big B from Funny Astro, full aggression. They know Fix has died a couple times in this game. He doesn't have the beat up online. Icedom though holding the line with the spin and has the fortify as well. So it's a great kite back from Virtus Pro, punishing that aggressive beat from Twisted Minds. And the
Good pulse. Better bomb.
Two with the bomb. How does he get that? 2 for 2. Both teams low. Double support though for Shockwave. Has a ton of resources.
Fix has got beat.
He could take a very aggressive peek in. For now, Quartz.
3 kinds of Ben and Jerry's. What a life are you living? A good life. Where are we going, Daniel? Yeah, they can stall us out for ages, Twisted Minds. This is really frustrating for VP. Jay, we're getting through so much work. We're watching some of the old games here, Citrus. We're watching some of the old games.
Yeah, it's a crazy pulse bomb from Jaywu.
Cookie dough, fish food, and marshmallows with s'mores. Shit.
Self-destruct, and that just gives Virtus Pro enough picks to try to level out the 3 versus 3 fight, and they win it out because of that double support, like you said. Now though, 60% against 60%. Virtus Pro double support ultimate, and they're gonna commit both, Jake.
It's a big beat. Funny Astro's low. KSA as well. They have to fall back. They have to try to
no kills. No kills. Disengage is good.
Around the crucial corners, stabilizing in the face of a double support ultimate commitment. It's a very nice trade for Twisted Minds, but Jay will crucially find Simple at the last moment. Now Twisted Minds 80% on the board against them. They know they need to make a play. They need to try to clutch this fight out.
Oh, thank you, Nuclear. Nuclear 47, appreciate it for 5 months. Oh, also thank you to DDPIOP for the 17 months, who, like a client, didn't realize it was a rerun and talked to himself for a bit. When he resubbed earlier. Appreciate it, though, DD, if you ever see this. Alright, disengage is good as well from VP. Oh! How's that one found a kill? Bap is on the come up. He'll see it in the rerun. Yeah, true. Did Simple play much Bap at all? I don't really know. I don't really have like a clear memory of Simple ever playing Bap T, so I'm not sure what the not sure what like the power level should be. Return to your Baptiste specialist routes. Yeah, I enjoy playing Baptiste. Like Baptiste and Anna are the most satisfying supports to play. Beat push from Daniel. Terra Surge keeps Ice alive. Oh, KSA doesn't get the bomb.
Who's holding on to the position very well, low on cooldowns, doesn't have that fortify, needs to just get those heals from Gala, but the point flip comes in for VP in the chaos.
Not out of it yet. Not out of it yet at all. A Psycho clutch. Not yet, Alpha. I was going to do it a little bit, probably around 5-ish, I reckon. We'll watch a few games. I'll do my fantasy changes. And then we'll have a little bit of a recap. No, this is still a rerun, San.
Looking fantastic for Twisted Minds and making a big difference right now. Virtus Pro, I think they played the
here, special verticality, Hazard v Diva, but Shockwave on the Cassidy is a pretty bold choice here, especially against the Diva. We'll see if he's going to be able to make that work. Some success now being found for Cassidy in EMEA. But Icedom's getting a free walk up here, potentially looking to find something. No, forced off the angle.
Yeah, Shockwave is naturally going to be a big target here for Twisted Minds, but for now, it's just about contesting this point. Poke through, see if you can find an opportunity here.
Shockwave swinging right side.
See, wall dropped right.
KSA, bit of pressure. Shockwave's very split now. Suzu is... it's okay, it's not enough.
He's caught, flanked from all sides. The flip comes
Gala kind of sacrifices him there, doesn't TP to it. Jaywu finds a trade.
So both his scans down, and Virtus Pro relatively the healthier squad with point control. So managing to trade that one out well. Icedom is low though. This is a window now for the heavy repush to come out from Twisted.
They need to kill now, Twisted Minds.
Restoring back to that armor threshold. KSA low, running out of steam to continue this push. Simple, taking a bit of counter pressure as well. Now it's VP's turn for the counter punch, looking to swarm back over the point. Both teams going blow for blow, but this clock is just ticking up for VP, and that's a
Good season.
Without Simple, you will not be able to sustain into a long fight. Izdom stays alive, proving his worth to the squad.
Yeah,
You're alright, Fargo. I need to see my fantasy as well.
right there. Icenom took quite a lot of damage to
I'm actually really keen for that ice cream now. We've talked about ice cream as well, you know.
just not enough damage to get the frag onto Icenom, and then Virtus Pro, when they recognize the steam, has run out for Twisted Minds to collapse back onto Twisted Minds and secure the fight.
Alright, huge support ult trade, but Virtus Pro are going to be in control of point when it happens.
Missing out on that sound barrier, but for the most part, this is going to be a 10 ultimate fight here, Jake.
Yeah, this is going to be a monster trade, probably for the round.
I know it's kind of early, actually, from Shockers.
Shockwave's relatively a throwaway ultimate, gets the speed boost as well, forces all the position retreated now.
They're pinned back, but I don't find anything. Oh, it's a really early. Oh, it's a shit Kitsune rush, actually, from Simple. Disaster now for TM. They're behind now in this big ult trade. Kitsune rush back from Gala. Downpour out as well. TM maybe saved it with that kite. Fix is going to match for beat. Pulse bomb misses. Yeah, it's just going to be everyone's alive. KSA has self-destruct. 1 for 1. Haven't given him a flip either.
Probably has KSA's name on it here. He's got to be so cautious. An opportunity finally strikes. Big connection from JWoo. The DMAC comes in, and that should be VP.
Alright, clean one from VP.
Big moments at these like super aggressive Lucio rush. Well with the group, and it seems like Twisted Mind's gonna have to regroup out of this one.
Why am I still bold? Because I went to Greece, not Turkey, for my honeymoon.
Well with the group, and it seems like Twisted Mind's gonna have to regroup out of this one. That's sort of the nature of Cassidy, right? Like, you're gonna die, but if you can take a couple players with you, you can deal the damage before you fall. Could be worth it.
Yeah, and it does seem like Virtus Pro, they're very confident in playing out these.
What's the difference? The price of plastic surgery. But you would call it plastic surgery to have your hair done? I guess you would, right? Because it's all non-medical surgery.
Trying to apply pressure onto Twisted Minds. Psycho goes down.
Cosmetic surgery? Yeah, that's a better word for it.
They strike first, and Izdom getting perfectly peeled by the team goes just far enough to take all the aggression on himself. Beautiful cleanse by Simple, right time with the reload, but it's just overwhelming. Those early kills.
Is this live? I'm live, but the game is not live. No, Panda, I'll do it about 5. We're just catching up on some of best games. I mean, to be fair, this game is actually probably gonna be super long, right? So we might only watch this game, but I'm told this was the best one. Did I have Diet Coke fountain? No.
I mean, space created, right? Deadeye, you're not mad at that. Like literally running the clock for 10 seconds.
Speaking of ice cream, one of the weirdest things I spotted when I was in Copenhagen was an ice creamery specifically calling out their Australian milk. Well, hopefully provided by Hunter's cows. Oh, that Susie's thrown away. Peak trade. Ice is in so much trouble underneath. Yeah, he's just dead.
And yeah, KSA hunted that one down. So Virtus Pro just slightly off sync there. Izdom forced into the lower to grab a Mega and couldn't get the sound barrier. They're still trying to scrap this one out, but maybe Psycho just has a little bit too much purchase on the fight. KSA drops the low ground, grabs the Mega. Psycho cleans up JWoo. The flip comes in for TM.
Yeah, I saw, DD, I saw. I thanked you when I came back, but you'll see it in the next rerun.
That was pretty much the only thing that allowed Twisted Minds to close out that fight. That was the small little difference in favor of Twisted Minds, and now 20%. They got 3 ultimates on the board here. Let's see how they utilize them. Quartz.
I think Sim is meta. Once we get to like the brawl comps, like Orisa, Malga, Ram, I think yeah. I think it's better in the mirror though than much else.
And the retake is where the Cassidy could be a bit of a liability, right? Like trying to walk up and turn those corners into the choke point. You really are vulnerable to getting jumped on. You really just cannot escape a D.Va turning the corner on you. So Shockwave's gonna have to really. All
right, Kitsune rush. Advantage for Simple. High Noon comes through. They can just Kitsune rush over this if they want. KSA's going all in on this one. I'm gonna sacrifice his mech for it. What are they up to? Why didn't make it? If they're gonna push fair, why don't they make it Kitsune rush? Like either you just disengage it because D.Va Kiri Lucio. It's such a good disengage comp. Or you just commit the Kitsune Rush and really run over Shockwave. Eat the Suzu and just kill him.
With no D.Va on the other side of the field.
Yeah, and Deadeye forces Twisted Minds to react. And KSA goes aggressive while the rest of the team falls back. So Twisted Minds are split up, and that is enough for Virtus.pro to capitalize on that. Getting a couple of fights to kick off the fight.
Who's for big money in Fantasy this week? I need to figure it out. I need to do my transfers as well. Because there's like, with how the games go, you sort of want a team that narrowly loses upper bracket, then plays lower bracket, right? Which is like a weird combination to go for. Probably make someone like Sugar Free super high value. You want the best player on the team that loses, you know? Like Jay was probably another decent shout actually as well.
And they're going to be going once again towards those overtime fights. It feels like these two teams were meant to match up here.
Yeah, another great valuable beat for Funny Astro.
But also doesn't die a lot. Yeah, that's what Tracer player seems to have to be the play, you know? Maybe a tank.
On either side. This is going to come down to the Tracers. And maybe Icenom if he can make a difference on this Quartz. But this is time for Quartz to step up, yeah, with this Bola.
This is all Quartz. Bola shot, relatively free here. It's basically only the cleanse is the response for it. Quartz has everything to do in this fight. Under a lot of pressure, he would love to get that stick, but he just...
Oh, he's lobbed it. It's Suzu. No, it's got the kill anyway. It's enough.
Despite the cleanse, it's still not enough. And without a hit scan,
that's what I'm saying, Jay.
He's getting healthy once again. Twisted Minds in a great position to close out this round. Pulse Bomb goes wide though. Eisnon dodges that one well. And Virtus.pro is still healthy. They're still continuing to fight on into this. Quartz doing his best to pump that damage.
Decent slash damage from Ice. Has to get Suzu'd out. There's no mega for him.
Everything to keep him up, but it's just not enough. The pressure overwhelming. Twisted Minds in such an advantage now. Big shots.
Big TM beats VP? Yeah. I would say yes.
KSA with the self-destruct can just full send this one on to Shockwave. No fear for his life.
But I'm hoping it's going to be like another banger like this, you know?
They have that Kitsune Rush on the point, giving them a bit more cooldowns, but Funny Astro finds one in the fight. KSA back in the mech, full suit. Simple drops the rush.
Beat to seal it.
As well for Funny Astro, and you got a bit more delay left in you, Virtus.pro, but who's going to find the kill?
All right.
Absolute best for some of these circuit reality.
Replaced.
There's a good chance VP wins. You need it.
Going to see because I think it's true line.
It's just live. Well, I'm live, but I'm just watching. I'm watching the game from a few weeks ago because I haven't seen it because I was away. I mean, I think it is like a 50-50 game for TM. The TM VP one. But I'd give TM the edge. Alright, what was the bans here? Anna ban, D.Va ban.
I don't mind it personally. I mean, you're going to get a lot of cart push. Like, who's going to stop the cart?
The scheduled games today, is going to be OWCS versus TU, then TM versus VP. Then when we go to North America, it's GK versus SSG, and Nightmare versus Liquid. So actually, quality day in store, I reckon. Is Hunter on in my stream? Yeah, he's my head of advertising.
We were doubting the Ram comp, but like, talk about a dream matchup for Ram. Like, this is a card that is kind of just going to run into you on the payload, and Ram loves nothing more than to get, you know, face tanked on the payload, and it looks like he's going to be able to get exactly that matchup. Virtus.pro maybe going to try to make a move up to the high.
All right, Virtus.pro got control of the high ground now, so KSA is going to be useless in this fight, really. Look at him just running around point. He's doing nothing. Just standing on point. This is why people don't really play Ram on this map. KSA is still on point, though, to his credit.
From Virtus.pro as KSI is going to go down, like you said here. It's more of this style where and they're kind of moving around the map.
Yeah, if TM shot themselves in the foot here with the D.Va ban, they'll be kind of happy with the D.Va mirror.
This is their preferred playstyle going into the series.
The question is Pistola, though, coming in cold off the bench, how is he going to perform in this style? Right? They were playing this before, but they're doing it with Eisnom, and so begs the question, why change? Maybe there's some options Pistola can bring out on the defense or in different spots in the map. KSA struggling so far, though, on Thermatra to tank through. Very, very low. Takes a ton of support just to stay alive. Uses all of his cooldowns. Hainu now
then this is a rerun fix.
Looks for the flash. It's a very heads-up dodge, though.
I realize it probably is confusing because I'm watching TM versus VP, which is also the game today. Maybe I should change the stream title to be more clear.
Cannot deal with this Ramatra in that position. Quartz getting every single heal from Simple. very nice care there from the backline, keeping course alive. Unbelievable that Jwoo gets a kill through all that, but it's still just not enough. The rest of the team did enough. Quartz had time to work his magic.
This kind of becomes twisted minds.
Let's get some Preds going. I'm betting TN this map.
Oh yeah, thank you Zaito, appreciate for 10 months Prime. Now I still never got round to watching on Face It.
To get the space required to open things up, get picks, they're going to swap over to the Kiriko here.
It's actually pretty good. Okay.
The Baptiste here, so this leaves
Yeah, I never got round to trying it because didn't try it the first couple of weeks, then just end up on the clean feed and then was away for a bit. What's the quality like in terms of? Because I always feel like on the clean feed, it looks kind of like this, you know, where it looks fine, but it could be crisper.
Everyone else away. Vistol is completely in alone by himself, and of course he's going to go down. Even commits the ultimate, a bit of off sync there. So coming in off the bench is looking a little rough for him right now, and KSA is just absolutely running it down on VP. I mean, full court aggression. Vistol going to go over to the Orisa. But this is final fight, and
okay.
Come over the top like a ton of bricks with this bola shot.
Yeah, and Twisted Minds are getting a ton of value from their composition. Like we talked about, Ramatra, of course, contesting the card. But Juno and Kiriko have been completely uncontested this entire game. Quartz as well with a bola shot here as well.
Is the only bit of... I feel like the Ram comp can only defend the second part. That's why KSA just sacks it on point, right?
Yeah, looks like the full hold is coming in. I mean, Vistol just has no HP left. Pulse Bomb goes wide for Jwoo, and you took us to Dorado. We had hope for some kind of wild strat, and instead, it's Twisted Minds who just read this pick perfectly, and the Diva ban, it felt like it took...
Is he player POVs live? Okay. Does it have, like, VODs as well, of all the player POVs?
Quartz is the chance that Quartz just open things up on you.
So Shockwave now...
It is such an EMEA version of Dorado, isn't it? Look at this. You can? That's pretty sick, actually. Like the old Overwatch League. That's really good, then. Oh, thank you, Kuma.
1 month closer to a new badge I can flex, baby.
Once I played it instantly after game ends. I mean, you guys... Honestly, I feel like I'm getting some kind of sales pitch here, but the pitch is pretty convincing. And it's bloody free for the low price of absolutely nothing.
Yeah, again, they're playing the Juno Kiriko or Twisted Minds, and they're getting so much value. They're going to build these ultimates. Gala's going to pop the amplification matrix, but this is Virtus Pro making their final stand. Shockwave through the matrix, finds Simple. It's a big connection.
You had a lunch-induced nap and dreamt that KSA was playing Tracer. He could do it. In many ways, Tracer's just like a little diva, you know? Don't forget the drops. I can throw in a floor mat if you confirm right now. This is the old game, Manu. Yeah.
It's a pretty scary prospect. The Matrix Freya is a little bit ridiculous.
Yeah, I think realistically, all these fight wins for the Pro, okay, that's fine. You know, you took a minute of time or whatever. The big fight is going to be when Twisted Minds have built the orbital ring, the Kitsune Rush. That is going to be...
Can I make a 1-minute pitch of your stream for somebody who has no idea? What was it the ChatGPT described my stream as? Sarcastic and chaotic Overwatch coverage. That's it. That's the pitch.
Pulse bomb from Jwoo does find Quartz back though, so Freya's off the board. Now Psycho looking to get him with a pulse bomb of his own. He's here in the back with Simple's got support in this position, just barely Gala though. Dodges that one away.
Yeah.
Deal with it into the back line with Simple's ultimate. Bunny Astro's low, has Ray online, but got stunned just a little bit too early. It's a nice...
Are they gonna counter hold this? We're full of hold?
Twisted Minds getting cleaned up. Virtus Pro.
You guys might know. I'll be answering this already. But I don't. Ray advantage now, though. Need this Terra Surge bowler to go huge.
However, Orbital Ray can serve much the same functions. You're not out of the woods yet if you're Virtus Pro.
But still, that was kind of the fight, though. But Funny Astro didn't have the Orbital Ray in time, and there was no point in even using it.
I've already been keeping an eye on Face It Masters, so I don't know about promotion. Vision have to be, like, the obvious favourites. But outside of that, I don't really know. Oh, Terra Surge. Bola, in with it, it's huge. Oh my god, I get a fuller hold.
You got to reset fast. This one is over. One more chance, and I mean, you got nothing left in the tank. You got to do a dry fight, and there's always a chance with somebody like Quartz on the team. You know, it can make something happen. 40 seconds is a while to work with. But with no ultimates, I would so much rather be this.
Right, Psycho deep behind. KSA has gone Zarya. I think Juno Kiri is good. Yeah, I think it's really fine. I think versus like some of these Orisa and Ram type stuff, it's actually like Brig is really hard. Quartz has got the aiming pick though. Vessel force a D peak. Jewu needs to hit this pulse bomb. Oh, thank you, Kyle 90872. Wait. Jewu just hit the pulse bomb. Need a little more. Another one, Jewu. Another one. That's not enough. He gets bubbled, packs everything. Oh my god. Getting away with it. Getting away with it.
Right now for
kind of like Brig or something like that, but they're going to play the Juno Kiri.
Yeah, I already know the outcome, but I don't know. I mean, the thing is, I was about to say I don't know the like map by map score, even though I know the outcome. But now that Twisted Mind's are 2-0 up, and I know it goes to map 6. I can use the powers of deduction to. I think I know which way these next few maps are gonna go. You know. Yep, and it's going to be a TM sweep, as we all know. Does KSA continue to play the Ram into the Orisa? Because I feel like for a while now there's been a bit of a consensus, and that's a tough matchup.
Good luck, TP out of that one, and Simple just said no, put his foot down.
Yeah, and credit to Twisted Minds, like immediately recognizing the difference in playstyle and Simple pressing the gas pedal.
Oh, not the Cassidy, Johnny. Not here. Not against Kiri Juno.
Yeah, for the relegation promotion, I'd imagine Quick or whatever they're called now, DVG. I would imagine they're actually pretty likely to stay up, and maybe Vision like come up over Frosttails or something like that. Quartz, other pick out of nothing. Vesh just dead now. Yeah, there's no... Honestly, guys. There's no way VP don't just get 3-0'd here.
Tracer, naturally, is the only hero to have over, like, 57% ult charge. Virtus Pro have done nothing.
Yeah, I feel like very few people would actually play the Ram into the Orisa outside KSA.
This comp is sus, Johnny, and they're gonna try to make it work. Shockwave is low, kiting back from the rush. Pistola left dry.
Just about gets the roll in time, Shockers.
Just diligently pushing that one away. Psycho marking the flank. Shockwave being
That's a big trade from Shockwave.
Simple though, it's a trade.
Save the day a little bit here.
One of those supports away, and the spawns are very far away from Twisted.
Oh, Psycho's gonna die as well. Yeah, okay.
The end of the push, but Twisted Minds are probably trying to stick around and get every last meter that they can.
You've shown the cameo I got you yet? I'm about to go on my dad's stag do. I want to see the reaction. £9 well spent.
You having a stroke, Jacob? Go on, link it, Jacob. I'll play it now. I'll play it now, Jacob. Avril called it here. I mean, there's no way back, right? The theory dictates it.
I don't really care about Virtus Pro competition. Okay, Deadeye, I'm gonna kite this real quick.
He's just gonna block this. He's gonna soak it. Yeah, I mean, you have to shoot with the spear. And it's a orbital ray now comes out from
Right, push from Fixer. KSA's gonna, you know, hands up. Loves the stand unblocked as KSA.
Ilari ult as well, trying to get something done. KSA taking it up in the corner, but the pulse bomb just overwhelms the HP bar. And Pistola takes down Psycho. So surely, with the big dump of ultimates,
Oh, wait, okay, hold on. Hold on. We're taking a brief detour. So this was a wedding present from Jacob. Wait, do I have to download it? Hold on, let me download it. I've literally downloaded a file called video.mov. Never downloaded a more obvious virus in my life. Wait, will it not let me? That's not what. Play! Will it not play because it's a MOV? How can I do this?
Hey, what is...
Wait, let me... If I minimize that, then I press... Do I just have a... Should I just have one that's like, wait, that? There we go. Okay. There we go. All right, so Jacob got this for me.
Hey, what is up, everyone? I have an important announcement today, okay? Everyone, put down the controllers, shove away your keyboard real quick. Listen up. Everyone, right now, subscribe to the Uncoachable Patreon. Please, there is so much that you can see, so much value to gain. Right now, subscribe to Uncoachable. And go to twitch.tv/CommanderX for the best Overwatch Championship co-streams ever. You're going to have someone that knows how to cast, has been casting since TF2, and being an
How does he know so much about me?
Insightful person that you can have on these new championships, okay? So go right now, subscribe to twitch.tv/CommanderX, as well as give a follow, as well as keep watching, and subscribe to the Uncoachable Patreon today.
Great! Now, if that doesn't convince you, I don't know what will. Is that Hunter? No, I mean, well, Jacob keeps telling me he bought it on Patreon, but is there any evidence that it's not actually just Jacob in his fursuit? And that he's pretending he bought it on Cameo. He's pretending it was on Cameo as a cover-up, and actually, it's just him all along. I'm on to you, Jacob. I'm on to you.
But they finally get that fight win.
Yeah, that was a huge dump of ultimates, dropping both your support
I can add furry to the stream tags now as well. You know how much those fursuits cost? What's the average price for a fursuit? What if I'm just, you know, I'm not trying to be like the fanciest guy at the fur convention, but I just want like a, you know, your basic. Born at my wedding? Fuck.
Yeah, they're taking the fight to Virtus Pro, who are very squishy, very vulnerable to some flanks, but Gala wins the fight this time.
Free fridges? A couple of... No way it's a couple of thousand. Several $1,000s? Fuck. Few hundred to a few thousand? Are they all like... Are they all custom made? Or can you just get like off the shelf? You know? Because I feel like... Do you not have to have a custom made one? Like I'm... I don't know why I'm going down this rabbit hole, but we're going down it. If... You have to custom select your jockstrap size. Thanks, Spilo. Finally, it's a person with some inside information. I'm just curious. A curious mind, you know, Spilo. But let's say you go to... I don't actually know the name of any fur conventions. We'll just call it FurCon. But you go to FurCon, right? But you just bought like an off-the-shelf suit. But doesn't that mean it's possible that someone else has the same off-the-shelf fursuit? And then it doesn't really feel like it's you. Your, what do they call it? Fursona? It's not your fursona, so you have to have a custom one, I feel like. Imagine if you came with like the same fursuit as somebody else. That would be embarrassing.
They haven't been fully cleaned off the map, and so they're able to get the refight in a little bit quicker. Don't know if you have a touch here. Psycho just barely makes it in time. It's so close, just a little bit too...
I also... Sorry, Spilo. Yeah, I got distracted. Appreciate it, though, mate. Thank you very much. Are you speaking from experience? No, I'm just asking Juby. Oh, I'm getting flashbanged by the sun. Maybe I should have closed the window when I had this conversation.
Wow, and it looks like a full team wipe there. Gala, massive final blows, and I mean,
identity theft? Now we're talking.
Still have the confidence in the team comp, and looks to be well placed.
Yeah, when Twisted Minds don't have
I've actually missed this entire comeback talking about fursuits.
to get some kind of
It's such a quick comeback as well. There's still 4 minutes left.
point. Virtus Pro, they open things up with this pick composition, and now they got a captive Sun. They're gonna go aggressive, see if they can hit anyone. Not for the Tracer, surely. Well, you had to go for something.
Some shots on Gala's back here. He's just marking the flankers, ready for the possibility of a Tracer. Shield online for Pistola. Bola shot, zones some people off the corner. Funny Astro is able to kill Shockwave with the supports pushed away.
Is Chris tweaking? Nah, I think Chris is chill.
Without the fortify, you're going to be going down very quickly. Drops the shield though, so it's keeping him up for just a moment longer. But the skills running low. Psycho focus firing.
Is the shield perk any good versus Varam? Why has he picked that?
Just trying to trade out something here for Virtus Pro, but I'm not sure Jay was going to be able to get anything done. Twisted Minds sticking with the Ream.
I guess he maybe blocked for healing a little bit. Like that's how you'd use it more than anything.
A diva here would be like the dream pick for me, but KSA still sticking with the Ram, just wants to hold all that frontline pressure that Orisa would otherwise be putting on other players.
Yeah, and 3 meters is all the difference right now. Twisted Minds got double support ultimate going into this next fight. If Twisted Minds play flawlessly from here on out, they should be able to close out this map. What can Virtus Pro do to really shake things up and try to get a pick?
Oh, big flank jump.
Oh.
Shockwave, big headshot.
Tried it. It's probably worth it though.
Could be a worthwhile trade here. KSA the ultimate.
Wait.
Shockwave, big headshot.
To really shake things up and
Did he rage axe?
Oh, big flank jump.
Fuck's sake, Daniel.
to really shake things up and try to get a pick.
He presses it. What outrageous optimism. To think he can get this off.
Oh, big flank jump here. Shockwave, big headshot. It's gonna cost him his life, but it could be a firing got kited away. Simple, the soul of the team now. Flankers need to find something.
Yeah, I'm starting to see how the comeback happens here.
Immediately stunned. Basola wants to put the pressure back the other way. Getting a little bit of support now from the healers. Both tanks, though, just bashing heads against each other. It seems like it's going to be the flankers who can profit from that kind of a trade. Neither tank really has the wherewithal to shut the other one down. And Psycho, though, fighting a little bit more.
Honestly, it might still, yeah, it might still be really okay. The economy's worse now, but it's still really okay.
Bot has been stolen incredibly far by Jay Wu, and that's gonna kind of
Yeah, Jamo's got everyone forward spawns as well.
from Twisted Minds despite the fight win.
Still though, Twisted Minds, they invested double support ultimate that fight, so looking at Virtus Pro, they're gonna have the orbital ray coming up here. So Virtus Pro, if they can win this fight, they're actually giving themselves a real good opportunity to snatch this lead. Psycho on the
It's a good kill.
So clean from him and Simple hitting the back flank. Fixes it with the Ray, making this possible. Virtus Pro need to find a couple kills before the Ray expires. Jaywu with 1, Shockwave with a 2nd. That's exactly what they needed.
Oh, good stick.
With the stick, is it
Got
enough?
Barolvo, he's one afterwards.
Through with the roll, getting the
Oh!
Shockwave dancing with death here. And coming away the better. Psycho forced back, has to try to...
Yeah, Alcad versus TU will be for first game.
Has a few blinks, so maybe he can slip away. The
Oh, Psycho's juked him here a little bit at least.
Very sick dodging to stay alive.
What are you saying, Mask? What's this 15-point penalty we waffling about on Fantasy? What do you mean? In the Discord? I've not been reading it.
Stakes are high here. Virtus Pro down 2-0 in this series. They need to win this map to remain alive in the series. And Jaywu is just coming up clutch on the Tracer, fighting 2 on the Twisted Minds.
Jaywu and Gala just hitting the back flank, and Lari...
I'm on the site. I'll have a look after this map. Let me see this last minute.
Gotta hold on to this lead. They need to make this next fight happen. But I mean, it's gonna be tenuous. Are they even gonna be able to touch? Yeah, the lead's gonna go against them, and with so little time on the clock, this could be...
Alright, that's the lead.
Grabbing their first map of the series. One last chance for Twisted Minds to respond, but it's gonna be a long journey back to the other side of the map if they can even win here.
So if you can sustain these ultimates coming in from Virtus Pro, Twisted Minds actually do have the ultimate economy. But 40 seconds to go, one fight at a time. You gotta live through this.
L'Oreal,
Nothing.
does I think hit one, but no follow-up to get the explosion on the
They all get out? Okay, they all get out. It's not the worst trade.
They're not in a huge rush to fight. Pistola looks to have picked his angle here on this corner. Quartz finding that opener to Shockwave is huge, though. The damage really going to be lacking from the Virtus Pro squad without the Cassidy. It's up to maybe Gala to find something. He's fighting on the flank, has that pylon in a strong position, but Psycho's still healthy. Pistola dumping his cooldown. It's just nothing left in the fight. And this is, we're coming down to the overtime here, so it's going to be that final push from TM. Well, TM has
Can you add me on Instagram? No.
Yeah, they got
Alright, Tristan might actually have 4 ults here. Really winnable.
Realistically, you only need the one fight here, Jake, and you should be able to close out the map.
By the same token, Twisted Minds have to win like 2, so this is still very winnable for them with the ultimate advantage. They are still in control and could potentially close this series out.
Just need kills if you're Virtus Pro. Any trade is a good trade.
Still aggressive from Pistola, not giving up anything for free. Jaywu takes a bit of pressure, force back up the angle. Twisted Minds still playing this one patiently and slow. They're waiting for their own orbital ray, I think, to open this one.
Yeah, gonna drop the Ray. Annihilation's out. Terra Surge there. Oh, it's got Astro in it.
Still healthy, still tanking it up with that ultimate. Pistola backs up to the
That's it.
Second kill, and looking to get even more done. The high noon, there's nobody left to respond to it. Shots from the side, burst down KSA from full HP. And Virtus Pro battled that one series. I mean, that was Virtus Pro. Simple. Yeah, which is
What happened to VP? They were such a force. Yeah, I think it's just like I think it's like everyone getting better. I feel like TM is finally delivering on what their roster quality looked like on paper. The simple trade is, or the simple signing is probably a big part of that. The actual game starts at 6 my time, so like an hour and 35 minutes.
putting a lot of pressure on the flank. Shockwave under pressure. Drone already forced out. Scary. Maybe they can recover.
First time you tuned back into Overwatch in a year and a half? That's from YouTube chat. Was that when we were talking about furries? Welcome back!
Dancing well, but Virtus Pro weathered the storm. Now it's their turn to punch back.
Wait, did Jake just drop a Weather the Storm?
Onto Simple, making this one winnable. Ooh, just Simple.
Can't have anything to ourselves.
His teeth. Twisted Minds dancing well, but Virtus Pro weathered the storm. Now it's their turn to punch back.
Hello, first time chatter here.
Hey, MO1, 0001.
Okay, that was a scary opening. Twisted Minds even got the cap. Virtus Pro bend, but they do not break, and they snap back with a vengeance. Psycho's just getting whatever last second of stall he possibly can. Jaywu, though, sends him packing.
So again, this is both teams' different play styles on display here. Despite the fact that Virtus Pro, they're not playing the Lucio this time around. They're playing the Brig, you know, slightly...
Yes! Honestly, Raw, mate, I promise you, it's not always like this. Probably more than you'd think, but not always.
all the time. Twisted Minds are playing the Juno and the Kiri here, trying to maneuver around this composition from Virtus Pro.
Yeah, a lot of heals in the Twisted Minds comp, but it's pretty hard for them to turn some corners. And Stola, rather, Eisnam on the They're trading in
3 max maps today. Weird how they go 4-0 if max is so bad. When? Go on, scan all my VODs and find one where I said max was bad.
There it is under the Brig. It's enough. BAP is low. No second healer. Quartz would love to find something here. No.
Oh, wait.
Either, though. So Gala's able to win that.
You hate him. So save a report. No, just best of 5s for NA and EMEA today. Well, for all of it, I think, except for the finals. Yeah, my original take on Max was very much just like, he's just like an unimportant part of Crazy Raccoon. Like the first year, and all of stage 1 as well, I feel like he's been completely superfluous to any success Crazy Raccoon have had. And this stage, finally, it feels like he's like a more integral part of their success in stage 2.
The corner there in the cooldown. KSA has to reveal early, but he's not that healthy. Drone is cleared by Gala, or from Gala. Fix it though with the rally, creating enough space and time. They're letting the ultimate take out. Beautiful positioning here from VP. Orbital Ray now ripped from Funny Astro, trying to force this one through the line. Eisnam with the spin, pulls Funny Astro just around the corner. This could be deadly. Not quite enough damage, but it is enough to shut down KSA. Eisnam is low, tanking through so much. Takes off the field as just the supports of the DPS trying to duel this one out.
Excuse you. See, I would not have won those stages if Max didn't do the Ice Tea runs before each game. That's fair. That's real fair, actually.
Clearing up on the angles here with Eisnam dead. Oh my god. Fantastic Tracer performance, but Twisted Minds, they invest so much in trying to kill the Orisa that by the time they do, I mean, Shockwave, Jaywu, they're working these angles, working around Twisted Minds, and they're able to get the picks required.
Max, answer, I thought you loved him. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's... I hate Max because it's not my Max. I only have room in my heart for a single Max. Maybe that's it.
The Brig, the Orisa is just this immovable object, just fearlessly pushing into the backline. And you're so worried about this constant flank pressure that JWoo's putting on. It's a nice recall force though by Quartz. A lot of cooldowns expended there. Shockwave looking to get on a...
They are not the same person.
Space and opportunity. It's a big investment into Shockwave, but so far...
There's not only one Max in the world. There are multiple Maxes.
From Quartz, but it's answered by the High Noon. And Shockwave is healthy.
How integral was Rush to the success of T1? I'd guess a bit. A little bit would be my guess. How integral is any coach, you know? 100%? 50%? These numbers are too high.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, Twisted Minds, they need to change something up here. This is just clearly not working for them. It's been a dominant performance from Virtus Pro so far. Do you get away from this Juno Kiriko kind of composition from Twisted Minds? You know, they stuck to
Around 10%? I guess, like, if you, like, expand the question as to, like, a broader question of how much difference can a coach make? Don't know, like, 10, 20%? Probably somewhere around there. A lot of it is still really player quality. So then that sort of 10, 20% is probably... Oh, you want minus 10%? I thought it was an approx. But yeah, like, you sort of use that as your starting point of, like, where is he on that scale? I don't know. You never know with coaches unless you actually work with them. Never work with Rush. But I'd guess probably a little bit towards the lower end.
Letting Twisted Minds take the cap. There's a road here for a run back from Twisted Minds. It's actually kind of achievable when you think about the next couple points.
Would you classify Moon as a good coach because he's just kind of dad modes for fuck and he wins a lot? Yeah, I think there's something to be said. Like, if you read any... what do you call them? Like, any sort of traditional sport book where it talks about sort of winning mentality or winning cultures or any sort of coaches' autobiographies and stuff like this from traditional sports, there's always a big emphasis on, like, the culture of a team. And I think in many ways, that's, like, the biggest difference a coach can have in a lot of situations. And I think that's where you sort of look at, say, someone like Moon, and it's hard to value because how do you measure those intangibles, right? But compared to, like, let's say, for example, right, if people watch football, you know how now they have set piece coaches, right? I imagine it's a little bit easier to statistically measure the success of a set piece coach because you can see how many of your set pieces successfully created a good opportunity or not. Like, how often does it seem to be working? Is it better than when they worked before they had it or before they started working for you, etc. You know, there's some sort of a little bit more measurable. But how do you measure the intangibles of, like, a winning mentality? Really hard, you know. Because the reality is you need both as well, right? You need both.
But not enough HP. Quartz and Psycho working together, the dynamic duo alongside Simple, keeping everyone supported. And yeah, you can stall for a few more seconds for JWoo. But you need to do more than that. Psycho would love to hunt down that Tracer kill. JWoo dances away, but Eisnom not getting the support, running out of cooldowns. Is there any more touches in the overtime? There is not. Virtus Pro gonna back off, try to do it on some of the other points, but it's a good role for Twisted Minds. This is exactly the
like, if you want to use, like, if you want to use London as the example, I think, you know, as much as, like, we went from, like, bottom of the league to 6th, which is, like, a big improvement considering our budget didn't change. Maybe it technically went up by, like, a player's salary worth, but, you know, it didn't change dramatically. A lot of the talent was there. Like, Hattie and Sparker were still good players. But the culture, as someone who was there, like, Season 4 London compared to Season 5, the culture, the attitude, like, 1000% different, you know? So different.
1 HP from that flank fight, but he's still alive. And so Twisted Minds still in control here. They're going to try and get that first cap. JWoo from the lower, trying to get into early High Noon pop, but he's not really able to get channeling on the back line. And TM still grabbed the first cap. That's not a good fight opener for VP. They're under time pressure now. This is not where you want to be. Gallus out on his lonesome and Simple.
Yeah, Sparker's a menace. In whenever I watch the Marvel Rivals casts, I don't watch that much, but whenever I watch bits and Virtus Pro are playing, which is Sparker's team, they're always glazing the shit out of Sparker because he just plays, like, the carry role. But he's so good at it. Happy for him.
Twisted Minds, a great play by Simple, finding the pick onto Shockwave there as well. So you get plenty of value from that Kitsune Rush. And again, Virtus Pro, you have double support ultimate here at least. So that rally is going to help you make...
When more players get paid well, I think if they're on the big orgs, they get, like, decent salary. Probably, like, maybe Overwatch adjacent.
So it's still a bit tricky for Virtus Pro to get maximum value with this 5-man, with these ultimates. Twisted Minds have an opportunity to...
Yeah, plus if you win a lot, obviously the, just the prize money will get you over the line. Yeah, I think the thing about Sparker as a hit scan player is he was always very good at the more... Like, a lot of hit scan players where they play, like, Sim or something kind of just end up being a little bit, like, brain dead. Whereas I think Sparker... Like, maybe another good example was when they play Sombra or something. I feel like Sparker was always one of the better, like... At still having the mechanics to compete with the best, but also being able to... think. And I feel like that's a pretty rare quality in a lot of hit scan players. And I feel like, if anything, the nature of Marvel Rivals... I've not really played Marvel Rivals, but it's the impression I get from the outside is it's more about that type of stuff in terms of decision-making than just raw mechanics.
The fights are all taking place on the flanks here. It's all about this Tracer battle. Can he come in and take down that backline? And Funny Astro Simple saves him for now. Pulse Bomb goes from Psycho. No connection. Rally, High Noon, big ult up, but somehow it's Jwoo who goes down in the process. Sure, you get the flip on a VP, but you're down one. This is a crucial fight to win. Psycho recalls from the headshot. Icenom so low, has the spin, getting a lot of heals pumped into him, but Twisted Minds, they smell blood in the water, trying to chase that for more. Here's Shockwave coming from behind, getting it done himself.
Yeah, I think Spark's like in-game intelligence, I think it's not that he makes like these crazy calls or these super smart decisions or something like that. But Spark's ability to function in a team and a unit is like really second to none. Like, as much as, you know, we talk about Jamie as the thinker and stuff, and like Haddy as an in-game leader and the quality of his calls, I think what is also required when you have something like that is you need people who are really good at playing, I'm going to say system players, but playing the system, following the call and listening. You ask, like, I reckon, if you ask all the coaches in the world, or like in Overwatch, one of the most frustrating things you have to deal with is a player with no ears. A player who can't listen to anything.
Can he do it again? The massive ultimate disadvantage is so against them in this fight. They could also go for the retake. Here's the rush coming in right on top of Shockwave. He's running out of cooldowns. Desperation, Haidu tries to take through everything. Still gets the shot on the Psycho. He's dropping low though. KSA rips the ult.
Well, they've dominated this one actually, haven't they, VP?
For kills on the flank, and somehow Shockwave has played his way out of this. He's gonna win. Taking this to a game 5. The hero in there.
I can't see my ears. Fuck. Is Tracer one of those thinking heroes? No. Kind of, but a very different type of thinking. Like, I'm trying to think of the right terminology for it. But basically, what you need for Tracer to be like, and this probably applies to lots of heroes like Genji and Venture and stuff as well, really, a lot of the flex DPS heroes, is you need, like, really high game awareness, right? Because the best Tracers, I mean, obviously the best Tracers are one-clip you as well, but the most frustrating Tracers to play against, the best ones, are the ones you just can't fucking kill, you know? You just can't kill them no matter what. And I think there's, like, something... The football equivalent of it is, you know, whenever... I might lose some people here, but those who do follow football, you know when they always talk about, like, certain players, like, maybe Paul Scholes or Iniesta, or these midfield players, and they would say something like, oh... He wouldn't even need to look where you are, but he just had, like, this sort of view of where everyone's on the pitch. He just almost, like, he just knew, you know? He's like, awareness of where people are and where the space is was just, like, second to none. I feel like that's the sort of intelligence you want on Tracer.
It's totally delivered between two of the best teams in the region, going head-to-head and showing us, you know, fairly different play styles here. You know, there are some small different...
And I think that's a really hard skill to teach, you know? You either kind of just have it or you don't have it. Like, I think, like, there was one video I watched. I was really excited to watch it, because ask Chrissy how long... Because obviously Rodri won the Ballon d'Or, right? But I've been the biggest Rodri fan for so long. A real day oneer. I was saying to Chris, like years before he won it, just like, this guy's like the best player in the world. And then I saw a video on like Man City's YouTube, and it was Rodri explaining his thinking for his role. You know, like a Rodri holding midfielder tips video. Like, how does he do it? How does he do it? You know, and I was so excited to watch it. I was like, I think this guy is so class at his position. I want to know, like, what's he thinking about? What's like the thought process? You know, how does he approach it? And I watch it, and he just, I don't know, he can't verbalize it at all. You know, it's just very much sort of like, oh, I do this and then it works. You know, and then like if I see danger, I go and deal with this. It's like, well, of course, if you see danger, you deal with this. But that's like the bit before that, and I was like, he can't explain it properly. You know, like, but he's really smart. He just doesn't know how to verbalize it exactly, you know? And I think that's probably true. You know, like, if you ever watch Kevster play Tracer, like, when I watch Kevster play Tracer or I watch his POV or something, I'm always like, he just always finds space. There's always space on his map, and it's the same is true for all the good Tracer players. He just sees and contextualizes and predicts intuitively. Yeah, like his brain is processing the information, not in like a thought pattern way, as in he's saying like, oh, there's a bit of space here and blah 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 blah. He's just sort of like he's obviously taking in the information and he just instinctively knows where's good, right? And you'll see the same with footballers, right? Where their first touch is always good, right? They'll always touch into space. And I'm sure if you ask someone like Messi or Xavi or whatever, like you ask him like, oh, we see you take the touch here, and you instinctively knew you could actually roll out. And you ask Messi, well, why did you do that? And the answer's always the same. Well, because that's where the space was, right? But not everyone can see the space the same. Like, the space is there for everyone, but not everyone can see it or know it's there, or, you know, or know it's there quickly enough.
On the tour, I just now realized. Twisted Minds. Let's see if they can manage to stabilize this one. But Virtus Pro in full control. Vestola sending it here into the front line. A very aggressive dive from Simple. Gets absolutely smoked on the
when you're there on pitch level. Yeah, it's the sort of thing like the same in Overwatch, right? If I go into the VOD, and I just do the bird's eye view and I can see everything and I've got the little icons turned on. It's so easy for me to go, well, we just need to do this. We just need to do that, right? Obviously the space is here, guys. We need to move into the space, right? But it's so much harder. Like, if you've ever, the difference between watching football where you have that nice sort of panoramic view, how many times have you watched football, or the same if you watch NFL or anything, and you're just screaming at the TV for your team of like, he's fucking open, hit him, play him in, hit him. It's obvious, right? It's so fucking obvious. But of course it's obvious to you with a bird's eye view. If you've ever played football or any of these sports, it's it feels very different when the ball is at your feet and there's players running at you and you've got to make the same decision quickly under pressure and you don't have the same luxury of view. So I feel like something like Tracer is like Flex DPS especially. It's true for everything, but it's I think, or maybe Tracer and Genji and those type of heroes are the ones that benefit from it the most. Do footballers communicate mid-game? Yeah, a lot. Especially, originally it used to be probably defensive units more than anything else. But now now I think modern football, the whole team is the defensive unit, you know? So there's a lot of communication about, like, somebody will call to trigger the press, as in, like, I'm going to go now. There'll be lots of... so now will trigger everyone else to make the same moves. What you get in football, they normally call it, like, patterns of pressing or patterns of play, which is basically, if one person makes this aggressive move to, like, pressure the opponent with a ball, then everyone else is going to also take a step forward and close it, you know? Like, good movement. You will also get a lot of it from a defensive point of view in terms of who's responsible for what player. They call it, like, passing on. So maybe you're marking a player, but then he starts to drift outside your area of play. So then you would pass him on to the next player as well, but you're shouting at that player. You're shouting at your left back. Nah, you take over marking him because I don't want to be dragged out of position. So it's like a lot of sort of like, probably like quite simple on the surface context, but something that's hard to do. right 100% of the time.
A vintage, one that every player is so comfortable on. Shockwave's flexing on you on the Torb.
Do you think timeouts like they work in CS would be a good addition to OWCS? I like the concept of being able to do that. Oh, thank you, Flurin, for the 11 months. I like the concept of being able to do it, but I think in CS, you get lots of rounds, right? And there only, what was it? I forget the length. It was like 2 minutes odd per round or something, right? So there's lots of regular breaks where taking the extra 30-second timeout doesn't feel that disruptive. Because like in Overwatch, when would you be allowed to pause? Because if you do just between rounds, it's not too great, you know? But you couldn't pause mid-map, right? And that feels like really disruptive. Because there's not like a clear pause timing, you know? So while I like it conceptually, I think it's hard to, I can't think of a way to implement it in a way that I think will work. So space is cathedrals? Yeah. The word space is subjective. Yeah. So like, the answer for football is you always want to find the space, right? Same as Tracer, you always want to be able to find the space, the gaps in the other team, you know, to exploit. But that's the rule. But where is the space? Where is the gap? And that's going to be different in every single situation. So that's where it's down to a lot of the player to identify that.
This is looking scary.
Yeah, it was just too overwhelming for Virtus Pro at that point. Twisted Minds, they had all the ultimates required, and just getting something as simple as
Commander X or Sir Alex? Sir Alex.
getting these initial picks, that was enough for Twisted Minds to secure the first.
Do you think Guardiola has solved football? Because everyone copied him for a while, but I don't watch as much football as I used to, but I feel like teams don't play like that anymore, you know? I feel like now, like, if you look at all the best teams, like PSG, Liverpool, Barcelona, I think it's a much more aggressive game now. Or, like, all the best teams play this super aggressive game. There's, like, a few maybe dissenters, like Inter Milan probably don't play that style at all. But I think the majority of the best teams all have that.
Way too tall of an order. Fixa with the drone just to secure Vestol's position. Shockwave playing off of it as well. And it's time to clean up the map here.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. He solved the old meta, but now people are like, yeah, it just changes in waves, you know?
Love to see maybe a faster tempo.
Why counterattacks are so effective? Yeah.
Here it go. It's a little bit of an awkward spot. Maybe the Zen is the best they can do.
You're gonna stick on the Zen here. I feel like that's so scary though.
And Gala is
I think one of the coolest ones I saw in terms of like football communication was, if people know who Sean Dyche are, if you follow the Premier League, you probably heard of Sean Dyche. But it was from when he was at Burnley, and he talks about, he's doing like a tactics explanation video. And what he talks about, let me just pause this for a second. He talks about the idea of, he wants his team to know when to, like, you know, if a ball's in one corner, but they're going to play like a crossfield pass. Wait, let me draw on screen. So, you know, let's say their right back has the ball and he's going to do a crossfield pass over here, right? Obviously, if you are Sean Dyche's team, which I'll use yellow for here, right? What you actually want is you want your team sort of pressing aggressively this way, right? But as soon as the crossfield ball comes out, your entire team has to shift across the field, right? And this is obviously something, it's like, you have to do it quickly, and the slower you are at it, the more space pink team will have, right? So, Sean Dyche, because I just like football. So Sean Dyche talked about it, said what he wants his players to look for in the press is quarterbacking. Look for when the opponent is quarterbacking. And what quarterbacking means is, if you know in NFL, where you see the quarterback and he pulls the arm, right? And you know it's going to be, he's going for the 60-yard pass, right? You know the big one's coming. The same thing happens in football. When you are going for a crossfield ball, you have to sort of like, there's a bit more run up, right? You need to, this isn't the right term, but like wind your leg up more, right? So, if you spot the player winding his leg up, if you're one of these players who's responsible for getting across the other side of the field, don't wait until he kicks the ball. You see him fucking quarterbacking, go half a second early, so when that crossfield ball comes through over here, you're a yard or two closer. And that's essentially, you know, it's like a code word, right? You know? The Burnley team screaming, quarterback, or whatever it is, and everyone's just gaining like half a yard on where the ball's going to be, anticipating what happens next.
Maybe you can build this Transcendence in time. 45 seconds to go, and they've done nothing on this second point, Jake.
Yeah, they've got to get something over.
How the fuck does any of this apply to Overwatch? It's just, thank you, Ayua. It's the same sort of thing we would coach on London, you know? We would look for patterns of play. You know, if we are playing Paris, and they always do a certain push, right? They always do a certain push, and maybe we scrim them, and it's causing us a bunch of problems. So, then what we would look for is, we'd look at the problem, like, okay, when they're doing this sort of push, here's what our ideal response should be, right? So they're going to do a 3-2 split, here's what our response should be. But what we need to do is we need to make sure we can identify when they're doing that split, you know? So it would just be like, oh, as soon as we see a Lucio Genji on the right-hand side, we're just going to tempo in main or something. That's like a super basic version of it. You know, but you as a coach, I think these are the sort of things you can have impact on in terms of, can we identify key things that they're doing and just give our players like a clear response. So we can sort of script it as much as we can, but just give our players clear responses. And I just thought, I remember seeing that one and thinking, yeah, that's like a really interesting, like, or what should we call it? That's an example. That's an example that we would do in Overwatch all the time.
Here's the OC from Shockwave. Wants to force some kind of powerful support all out. Simple. Feels the pressure. Doesn't want to get one tapped here.
Didn't one of the ex-Wolf players shout their keyword for leave and he scored because of it, I think? Maybe. That would be funny if it happens. Hey, Gandalf. How was Korea today? The second game was, like, entertaining, but it wasn't that great a day, really, honestly, in terms of, like, actual Overwatch. Flowchart, yeah, when X happens, do Y. And you build that up over a period of time, right? The reason our Rhine sim was so good by the end of it... Wait, I want to watch that fight again. The reason our Rhine sim was so good at the end of it is because we just built up such a bank of, like, options, or such a bank, or like such a big playbook, I guess you could call it, in terms of different things we could do in different situations. It meant we could really solve a lot of situations, or solve a lot of problems, or throw teams a lot of different things to deal with. We'd just have a bigger playbook, essentially. Alright, Vessler Flux, double support out for TM. Shockwave and J clutch opportunities. Vessler's walking onto the high ground. Rock doesn't find the kill. Overclock out. TMD peeking all of it. Transcendence 4, Simple doesn't want to risk it. Bit wasted. Now Astro has to drop the Ray. Flux comes out. Looking for it. Doesn't find anything. Course on the high ground. Simple's traded. The cap fight, the cap. Vessler's forcing point. Not Vessler, sorry, KSA's forcing point. Wait. Slide in from Shockers. Quartz has to hit the shot. They slide back out. Tracer pressure now. Shockwave's found a kill. Psycho's killed Gala. Psycho's killed 2 on point. Jay was there. 1 HP. 3 HP. Oh. It was Simple on the Flux, but he dodged the line of sight. Okay. Have I done my fantasy? No. Fuck. I'm going to run out of time, actually, because I want to do the wedding stories as well. Or the wedding, like, I don't know. Like, just a recap of what happened. KSA forcing point in many such cases. If it works, it works. What's the top EMEA? So I've not seen all of the games, but my instinct right now would be go something like TM, then Alcad, then VP. This is the 6 mapper, yeah. Pulse bomb's a miss. Whoa. How is he just able to do that? Yeah. Trade it out, though. Quartz getting full pocket. Oh, Quartz! Recall's been forced. Alright, good fight from TM.
He's got to be such a hero here. Speed ring, Psycho. I mean, this is a scary spot to be on Widow. It's a good point for...
Honestly, you guys would have enjoyed the London comms when we were just calling all of our bullshit. Like, let's do El Clasico, then next fight we're doing an Atlanta TP. The next fight we're doing a Jam TP. Those were the good old days. Oh, they're going to do it in overtime again? I mean, I sort of know they are, but they're going to do it again.
Silent listening. The pure drama. And yet, TM.
Come wall? Yeah, come wall. Come zone. It was come zone first, and then come wall. You need to do the elevator wall as well.
Let's clear one side. Yeah.
What was... I'm trying to think of one of the other ones.
So,
I know Chris would always talk about the idea of very much, like if you want like a set play or something like that, it's actually better if it's funnier. The funnier it is, the more likely the players are to remember it. Haven't been here in a bit. Any plans on going back into coaching? Not really, no. I don't think there's any opportunities that really make me want to, either from like a team perspective or a financial perspective. But plus, I'm enjoying the streaming stuff too much. World Cup? Maybe for World Cup. Something like, maybe the World Cup would be the exception, yeah.
I can go in 5. Ram on me, no form. I'm going back main. We need to go harder, guys. We need to kill.
Wait, if TU, Liquid, and SSG win, I win 11.5k today. I've got terrible news for you.
I can go. 3, 2, 1. Ram next.
Double speed into like Zen Juno. It's just so hard for TM. Look at that. That's just everywhere, right? Kills for backline, kills for tank. Matrix is for shot onto Shockwave.
You can hear the desperation in Vistola's voice. I've never seen him show emotion.
I mean, the play for the World Cup is Chrissy gets the head coach position, and I get the, like, the content position, and then we get 2 for the price of 1.
This Zen, they have to stop Simple from getting that value. Vistola, he's got to be the man to do it alongside Jwoo and a double speed amp. I mean, this is a scary spot to be a Zen. Let's be honest. Virtus Pro, it's a great opening cap, but there's a lot of map left.
Recall force here. Onto Psycho. Can't afford to get picked.
Any leaks on the Scrimbucks in EMEA? No, I don't know, really. I'm out of the loop here.
Now, this is what
Out of the loop very much, so I'm going to just take stuff as it comes.
how can we work around the Ramatra to find picks in the backline?
Some damage from Jwoo, put a little bit of pressure on. Orbital Ray
Does UK have a tank? Yeah. Tread.
and there's just not enough heals from the Ray. It's not keeping
Oh, misses. Wait, how is the self-destruct kill KSA?
And Virtus Pro, that's a huge pick now with
Virtus Pro are storming this.
the whole cart. The rest
Yeah,
of the
honestly, guys, Virtus Pro are winning this map.
is a big commitment from Ultimates, though. Of Ultimates, rather, from Virtus Pro. You've got that sound barrier up next. A lot of Ultimates to respond to. I think Shockwave needs to be the hero right here. And Simple is going to go...
Can't you see the TU scrims? I mean, I could if I wanted to, but I've been away for a few weeks, so, you know. If there's one thing I'm not doing on the fucking beach in Crete, it's watching TU scrims. What was this? I'm running out of time, so I'm going to do it, like, kind of quick.
And no, Matt, how can you force the aggression without the suit? Shockwave looks for the counter kill, but Pistola gets punished by Psycho, just cuts him to pieces. And that's a full reset.
But then what happens to Stylosa? Stylosa was a class GM. I feel like Stylosa gets stick, but I was on the 2019 World Cup team when Stylosa was GM. And fuck. He got us a free 1-week boot camp in London. He got us custom-made jerseys. That's on my wall right now because it looks so sick. He was so good, man.
They can't punish the backline as much unless they really commit with the sound barrier.
An aggressive beat is so terrifying to contemplate.
Yeah, I mean, Stylosa, as a general manager, is the example of, like... I think a lot of general managers end up basically just doing a manager's job. Whereas, like, Stylosa, he's not a nitty-gritty guy, okay? But big picture, Stylosa is perfect. This Zen Juno is so hard, I feel like, for TM.
Maybe with the overclock, here it comes. Out of the high ground, he's in a strong position. Has potential free fire zone, but Virtus Pro, they're nowhere to be found. They're hiding away.
Oh, Quartz! Good shutdown. He nearly... There was a moment there where I thought Quartz was going to, like, kill both of them or something.
Now, Zen, Ramatra, it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Funny after the Lucio, but just no shot to make it to point.
What's Tasmo like as a GM? Yeah, complete package, really. Like, Tasmo was just, like, really good with the players, organized, good relationships with Blizzard, which obviously always like nice to have when you're, because Blizzard have a much more direct involvement in the Overwatch World Cup than they do in some of their other tournaments. But yeah, Tasmo was really class. Like, 1, really good company. 2, actually really good at his job in terms of organisation, looking after us. You know, we had, like, Ramon was ill, like, really sick one night, and Tasmo, like, looked after him. So just, top GM, really, Tasmo. Where are people betting for esports? I think, like, Paddy Power do it, Bet365 do it, lots of the major ones, at least the UK ones. I mean, now they can maybe actually get away with Zen Juno on this point. Alright, overclock from Shockers. Transcendence forced. Astro in trouble! Pulse. He's just blocking it though. Oh, Simple's found a trade. It's a good kill. Alright. Unironically, I might not watch for... Was the last map actually interesting here? Or was it just like... Like, was it actually an interesting watch? Or was it just, like, what happened was the interesting part? Or the result was the interesting part? Yeah. Okay, we'll watch the end of this then. Then I'll do my fantasy changes. And then I'll do the wedding. The games today are going to start with, in about an hour. No way, Daniel! No way! Simple gets 2. Astro gets 2. Fuck, Simple and Astro kill 4 to save the point. Gar doesn't quite have Ray yet. Needs a kill. Oh! Go on, Simple. Alright, one more fight. Ray versus Ray, but Simple has Nano.
Too hard to clear from that position. Lucio slips away. And Virtus Pro, it's down to this. One final fight. Shockwave, 72 to the overclock. He needs that tool. It's so critical here. But the Nano, the Ray, it's devastating for Twisted Mind. A lot of options. Nano immediately on the KSA. He goes straight to the backline, putting a lot.
Is he getting anything out of this? He's just punching a ram. Ray comes back out. Astro gets a later Ray. KSA needs to get into the Ray. He's in the Ray. Simple's dead. Pulse bomb. Oh. Oh, the touch is so fucked. Yeah, they can't even get it. Overtime spawns. Do you mean this last fight just now, or do you mean like the sleep one? Oh wait, hold on. I'm skipping through it. Now, let me just watch it on this Gandalf, because I'm a little bit pressed for time to get through like my fantasy changes and stuff. Oh. Okay. Okay. It's just a nothing burger of an attack. The Virtus Pro shooting gallery.
It's also the possibility of a draw in this map, so even if you fail the attack,
they should be able to TP to the point here.
Twisted Minds. They should be able to get a TP. The high ground TP.
Hey, cat. Why is everyone napping today? Aw, king of a side fight. Need to finish these kills, though. Vix's got another one. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Because it's so warm? Yeah, probably. Hangover? That's fair, actually. Alright. Bit of a beam going. Drops for TP. Nade's there. Nade's huge. Oh, Simple's killed one as well.
Still healthy on the other four though. Still a chance for them to fight this out, and Simple slipped away from that one. Gonna break the TP. Healing.
Where are Virtus Pro going now? They're gonna get on point. They need a tick. Lamp Force onto Gala. Oh, he's so cooked.
Out of resources. Twisted Minds are healthy. The defensive nade now from
No trades or anything either.
last gasp. They've got to get something.
Oh, Vesta's gonna die late. Yeah, it's fucked. Oh, wait. Maybe it's not.
Both ways. Hold on. Jaywu though, surely too much to ask. The 3v1 on the point, an impossible test.
Oh, he's got no recall either. He's got it. Shockwave can swing, but fuck.
Maybe the rule set has changed.
Oh, all right. Let me grab a drink and then let's lock in for fantasy, okay?
With the exception of maps that have already.
Oh. All right. Okay. I don't know how my team's done either, so I need to catch up on that as well. So give me a sec. I'll be right back. Okay. All right. Let's figure this out then, shall we? No, because I want to do the wedding stories as well, so we'll do fantasy as quickly as I can. Okay. Oh. Not right now. Okay. So, I actually need to see how... I've not checked the leaderboard since I went away. So I just had this team for like the last 2 or so weeks. Where am I? Oh, I've done well! I've done well! Is it possible I'm better at fantasy when I don't actually make changes, when I just leave it up to the fates? All right, 173rd. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. All right, but what are the changes now then? I think I keep Rocket and Infected. I think Kellex goes. You're below Kajor? Fuck. Yeah, but the one thing I have over Kajor, and I'll always have this, is I don't have to be Kajor. So big picture, I'm winning. But I also need a support player. Thanks, Chrissy. Just in time. All right, support 23. What's the play here? Is it Gala? Wait, Simple had a monster. Oh, that's his total point. Sorry. Is it Gala? Well, UV or Gala both seem reasonable. Free transfers if I need to as well. Gala Landon is your backline. I mean, I can do more changes if I want. But can I actually get anyone worth, like, Does it feel like Psycho, Rocket, and Infected, like, except for Landon, all 5 of my players have a good chance of playing a double, right? The problem is I've only got 2 in the bank from this, so I can't go up to, like, a Sugar Free or a Jwoo, right? Because if anything, I think I'd gamble against... I think I'm going to gamble against... I would gamble against Nightmare. But what DPS would I even get in instead? You know? 0, maybe? Wait, has 0 played all the maps in these last few weeks? He has? If I'm gambling again... Yeah, you're right. Oh, fuck. I need to look at the lower bracket games as well, right? I guess, in reality, all these lower bracket games... Do we just... I kind of feel like whoever comes from the upper bracket in North America is just going to smash the lower bracket, right? Yeah, like Nightmare play Extinction. Jwoo and Ziad. I feel like the Alcad players aren't like a huge return though, because I think they might just smash today. Yes, exactly, smash. Saves me having to transfer him next week. True. We've got plenty of transfers next week as well. Honestly, I might just do this. Just like Gala and 0 in. I mean, players I would like would be Jwoo or Sugar Free. But who instead of? Maybe instead of Psycho. Get rid of Psycho. Put in Jwoo. But then, oh, fuck, my budget is cooked. And it's like, because even Kellen doesn't save me enough, right? Let me reset it. Reset. Is Checkmate played a lot of Sim lately? If I do that, I mean, yeah, I could be convinced of a infected out, but then is it just Ziad or Kellen? Wait, is this it? Because I think SSG probably lose to GK, but hopefully it's like at least competitive, and then they smash. Yeah. And then this feels like this feels like it gives, with the exception of Landon, I've got potentially 4 double game weeks here. I'm like, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to pick the team that's going to lose the upper bracket, but only slightly. I think simple instead of Gala. No, I think I'll stick Gala. Okay, I think it might just be this, you know. Haven't asked for any free transfers, right? Yeah, free players have changed. Oh, thank you, CJ.
Just finished watching your cast of Korea from earlier. Thanks, X.
Appreciate it. Good stat farming roster? That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, fuck it. I'm going to commit to it, and then we can talk about the wedding, eh? Submit. Submit's a final, and we'll use up your transfers as well as in curve. Wait. Oh, is this what you were talking about earlier, Mask? Wait. I have free... Yeah, I have free transfers. Okay, it's just... Yeah, I didn't use any bonus transfers, right? Yeah, it's just an FYI. Okay, let me put it all back then. Let me put it all back. All right, I put it all back right, okay? Okay. Okay. Locked it. Locked in. Yeah, you're right. There is obviously a risk they go negative in the first game, but what I'm essentially hoping is, like, for all of these players, it won't happen for Landon, I don't think, but for these players, they lose the first game, and maybe they still go just positive, like a 5 or a 10 or something. But then when they play their next game, they put up like a big, like, 20, 30 score or something. So, like, on the balance of the 2 games, they actually outscore the other ones. Okay, that's for logic at least. Obviously, some of these results are really hard to predict as well, you know? Like this VPTM game, this Nightmare Team Liquid game. Yeah, I think it's like... So I'm trying to lean into the double game weeks as much as possible with... But obviously, it's very difficult to actually predict who's going to definitely have the double game weeks. Should we use all our transfers? You don't have to if you don't want, Professor, but... it's there if you want it. They will get refreshed for next week as well, so it's not like this is your roster for all the playoffs as well. So there's going to be another chance to change. Free transfers this week, as in the number 3, not as in the cost. All right. Where am I going? Let me do that. Let me do that. Let me do that. Let me do that. Okay. Should be free next week. I don't know if Toby's here right now. Toby's the real one in charge. He'll be able to confirm. But it should be free both weeks from my understanding. Free next week as well? Alright, cool. Perfect then, yeah. Working how I think it works then. Alright. Do you want a wedding recap then? Should I go big screen for this? Maybe I'll just go big screen for this because I'm just talking. So, for those who don't know, I imagine a lot of you do know by this point, but for those who don't know, a couple of photos. Yeah, we've only been shared a few photos here. Officially, we're going to get a full pack of like 500, 700 photos. When the photographer's finished editing all of them, but yeah. So, the plan for the wedding is, it's like a 3-day affair, essentially. Where we're going to get, the Saturday itself is going to be the wedding proper. And that's going to be, you know, the ceremony, the food, the speeches, all of that. Blah, 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 blah. Then, yeah, I don't actually, we did get ones taken with Uncoachable Bars, we don't have it. But we've got the property, so we rent, I can probably actually show you the property, right? That's like, Damgate Farm. Obviously, I didn't want to leak it beforehand, but now it's happened. I can show you, okay? So, this is where I got married, Lower Damgate Farm. It's an animal sanctuary as well as a wedding venue. And the setup is, there's basically a big barn. I'm use pink instead, but there's basically a big barn, which is the wedding venue, which looks really pretty. I maybe have some of that. Oh, wait, I didn't, hold on. Good morning, everyone. Wait. Oh, wait, I pressed for it. Hold on, hold on. Back. Old me, fuck off. I'm getting attacked by the past. It's because it auto-plays when I swap back to the scene. Morning, everyone. All right. So basically, there's a big old barn, which is the wedding venue. And then there's a series of cottages, which normally are like separate Airbnbs. But we basically rented the entire thing. And the point of this is so we can have a load of people stay on site, which means everyone can get really fucking drunk if they want. It also means, because if anyone has got married or has been to a wedding, the bride and groom are invariably super busy and don't actually get to spend that much time with everyone. So we were really keen to do a weekend thing so we could spend, have actual quality time with our friends. Because when else are you going to get all of your family, all of your friends in the same place at the same time for a big old party? So that was the idea, and that's what we did. Let me see if there's just some photos of it. This is not my wedding. Thank you, Sarah Lee.
Will be their weddings at the EMEA playoff.
I'm just looking at photos, wedding and events. Maybe not. I just wanted like a photo of a barn or something. These are other people's weddings. Do I have any? I'm trying to see if I have some just of like the actual barn itself. Maybe not. We only got a few photos back. But you can kind of see the idea, right? Like ours wasn't exactly like this, but you can see it's like a nice little space. Anyway. So, plan for the wedding initially was we leave on the Friday, right? So, step 1 on Friday. Yeah, so location-wise, it's in the Peak District, which you probably know, you heard of if you're in the UK, you might have been yourself. Or, if you've not been, it's basically like a really rural area, lots of nice walks, lots of super scenic things. So, yeah, a really class area, and also really remote. Like, it was so quiet there. Like, barely get to, barely see anybody else. So it was really just us, and obviously, like, the people who own the venue. So, Friday, step 1. We wake up, we've done all the packing, we're ready to go, okay? So, Hunter arrived at my house on Thursday, stayed for night, because we were going to drive him down. Bless him as well. So much respect for Hunter for flying literally across the world for a weekend just to come to my wedding. What a guy. So, Friday morning, the plan is we're going to go to the venue, start setting up, because we've got a stylist, photographer, that type of stuff, but it's a little bit DIY in terms of we have to do some of the setup ourselves and that. And then we're going to go to Costco to get food for everyone for the weekend. So we have breakfast for all the days, and we're going to do a barbecue on Sunday and everything. So we're going to do a big Costco run. But first, the most important thing, what's the most important thing before the wedding, before we leave Nottingham? I need to go get my hair cut, don't I? Obviously. So me and Unter wander down to the Turkish barbers at 9 a.m. for when they open. This isn't a joke. You guys are saying it's a joke. This isn't a joke. It's actually, there's a punchline in there somewhere. Now, we had to reschedule and reorganize for Friday to work around me getting a haircut. So we go down to Turkish barbers. I get the full service. You know, they wax my cheeks. They wax between my eyebrows. They wax my nostrils. They trim me up. They shape my beard. They give me the hot towel. They do the fire, they set my ears on fire, you know, like flat fire on my ears to make sure, you know, I'm as clean as possible. Wax my cheeks, yeah, like waxed here. Knees, cheeks, grow up. How much did they charge you for that? Well, it was £40 for the full service, which feels expensive, but I don't get my hair cut that often, you know, so I'm happy to pay. I actually, you know what as well? Respect to my barber, because I asked him if he could open a little bit early so we could, like, try and be ahead on schedule. He said yes, so he opens up, like, sort of 10 minutes early or so, and then I say at the end, I'm going to pay him, I say, oh, I'm happy to give you extra, because I appreciate, you know, you getting it all done, you've done a great job, really happy with it, etc., etc. I offer him a bit of extra money. He says no, same price for everyone. So top bloke that. He even, I say he taught me, I already knew it, but he knew it was my wedding, so he was telling me, he gave me like an inshallah and everything like that as well, wishing me good luck. So actually top bloke that guy. So obviously I'm not going to go get my haircut there every week because I don't really have to, but but I think maybe for like LANs or like special events, I'm actually going to use them because they were class. So then, got my haircut. Head back to my house, get my final bits of stuff with Max. My wife's friends come and pick us up, and then we are all rendezvousing at Costco. My wife left early in that morning to take a load of stuff, like all the stuff we had with us. Like we had some lamps, we had some rugs, we had like a load of like food and gift bags for all the guests, you know. So we take all of that. She takes all of that down. And then she's going to rendezvous at Costco. So we've all got empty cars, right? So it's... my wife comes with her car. My dad comes with his car. And then, obviously, there's the car that me and Max are in with my wife's friends. So we all rendezvous at Costco. We head into Costco. Me, Max, and the wife's friends who are there. We're there a little bit early. So we treat ourselves to a £1.50 hot dog and drink. £1.50 hot dog and drink. For those who don't know, it was my first time in Costco, so I didn't know until then. But at Costco, they just sell hot dogs for £1.50 all the time. The price is never going to raise, just £1.50. They lose money on it every time. But what a place. Good hot dog as well. So we have our hot dogs. We are all geared up, you know? And then everyone arrives at Costco, right? So we group up, we head into Costco, we grab a whole load of trolleys because we are buying a lot of food and a lot of beer. Because we have to, on site, this place can sleep up to 40 people. So we need food and alcohol for 40 people for, well, Friday night. Not really too much Saturday because obviously we're going to have, it's all going to be like the actual wedding ceremony and stuff. But we do need it for all the Sunday as well. So we grab a load of fucking trolleys. A load of trolleys. And we are heading around Costco. If you've never been to Costco, it's just like, it's just a big old fucking warehouse. Everything comes in like supersized portions. They do loads of like catering things, you know, just like big pasta salads or potato salads or like plates of meats and sausages or trays rather. So we got all the stuff. We are going round. We're having an absolute blast. We have 4 trolleys in play. 4 trolleys in play for all the stuff. And honestly, this was really sweet for me because this is the first time, because one of the nicest things about the wedding for me, because I know everyone there, right? Because it's my family, my wife's friends, my friends, you know, so I know everyone. But obviously, not all my different friendship groups know each other. My family haven't met all of my friends, you know, stuff like this. You know, not all of my wife's friends have met all of my friends, stuff like this. But then I get to see everyone interacting. So there's just all these, like, this is like the start when I really realise there's going to be so many of these nice moments of a weekend where it's just like Unter talking to my little sister, and I just see him just having a laugh while they're waiting for me and my wife to figure out how many bloody sausages we need to make 3 days worth of breakfast. And I was like, this is class, actually. These are all my favourite people, and they're all coming together, and not just they're all coming together, they're actually all getting on like a house on fire, you know? So that was one of the most enjoyable bits of a weekend. So, load up. Load up from Costco, right? We are at the tills. We have 4 trolleys worth. So we're getting a load of cardboard boxes to pack everything up, etc., etc. We get everything in. The receipt is like, it's like comically long. The receipt is the height of me or something. A comically long receipt for all of this. And yeah, we load it all up. We pay. Honestly, it cost less than we thought it did. So four and a bit trolleys worth, and that's like 4 full trolleys plus the underneath full as well. All the alcohol, all the food, 3 days. And it was like, I don't know exactly, but it was in the region of £1,200, like £1,200 plus a bit. So actually, I thought, bargain, absolute bargain. Yeah, like we were all doing guesses because obviously it took the poor till, what's the person? The poor teller at the till, fucking ages, right, to scan all this stuff. God bless her. So we were all doing predictions. Cashier, thank you. Yeah, we were all doing predictions on how much it was, and none of us guessed that low. So we were thrilled about it. So then we head back, we load up the cars, and we head back to the venue. We had a bit of car trouble, not the actual car itself, but just the like the dashboard wouldn't come on because it was all electronics. So it was like the dashboard wouldn't come on, so no sat nav, no speedometer, stuff like that. So that was a bit of a hassle, but we were able to reset it. And then me, my wife, and Max, a car full of booze, we all head back to the venue. Then we rendezvous at the venue, and our incredible stylist had already been there from the morning, set everything up. So all of our tables were decorated, all the chairs were out, they were all laid out perfectly with placemats and people's names and everything in this. But someone else had been there since the morning as well, since 10:30 a.m. Someone who wasn't initially invited to the wedding, actually, but was available last minute to come and help us out. Uncoachable's very own Alpho turned up last minute to to fix all the audio issues for us. He turned up and he was there from 10:30. He set up all the speakers. He set up the lights. He made sure it was all connected. He produced the wedding. So Alpho turns up, sorts it all out for us. So we rendezvous at the venue. The stylist has nailed her job. Everything looks beautiful. The Alpho has nailed his job. Everything is ready to go. It's all working. Beautiful, right? Ready to go. So then we do all that. We're at the venue. We're setting up. A couple of my wife's friends have very kindly agreed to like cook a bunch of the food to put on like a big buffet that night. Perfect. So then we're doing the final setups. We're doing some sound checks. And by this point, for those of you who don't know, you might have seen him. Mod Coleman is also my best man. So at this point, Coleman's pretty keen that why aren't we drinking yet, essentially, you know? So the beers start coming. So we have a few drinks. Primary best man duty, to be fair. Yeah, I mean, look, anyone who was at that wedding will tell you how good a bloke Coleman is. But yeah, like Alpho knows. But there is nobody like him. Nobody like him. He really is the best. Not just my best man, he is the best man. And I will die on that hill. So we start having the drinks and more people are arriving, right? Because some people are coming after work. My friend Sonics, who is a TF2 player, people might remember from Twisted Minds. He was coming from Manchester, and Poco was flying into Manchester Airport. So my mate Sonics picks up Poco, and him and his wife drive Poco down and meet us. So everyone's arriving at different times. Jamie's arrived by this point as well. You know, so food's cooking, drinks are on the go, Poco arrives now, and for full context, all of my TF2 mates are probably in the, like, what you would call it, the, like, classic blokes type category. So what happens when a bunch of British blokes meet a French bloke who sounds like Poco does? You know, the very stereotypical French accent. All the fucking GCSE French comes out, doesn't it? All the GCSE French comes out. So they're all doing the accent, and Poco is like, what's the word? Duck in water as well, you know? Just absolutely rolls with it, is like leaning into it as well. Like, there's a bit, Coleman is Welsh, so there's a bit where Coleman was saying, because we were quite a few beers deep at this point, where Coleman's like, oh, sorry, Poco, I know, like, especially when I drink, I start talking really fast, and it can be, it probably, like, becomes quite hard to understand if it's not like your first language. And Poco just responds with, oh, I've not understood a single thing you've said so far. So it was actually fucking just class the whole way. All got on. Max actually missed this bit, because Max went to take a nap before work, because his scrim time while he's in the UK is quite late at night. So Max goes to bed to have a little nap before work, so he misses all of this. And then Max sleeps through the entire night out, sleeps through all of work, and just wakes up the next day. So, cheers, Max. Yeah, I saw Max's bed as well. Yeah, so poor Max, right? He's trying to sleep off because he's obviously, like, he has travelled from Australia, right? So it's a long way. And do you know what my mate, so for context, so like, Max's bed is here, and then there's a big room here, right? Where my mate Phil was staying on like a sofa bed. But also in this room is a pool table. So what does Phil decide to do at 3 a.m? Well, it's probably time to play pool, right? So poor sleepy Max, trying to recover from his jet lag. But mate, Phil's got a pool, as far as Phil's concerned, there's a pool table in his room. So it'd be rude not to play, wouldn't it? So he plays a bit of pool. I don't think Max woke up, to be fair. Alright. So, yep, Friday. Honestly, Friday's a class night. When in the pool table room, you know it, Chrissy. Honestly, it was a shame you didn't get to play pool, Chris. I reckon you would have smoked him because the standard wasn't that high, but we'll get onto that later. So then, alright, we go to bed. We all try and keep it reasonable, because the most dangerous thing, if you've ever got your friends together for like a weekend or something, what's the most likely thing that happens on the first day? Everyone is too excited and gets way too drunk. And then the Saturday is like a rough start, right? But we can't get too drunk. Well, especially me, I can't get too drunk. But I need to be in a position. To be on form for the wedding, okay? So, fast forward to Saturday. My body hates me. So my body wakes me up at 5 a.m. Can't get back to sleep. There's too much light in the room, so I'm just like, okay, I'll just lie here still, because my wife-to-be at this point is still asleep, and I don't want to wake her up. So, I just lie there, trying to get rest, even if I can't get sleep. So, then eventually, wife wakes up, we get up about 7, we get dressed, and we go around to just make sure, because obviously, me and my wife are going to go in different places to get ready, and I'm not going to see her until the ceremony, but we walk round. And as we walk around the corner, and bear in mind this is 7 a.m, and while a lot of people are staying on site, Poco and Jamie, they were staying at an Airbnb just like a 10-minute walk down the road, so not too bad at all, right? But when we leave at 7 a.m, we walk round to the other cottages, from our cottage to like the main cottage where everyone was going to meet for breakfast and stuff. And who's waiting outside at 7 a.m? Jamie and Poco! And they just look, I look at them. You guys have heard this bit? I'll do the short version then, because I don't actually know exactly what happened. But I walk past them and I go, "You alright, guys? What are you doing here already?" And all Jamie says is, "Oh, we definitely haven't been here all night," which obviously means These fucking idiots have been here all night. So, long story short, they couldn't get into their Airbnb and ended up just having to come back and sleep on the sofas at this place. So poor Poco and Jamie have had a right old night of it. You know, so eventually at about like 10 a.m, they're able to go get back into their place, get a couple of hours sleep, then come back for the ceremony. There's probably more detail that Jamie's already gone through, but yeah, up and down the hill, exactly. So, okay. Then we're basically just in a weird limbo stage because my wife and her bridesmaids and my mum, they're all getting their hair and their makeup done. And this process starts at 7 a.m. and it goes all the way through to the ceremony. Meanwhile, I've got not a lot to do, so I'm kind of just in limbo for a bit. So I'm waiting around, making sure stuff is ready. We were originally going to get married outside. And obviously getting married outside would have been really nice, but it was on and off raining. So we kept having this, do we get married outside and risk for rain? Do we play it safe and get married inside? But what if it's sunny at the time of the ceremony, all this? So we're having this whole big inside-outside debate. Everyone's like, I'm looking at the weather. I've never thought about the weather so much in my entire fucking life. Just looking at the sky, waiting for inspiration, checking 4 or 5 different weather apps, trying to figure it out. Yeah, how British? Exactly. So it's getting like close to the crunch time. I go and get ready. I can maybe show you a photo of me ready. Because there was, let's see, let me find, have I got me ready? Where's just me? Here we go. Wait, can I drop, if I drag and drop this here, will it work? Yeah, there we go. The sun was very much in my eyes. It's not my best smile, but all suited and booted. Suited and booted, flowers in, kitted up, ready to go. Turkish trim in full effect. So we were ready to go. So I get fully dressed, I get fully ready. We're still having the inside-outside call. Because look at this, right? This looks I'm outside at this point, right? It looks sunny enough. Looks sunny enough that you get married outside, right? There was this nice photo as well. Where is it? This was all my what do you call it? The like the photographer took like a nice photo of all my stuff. You know, just before I got ready properly. So we've got the tie, the ring, the shoes, everything like that.
Congrats, CX mate.
Thank you, Voidios. Appreciate it very much. So yeah, clean, doesn't it? The cuffs, yep. So we had a whole thing with the cuffs, right? Because originally I wasn't gonna have cufflinks, and I'm talking to my my groomsmen and my best man, and I'm saying, hey guys, should we get like cufflink initials, right? And the initials for all of my friends are like, there's obviously me, which is XH, Coleman, CC, there's an MA, and there's a TK, right? And we were like, everything like that, right? But then, Coleman said yes. My mate Matt, who you've maybe seen in chat, Matt CV, he says yes. And then my groomsman Toby says, he says, because somebody makes the joke, oh, you should get your gamer initials instead. So for Matt, that's CV, Matt CV, and for me, obviously, it's CX. And then Toby says, I will only agree to the cufflinks if you guys all use your gamer aliases. And I was like, well, it's fucking happening then, isn't it? So, yeah, really beautifully framed picture. And I'm glad, actually, after he said, because a bit of me at first, like, oh, here we go. But actually afterwards, yeah, right cool, right? Right cool, for sure. Okay, so then we're back. Inside, outside. Inside, outside. Where the fuck are we going to get married? And I'm play it safe pilled at this point, right? I'm play it safe pilled in terms of let's just get married inside. It'll look really nice in there, you know. It's not set up for inside yet. Not set up for inside yet, because basically there's 2 options. We have the barn, which could be the ceremony area, and then we can do a bit of rearranging and it can become the dining area. Or we get married outside, and this is just always set up for dining. So at the time, it was set up for dining. And then we are back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I walk up to the registry office. I've maybe got... Do you want to see a shot of me and the groomsmen? I'm sure they won't mind. So this is me, my best man, and my 2 groomsmen. Matching suits, of course. Looking the part. Looking the part. So, yeah, really happy with how the suits came together. Really happy that we got matching ones. So little hair in this photo. I know, right? He did say I should have. He said he did consider shaving his head at one point, just because he was like, if everyone else is doing it. Yeah, well, my mate Toby, he's actually like the exact same. Like his suit is the exact same size as my suit. So he said multiple times when we were in like the reception area before the wedding, waiting to get ready, people would come up to my mate Toby and be like, "Oh, are you nervous?" He'd be like, "No. Why would I be nervous?" Because they just... two bold people in green suits, you know? Stunt double. So, alright, we're doing this whole on... The staff kept asking him stuff? Yeah. No, different Toby, different Toby. So, back and forth on this whole inside, outside, inside, outside. Where are we gonna get married thing, right? And then at 1 p.m, so the ceremony's at 1:30, bear in mind. And then at 1 p.m, it starts pissing it down. The heaviest rain we've had all day. Fuck. So I call, well, my fiance, soon to be wife, hopefully. Because they've not had any of their bridesmaids photos done or anything because it's been raining, everything like this. So we're like, fuck. Because you didn't bury a sausage? Yeah, we didn't bury a sausage, so it's our own fault. No, we didn't get a cool car or anything. Because we were all on site for the whole thing, there was nowhere to drive to or from, you know? So it just seemed like an unnecessary cost. So, starts pissing it down at 1. Call the soon-to-be wife. And I'm like, have you seen the weather? Should we go inside? And she's a bit stressed at this point because she's, you know, oh, fuck. Everyone's going to have to sit outside. And, you know... We're going to have to sit outside. Everyone's going to have a brolly. It's going to be cold and rainy, and everyone's going to be out there for like an hour or something total, but be freezing by the end of it, right? But then our stylist, our wonderful stylist, honestly, if anyone needs recommendations for a stylist, or she also does wedding planning, or for a photographer, the two we had, unbelievably good. Unbelievably top quality. Would recommend them to anyone. They were so good, considering everything. So, our stylist, no drama. Don't worry, we will get the room changed around. This dining area will be a ceremony area before you know it. So everyone chips in, my uncles, my family, all the blokes moving tables and chairs. Move the tables, move the chairs. It's now a ceremony area. Okay, ready. Thank you, Ziad. Appreciate the 4 months. Good luck tonight, mate. So ready for the ceremony. She was banter as well. Yeah, she was class. She was a huge fan of everyone as well. She said everyone was so helpful in terms of getting everything moved. So, we're ready. We do it. I'm standing at the front. We're standing at the front, and then it's time, you know? So the way it works is the bridesmaids are going to come in first, and there's going to be a procession with my wife at the end of it, right? So the first bridesmaid walks down. And it's one of her friends, and she is like, you know when someone is trying not to cry? Not because they're upset, but, you know, because they're happy. So, trying to keep it together. No, didn't do a rehearsal. We rehearsed, like, some of the music changes and stuff, but no rehearsal. So, we're kind of just going through it. So, I'm trying to keep it together as well, because I was like, don't get all teary-eyed at the start of the ceremony. Hold it together. You have to do the vows, and you have to do all of this, you know, like, you know, hold it together. But then I see her trying not to cry, and we're, like, both smiling at each other, both trying to, like, keep it together. And it's probably, we haven't got photos of that bit yet, but I imagine when we see the photos, it's just going to be the two of us sort of doing this awkward grimace smile together, just like, everything's happy. So, she comes down, the bridesmaids comes down, the music's playing, DJ Alpha has got the music playing, so he's got the song going. My wife comes down the aisle, beautiful. And then we do the whole ceremony, we have a reading from Sarah's sort of surrogate mother, and from my mother. The readings are beautiful. Then we wrote our own vows, which was, like, I'm glad we did it, but it's also, it was like a nerve-wracking bit, right? Because I wanted to get it right. I wanted it to get special. I wanted it to be special. I wanted it to be heartfelt. But it's also, not only is it public speaking, but it's also public speaking where I'm being, like, probably way more emotionally honest than I have ever been in front of, like, my friends and family. You know? But I'm glad I did them. They went down really well. My wife liked them. I liked hers. We're probably going to get them, like, printed out and framed or something like this. So that was really nice. And then we do that. We do all like for sort of legal bits, you know, like for repeat after me type stuff. Beautiful. And then we go do the signing, right? And when you sign officially, like sign the wedding certificate thing, you also have to have a witness come up. So it was my wife's sister, my sister. They come up, they do it. And my little sister, oh, God bless her. What is she? She's 9 years younger than me. So it's very much like a big brother, little sister relationship. And she is bawling her eyes out. And I was fine the entire wedding. But as soon as I see my little sister crying, then I'm tearing up as well. So we're both just there signing the piece of paper, tearing up. But it was such a special moment. She was so happy. She was buzzing. Yeah, no prenup, no need. So yeah, that was a beautiful moment. We don't have the photos from that bit yet, but I'm super excited for it. And then we do the little walkout. All nice, right? And then we go out to have our photos taken, like group photos and stuff. I can show you a photo of the wedding, or like one of the photos we had afterwards. Obviously, it was raining on and off at the time, so hence the umbrellas in this one. But I think it's a good photo. I think we look for part. Look for part? I think it's nice. And honestly, as much as like I was a bit skeptical with the umbrellas of like, do we want like umbrellas in all the photos? The umbrellas are actually a super nice touch, you know? I think it's really good actually. So the umbrellas, really perfect. Yeah, no, I agree. Like, there was a bit of me of like, oh, do we want umbrellas and all of this? But yeah, actually, they really made the photo. And because this is the outside area, so original plan was we were going to get married in this area, you know, with this as the backdrop the entire time. Whoa! Thank you, Chicken Waffles! Thank you very much! 20 gifted? Oh, that's class. That's absolutely class. Thank you very much. What timing as well. Very much appreciated, Chicken Waffles. Yeah, the brollies are really good, so I'm excited for a lot of them. But yeah, cheers, Chicken Waffles. Appreciate it a lot. What a nice way to top off a wedding recap. So, all right. So then we're doing more pictures and stuff. Thank you. Appreciate it. Love the dress? Yeah, I mean, it looked really good. Like, I think, yeah, it was super heavy. So I think by the end of the day, she was kind of done with it. But it looked the part. It was beautiful. She looked beautiful. Everything went together really nicely. Really liked it. And then we got another photo of, like, more groomsmen. When we got a nice photo, we got, like, a walking and laughing. I thought this photo is actually just fucking class as well, you know? Like, this is really happy. Obviously, loads of the couple photos came out nice, but this one of the groomsmen, actually, like, yeah, this is it, you know? Honestly, our photographer was so good. So good. Yeah, I mean, I'll do, like, another one when we have more of the photos, I think. No, the uncoachable, we haven't got those ones yet. We've just got a few of them, really. So we've not got too many. Okay. So I'll go quick because I know EMEA is starting soon as well. So we'll do the rest of it. So then we do some photos when we go in for dinner. Dinner is a charcuterie board. So like cheese, crackers, grapes, sausage rolls, stuff like that. They made us a cheesecake and some brownies for dessert as well. So it's a full buffet. But before dinner starts, we do our speeches. Okay? So we do our speeches. So Matt introduces us, and to go first is my dad. Now, obviously, Alpho and maybe a couple of you have met my dad. But if you haven't met my dad, you'll know he's a very quiet and reserved person, you know? Top guy, super hard worker, dedicated family man, etc. Good dad, but very quiet and reserved. And he does love his Doctor Who. But he has to do a speech. And the speech is on a little stage at the front, microphone, talking to a crowd, you know. So really not his wheelhouse, not his comfort zone. And then I can't do it justice because I can't remember the wording. But he comes out with just like, he introduces himself as my father. And then he drops like a fucking joke. And it's like such a good zinger, and it just sets up perfectly. And I was completely blindsided. I was expecting my dad to do like a short, nice speech, and he just drops an absolute fucking banger to kick us off. And then he does then the whole bit, you know, a couple of stories from my childhood and stuff like this, like really classy. And then it's time for the bridesmaid speech. So one of my wife's bridesmaids comes up and she does a speech. And what she has written, and again, I can't do it justice, but she has written a poem with all the other bridesmaids. And she comes on stage, she's a bit nervous. So she asks the crowd, she asks the audience if they can give her a cheer, a bit of energy to help her get through it. The audience responds, they give her a cheer, and then she does this beautiful poem. She's actually sent us a copy of it, like printed out on nice paper. We're going to hang it in our house because it was so beautiful. Personal, emotional, lovely, right? Beautiful. Really, yeah, like honestly, such a good poem, and my words won't do it justice. And then we move on to the best man. The best man speech. Now, in the build-up, Coleman has been repeatedly threatening to me that he's going to do a 45-minute speech. And then on the day before as well, he says, well, I've got a good speech and a bad speech, you know? Like a a nice speech, a not so nice speech. We'll see which way I go on the day. So then he gets up, he does his speech. He does a lot of normal bits. He talks about how when we first met back in TF2, yeah, he kept saying 45 minutes in a song, yeah. So, not quite 45 minutes. But he does the whole bit about how, when me and Coleman first met, we didn't get on. Like, he didn't think I was that, he thought I was a bit of an arsehole. Didn't get on at all. But, maybe a year or so later, or maybe a couple of lands later, we got on. And then Coleman, I didn't even realise this, right, but Coleman says what he thinks is the difference between the first time he met me and the second time he met me, and the difference, I guess, in my personality, my demeanour, how I was. First time, single. Second time, after meeting my future wife. So he does this whole bit of backstory, you know, a few funny stories, niceties as well. And then there is this bit where he does the speech, right? He's got a piece of paper that he's reading off. And then he folds up the paper and he throws it away. But the speech is not over. The speech is just beginning. Because this is where we then get off the script. Off the script. I mean, you were there, Max, right? Was it not an aura moment where Coleman throws away the piece of paper and it's like, now it's going to begin. So he throws away the paper and then he does this whole big recounting of all the lands we've been to. All the lands we've been to, all the places we've been, you know, like Lithuania, Philadelphia, LA, all these times I've gone away or I've quit my job or cut down my hours to go and do a gaming thing. And he points out that every single point, what happens is my wife says that's okay, that's fine, supports me in all of the decisions. And then he does all these bits and these funny land stories and all of this as we go through a sort of recounting of my whole history. And then he ends the whole thing with very much, if you have a mate, like he is my mate, if you have a mate, what more could you ask for your mate than their wife to support him living his dream and doing everything he wants to do? What better gift could a wife give to your mate? You know, you want your mate to live their dreams, be as happy as they can be. And it was a really sweet ending to a speech. Really sweet ending. So he tied it all together. Honestly, top quality. I've said already, Max, I imagine you weren't here for that bit, but like, Coleman is actually the best man. There was no song at the end, though. No song at the end. All right. And then I realize we're going to start soon, so I'll try and like keep it relatively brief on this. So then I have to do my speech. I do my speech. Honestly, my speech was the worst. Like it was fine. I just thanked a lot of people. Tried to do a couple of jokes, you know, just little like throwaway laughs, and then we started it, you know. But the groom speech isn't normally that hard. I just have to thank everyone, and I think I remember to thank everyone. So then we have dinner. I'm on a table with Max, Chris's wife, obviously my wife, and a couple of her other friends as well. We all get on really well, I think. all of a sudden, Chris is talking to one of her bridesmaids about FPL because they both play FPL. Never met before this point, and I was like, it just, you know, everyone's friends. They just don't know it yet. So then we have, I did not use the word weather your storm, no. I did tell everyone that our table will be going to the buffet first out of respect. So then we have dinner. We all have a buffet. Food is great. All looking good. Then we go outside for some more photos. And I don't know if I have... Do I have a photo of this? Shout out Vintage Cheddar. Chrissy found his one. Can I show this one? I don't know. I don't think my wife is watching. I'm not sure. I think she won't mind. I think it's a nice photo. But what do you do if you get married on an animal sanctuary that has a load of alpacas and other animals? You get a photo with the animals, right? A photo with the animals. I am watching. Can I show the alpaca photo? I think it's a nice one, but it's your call. She's debating. She's debating. Which alpaca photo? The one with us walking away from them. I've put her under pressure here as well. This is a twisted arm situation. Imagine if she got an ad. No ad playing. Hear about Backbone and Hunter kissing? I wasn't there for that bit. She's checking the logs. Anyway, so we go... I can paint you a picture either way. So we go into the field for a photo with the alpacas, right? And they give us these little trays. Thank you for the anonymous gift to Mrs. Commander X. So in the field with the alpacas, we've got these little trays to feed them with, right? So we are walking through feeding the alpacas, and the alpacas are following us. Though one of the alpacas then looks at my wife. And then what does this alpaca do? Considering all we're doing for these alpacas is just giving them food for free, what does this alpaca do? Gets a mouthful of food, chews it for a couple of seconds, spits everywhere. There's one single speck on me, on my shoulder, and my wife has been plastered in alpaca spit. So, that's what alpacas do. Dickheads, right? Absolute dickheads. So, wedding dress? Yeah, I mean, like, face, there were bits in the hair. It was, yeah. Bad. It was hilarious as well, right? And the good thing about something bad like that happening on your wedding day is you're in such a good mood, it's all okay. Oh, wait, I've been told this alpaca photo is okay. This one. Okay. This is us in the alpacas. I think this is maybe pre-spit? I think this is pre-spit. Thank you, Remy, for the tier 1. So this was pre-spit here. Of course they do, Max. But Max, we're getting to that part of the story. Because then what happens, we have an ice cream van. Ice cream van is there. Beautiful. And then the rest of the evening, me and her are going to go off and do some more like couple photos, some nice photos for all of that. And then it's basically, we're going to do a first dance, drinking, food. There's a pizza van of the evening. The pizza was delicious. So all we have to do now, go up for some photos. The photos were like, by the end of it, I was pretty done with the photos. Thank you, Mr. Mango Juice. I'll tie this one up quickly because I know we're getting towards the end. Because I missed a lot of the fun. Like, I missed Chris's wife making best friends with, like, Sarah's family and just being attached at the hip to her. I missed Jamie kissing Max. I missed all of that. And that all happened while I was away. So we have to wait for the candid photos. It was post-spit? Oh, we cleaned you up by then. So then, yeah, we go off for some photos. Everyone's having ice cream. There's like some few games for the kids and stuff to play with to keep themselves entertained. And then all we have to do, come back, one last task, one last sort of ceremonial thing for first dance. So, my groomsmen, Matt and Alpho, who's in charge of the audio, they have been practicing this transition. Because the plan is, we're going to do our first dance, then Matt is going to invite everyone onto the dance floor, and we're going to go into ABBA, and it's going to be a big party everyone's going to join. All we have to do is the first dance, right? First dance music was Wake Me by the Bleachers, a song that's been quite near and dear to our hearts. We've seen them do it live, one of our favourite songs. Thank you, Jack, for the 12 months. Hold on, I'm going to try and get the clean feed up while we do this as well. So yeah, so Wake Me into ABBA. Lay Your Love. So, there we go. Hold on, let me... Okay. So, we come in for the first dance, and it's nice and slow. But we had something else planned as well. Because what my wife was really keen on is she wanted to get dipped, right? She wanted to get dipped, you know, like leant over, kissed, right? No problem. We did a couple of practices, stuff like that, you know, it was okay. I thought you meant the French bloke, not the French bloke. Don't tell me you dropped your wife. So, the dance is going fine. Her dress is a bit long, so it's a little bit awkward. You know, have to keep, like, sort of kicking the dress out of the way a bit, so because we're, like, spinning around and the dress sort of curling us up. But then it gets to, like, the key moment in the song where it sort of, it drops, I guess, for lack of a better word. So then I dip my wife. Beautiful. And honestly, the photos I've seen of it, what a great look. What a great photo. The problem is, I've had a couple of drinks by this point. I've been standing a lot. And I feel I've lost my balance. You know what I mean? Like I'm leaning and I no longer have a solid contact with the floor. So, so if this is the dance floor area, we are in the middle, right? And the dip is going this direction. At which point, I lose my balance. Lose my balance. But I lose my balance. I stumble once. I stumble twice. I hold it. No drop. No drop. And what could have been a disastrous story becomes a funny story. Diamond hands! Alright, hold on, let me... Am I going to start the bloody Overwatch, these people? All drip, no drop, exactly. So... You were literally TU on a map fight. I mean, I don't know how it looked from the outside, but from a first-person perspective, it felt pretty scary at the time. It felt like we were going. I don't know how I stopped us falling, but instinct takes over, you know? Survival instincts. Preserve the marriage. Preserve the wedding. It looked scary as well, but it all worked out. All right, we're going in, so we'll swap over. But honestly, that was kind of the end of the story. Because then it's just drinks and fun and all of that, you know? When there's more photos available, I'll be sure to show a few more photos as well. Thank you, Ayua, for the 10 gifted as well. Just in time for the start of playoffs. But honestly, the next day, actually, because we had for Sunday, we went for a walk to Thor's Cave, lovely little scenic area. And then we had a barbecue, and then we went and played pool. Maybe after the first map, I'll tell you a bit more about the Sunday, but that was the wedding day. Just drinks and a good time, and all the closest people in our lives getting on and having a great time together. So really, couldn't have asked for a more perfect day with a more perfect group of people. Now, someone else hoping to have a perfect day with a perfect group of people is young Chrissy. Upper bracket of playoffs, winner qualifies to the Esports World Cup. Twilight is on Lucio. Twilight is dead. Not the perfect start, but remember, sometimes you can nearly drop something, but you can hold it at the last minute. Okay, Kai's got a counter pick, though. It's not over yet. Still in this one. They've lost control, but Heesung's very much separated here. Just get a bit more game volume here. Alright. So, Twilight's going to rack up, what is he, second death of Niz Gardens already. Does anyone still have Twilight on Fantasy? Because if you do, you need to grow up. Heesung is back on Widowmaker now. Not on Widowmaker, sorry, on Winston. Same difference. Amping it up, grouping up, ready to go again. In theory, Tracer, Winston, they should be able to hit this Baptiste quite a lot. The Simvo, but Lubza with an opening pick onto Kevza is going to stop TU right in their tracks. Can't go any more, and Ziad's going to take a bit of a step forward, and another kill. Lubza doesn't miss. And TU are thoroughly on the back foot right now, but they do have a Kitsune Rush coming back, meaning they can take this next fight very aggressively. Looking to walk back in. Find their timing. They want to land on top of Landon with this Kitsune Rush. If they can get the Kitsune Rush to go through the window, that'll be a really good position for them. Clearing a bit of space now, pocketing Heesung through, had to bubble early, there is the window, can they go through it? No, they just try and disengage, but Twilight is split but alive. Now the symbol comes through, Kitsune Rush on point to force the objective here from Sky, but he's awfully low. Ziad's got the kill through that Kitsune Rush. Twilight was split, remember, so no pocket available. And now Ziad is just hunting down these unpocketed targets. Kevza can't connect the Pulse Bomb. And it is all looking bad for TU right now. They have to jump back. One more fight, one more attempt for TU. They've got an overclock to start the fight, a beat to follow it up, but Lub's just gone first. They're going really early. They want to make the touch as hard as possible. Looking for Kevza. Kevza takes a body shot. He jukes underneath, but who's going to get the touch? Kevza gets shut down by Ziad. The beat comes through from Twilight, but the boop is good. Kellex plays defense, denies the touch, and it's 100-0 to Alcad in this first one. But we did get the beat off at least. Landon Kellex deathless. That's what I like to see. Landon's on my team. Don't let Landon die. All right, jump pad roll out here. It's true, off-brand milk. It's true. High ground with this Sim TP. Holding this one as TU look for their first engage. Heesung waiting for his timing, jumps up now, half HP, just over the top though. Once and over, they all jump onto Heesung though. They punish this jump. And really, it was only Heesung going up by himself, so limited pressure from different angles. And Al could see it as soon as they see it. And they've cleaned this one up. Nice and easy. Just punish for Winston and TU a bit flat-footed here. Touch more game volume? Certainly can. Early bubble from Heesung just onto the Diva right now, but he's been cleared. And really, TU, there just seems to be no punch here. Look at it, just getting beaten up. Heesung has to back jump. Twilight's going to duck behind cover. Kev's just forcing a point, though. He's going to pull some people back. Now maybe TU can go forward. Kev's just getting marked on point, and TU are going to try and take the space as a result. But Landon nearly has this window ready to go. He's trying to mark for point and look forward. A body shot forces the lamp out of Landon now. This is the time for TU to go. They've nearly got the Kitsune Rush, but Landon is low on cooldowns. A TP away to safety to try and keep their backline okay. Ziad's going to continue to anchor point, but now TU, the Kitsune Rush. It's time to go. Defensive bubble from Heesung again. So many of these bubbles are just Heesung on the back foot rather than getting a chance to play aggressively. So they're going to have to slow it down, wait for that bubble. But Heesung is so low. Another back jump and Lubda for window. Turbocharges that shot. Takes down Sky immediately. And Heesung is on the run. And just, they can't get close to Landon right now. Easy cleanup. Thank you, Sukunch, for the prime. And this is just looking, it's just looking easy for Alcacia at the moment. There's no danger. There's no peril. There's no threat onto Landon. OWCS now have all the ultimates to maybe close this one out, and we could be in a 200-0 situation. Twilight's going to have the beat, though, a chance to be more aggressive. Early, overclock from Lubda, just pumping damage into him. Here comes the beat, too little, too late. They do at least trade a kill. Kennex has the beat back, but they drop a symbol instead. Now the lamp is out. Pulse bomb flung from Kevster. Doesn't connect. He's going to try and force the point. The rest of TU are still trying to come forward. Kennex is going to take the 1v1. Oh, wait, Landon's with him as well, so it's a 1v2. Kevster's had his recall forced. He can keep touching for a while, but OWCS, they are slowing it down, and they have a beat push ready to go. Beat push comes through. Now, it doesn't catch checkmate, though. Has to be a little bit careful here. And actually, TU have kited a decent amount of this. They've lost Kai. Twilight's going to hit the boot back, but Sky and Twilight are alive. Valkyrie Lucio can regroup with their team on point. Well, kind of. Heesung's popped the primal and traded it, though, so TU not quite out of it yet, but they have to keep the point contested. Ziad is all over this backline, though. 2 backline kills for him as Heesung comes back to point. Needs to kill Nassim. Can't let Checkmate get to the TP, but he does get to the TP. Checkmate is just harassing him. Does get the D-Mech, actually, as Heesung goes deeper. All on Kai right now. Needs to hit every shot. Baby Diva's 1 HP. Deals with the Baby Diva. Kev's has got the touch taken over. TU not going down without a fight. Kai's going to swing back onto point. Pocket from his Lucio. The duel between Lubta and Kai. Kai's got him pinned in a corner, but he can't find the kill. Checkmate's trying to right-click spam his way out. They force him back. He TP's forward and he kills Kai. Checkmate nails the shot. And OWCS, they won't concede the flip. They won't concede the point. They'll 200-0 it. Checkmate with the crucial kill. Have I got the fancy stuff ready to go? Isn't that... Oh, that doesn't look good, does it? Let me close that. There we go. Where am I going? OWCS. Nope, not that one. OWCS, fancy OWCS. That's what I'm thinking of. Where am I going? Alright, here are the scores for anyone who's interested. Ziad, top scorer. Checkmate, decent as well. Lubda. Landon, 4.5, happy with that. Kennex, deathless, but doesn't actually score that highly. Neglected to change your fancy roster this stage. Good call, Max. Good call. Thank you, Kenzie. Glad to know my son. My son did so well. Alright, how long do we have, do you think? Do you think I can squeeze in a quick Sunday story from the wedding? Because I don't think there's nothing to fucking analyse about that game, was there? Nothing to analyse about that. let's keep it a $1.50. Alright. Alright, predictions sorted. A quick Sunday. Alright, so wake up Sunday, a few people, obviously there were a few day guests and stuff, you know. Chrissy and his wife, only a day guest, obviously, because Chrissy had to rush back to, I think it was Frosttails they had to beat. So had to crush Frosttails quickly, but Chrissy was good for it, of course. So he goes and gets the job done. The rest of us, we wake up, we go for a little walk to Thor's Cave. We see some of the sights, beautiful views. Mikey A, who you might remember from Overwatch, Cloud9 player back in the day. So we climb up to the top of Thor's Cave. Then Mike goes and there's like another little rock hanging out onto a cliff. He goes onto the rock. His poor girlfriend. Mike, get back, Mike! Mike, don't be so close to the cliff. She's worried. But Mike, if you don't know, Mike is an experienced rock climber. You know, he does it a lot in his spare time. So don't worry about him. And then Mike, obviously, goes to walk away, you know, respects his girlfriend's concern. Walks away, but then obviously one of the guys shouts, "Do the griddy!" At which point he obviously griddies back towards the cliff. But you'll be pleased to know Mike survived his griddy on the cliff and lives to this day. So we do that, we see the Thor's Cave, people get in the cave, nice time. Dogs have a wicked time as well. Then we head back to have the barbecue. And again, it's mainly just a lot of drinks and a good time, really. We come back. One of the bridesmaids' husbands does the barbecue. I'm seeing this, Max. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. So then we head back. One of the bridesmaids' husband does the barbecue, and he does an immaculate fucking job. Incredible quality of food coming out here. Costco providing the good food, and the cook was nailed as well. So absolutely perfect. And then, what time is it after the barbecue? It's time for drinks. But we've drunk all the beers. We've drunk all the beers, so we are having to get through the remaining spirits. So, the drink of choice, based on what we had left, was tequila with lime. Obviously, this wasn't going down great at a certain point, but then my mate Phil had a great idea. We can fix the taste of just tequila and lime by adding Malibu, and the Malibu will water it down. So we all had some tequila and Malibus. And it was honestly, it was much more palatable. We did have rum at one point as well, but we drank all the rum quite quickly. Then we go up to old Phil's room to play pool. So we're all playing pool, various levels of skills. Meanwhile, remember where the pool room is, right? So we are playing pool here, in the bedroom over here across the hall. This is where Unter is coaching SSG's official from. So, same room upstairs. Then eventually, Unter joins the group. He's won! We all cheer! We celebrate SSG's mighty victory. And we all have a good time. So we're all playing pool, and some of us are better than others. I'm not that good. Mate Phil was probably the best. And then my dad, you remember my quiet, reserved, mild-mannered dad. He comes in and wants to play. And it's like, okay, yeah, not really a big drinker, all of that, but he wants to play pool. Wonder how good my old dad is. How good is he at pool? Because we're all a little bit wank, if we're being honest. My dad comes in, first shot, nails an absolute beauty, and the room loses its mind. No one was expecting this, and then my dad reveals that he won a few pool tournaments back in university, at which point we realise we're about to get rinsed here. So, class 1 there, and then we kind of just stay up and drink, you know? We have a good time. There's a few people have gone back because it's for Sunday, so it's mainly like a few of my friends, my family, a couple of my wife's family, and Unter, of course. So there's a couple of other stories from the day. I think Unter particularly enjoyed the moment where he was taught about the Last Samurai drinking game, but we'll lock in for the Overwatch for a little bit here. I don't know how much action we're going to see, but if there is a map that should favour TU, it should be this map. And Unter? Well, yeah, because Unter doesn't fit into any of the other groups. He is my friend. And honestly, Unter's now a friend with all my friends as well. Seems like TU are very much stuck in the spawn right now. You don't have to lie to them, Zavi. You know what I used to say, Max? I used to say, you can tell who's my actual friend in TF2, because all my actual friends in TF2 call me Zavi. And now you call me Zavi, you've made the cut. You've made the cut, mate. Peeking now out onto the high ground TU, trying to take a little bit of space, but Ziad is keeping that point anchored. What have you started, Max? What have you started? They clear Ziad off now, and the payload will start to roll forward. Finally, a bit of forward momentum for TU as they try and deepen it. Twilight's taking a lot of damage. And look at this aggressive swing from Lubs right now, rotating aggressively on this Cass. Can't find anything, though. We'll peek out main, looking for Kai, but Kai's going to rotate away. And Lubda's a little bit caught in no man's land here. He turns back onto the Winston, but they've lost Landon. Kai's going to get punished on that slide, though, and Kedix and Lubda's adventure continues. Running around the high ground looking for kills, but the payload is still moving forward. Kevs now have a chance to go behind as Heesung jumps for high ground, but they're already far back. Alcacia have successfully bought time for Landon to come back here. And they will have a window to use, but window quite difficult to use into this type comp matchup. TU have a lot of ults to throw at that window as well. They try and clear the high ground, but Heesung's back jump is good. Bubble onto it as well. Lup's just going to peek around that bubble. They break the bubble for him as well, but Lup's got nothing to shoot at here. We'll just take the time that High Noon buys them and continue playing the high ground. But here comes Heesung. Primal available. Kitsune Rush to keep the push going. Twilight Fountain flicking onto Kellex. No beat response. It's going to be a Simward instead, but Checkmate is still low underneath. Heesung keeps going deeper. He's got the Primal Rage going now. He's stuck behind and he can't find anything. Looked like it should have been a good setup, but can't find the kills. But now the Captive Sun from Twilight to finish the job with a beat from Kellex for Downpour. They managed to get out of it, but no, not quite. Twilight falls, still pushing forward. They deal with the Winston, and TU threw everything at him. A Primal Rage, a Pulse Bomb, a Captive Sun, an Overclock, and only one kill to show for it. It's not enough, and TU are going to be reset. It looked like the door was open for him there. They kill Kellex before he gets the beat off. Then Heesung drops the Primal, but it just... They couldn't find anything with the Captive Sun, anything with the Primal. And now, TU only have one more fight. 35 seconds on the clock. No ults with which to work. They need someone to step up. Lubda playing aggressively on the high ground, looking for this early damage. Heesung lands on top of him, but he's taken a lot. They want to respond to him. They want to punish this Winston. Heesung's been forced back. Lubda is on the high ground, getting harassed by Kevster, but here is Kellex. Full pocket onto Lubda. He's on the low ground. There is a Sim TP available, but they're slowing it down a little bit now, T. They nearly have this Kitsune Rush. Clearing out Ziad, and Kevster's able to get the touch. Trying to play for this one. They need Sky to get that dive onto the backline. They need to kill Lubda. The TP onto the High Noon. He's going to TP back. Has he found Sky? He's killed Sky. The Kitsune Rush is not coming. The Primal Rage is not coming. The TP jukes him out. They find no kills. A late one from Kai, but it's not enough. And it's a full hold.
Score 0-0. Switching sides.
Oh dear. I mean, Chris did warn us at the start of the day that they were going to get 3-0'd. Which should have, in many ways, been our first clue that this fixture might not go too well. That was our first clue. No way he was being serious. No, Chris just tells it as it is, you know? OWCS emoting in spawn. And remember, as much as this doesn't really feel like too much of a competitive game, the stakes are real. The winner of this game qualifies for the Esports World Cup. OWCS seem pretty happy about that situation. What does that guy know? It's a good point. Slingshot approaching maximum tension. There's still another map to give to get maximum tension. Sim Cass again from OWCS. Going to play to focus through the point here. It's Kiri Brig on the defense from TU. Heesung drops his initial bubble. Bit of farm, but not too much. They're going to get the payload underneath, and they 5-man rotate, and not all too much peril on that rotate as well. You think the Bap's life should be hard, and he's just going to get one shot as he drops down. Sources tell me they have a Korean Winston, but I'm yet to see any evidence with my eyes. They're going to drop down and keep forcing the point right now. And they're going to clean up all these kills behind for free as well. Heesung is coming back on Doom. Can they even touch? What is there to say? What is there to say? Do you want to see some numbers? I can show you some numbers. 0 jump, 1 die. Alright. Obviously, that was very quick, actually, so not a huge number of points for anyone. Checkmate gets the most on 5.5 and Lubda on 5. Yeah, this is a problem with OWCS because I've got Landon in my team still, but they're just not scoring a lot of points because the maps are over so quickly. This is ugly. I mean, yeah. Like, it's not a, All right. So, where do they go now? Where do they go now? Oh, wait. Well, we've got a bit of downtime, because, again, I don't know how much analysis this really is to make of that. Final bit of a wedding, then. Obviously, we have Sunday night, we have drinks. We stay up to about 3 a.m. drinking, you know. My friends teach Hunter all about the Last Samurai drinking game to play when you're on a long-haul flight somewhere. And I'm sure Hunter will give it a go. There he is. Hunter mentioned. Thank you, Fixter830254. Appreciate the prime. The drinking game. So the short version is, if you've watched The Last Samurai, basically for the first part of the film, you drink every time Tom Cruise drinks. And if you don't know, this isn't really a spoiler, but in the first part of the film, Tom Cruise is an alcoholic. So you can imagine how it goes. And then, once Tom Cruise starts learning to become a samurai, you take a drink every time Tom Cruise commits cultural appropriation. Have a go at the game yourself, and let me know. Let me know how you get on in the second half of the film. For The Last Samurai. Don't you die before the end? That's how you know it's a good drinking game. Thank you, Coffee Sip, for the tier 1 as well. Can I do whiskey shots to this? I wouldn't recommend it, DD. So then, yeah, we have a good night. We wrap up in the morning. We pack everything up. We had to clean the barn on Sunday as well, but everyone chipped in and it wasn't that trouble. We did it before we started drinking proper. We head back on Monday, and then obviously it's me, Max, and my wife. We get back into Nottingham. Hunter is we're gonna take Hunter to the train station a little bit later. By take, I mean we're gonna walk him. But before we leave Nottingham, and you might have heard this bit of a story already if you were here on Friday, but while in Nottingham, it'd be rude not to meet Kai, wouldn't it? While he's here, while you're all happen to come all the way from Australia. So we go meet up for lunch with Kai. We go have a couple of pies with Kai. Hunter enjoys his pie with Kai. I enjoy my pie with Kai. I introduce Kai to my wife, and it's my first time to say, this is my wife. So Kai got to witness the debut of that one. And we take Hunter. Wait, I can show this picture, I think. Wait, I need to send it to Hunter first so I can download it. Hold on. We take Hunter to see the Robin Hood statue. Because what else would you do while you're in Nottingham, huh? Let's see, where is it? When did we go?
Dear sir, it gives me the utmost pleasure
Thank you, Quark.
out of respect, offer you my congratulations on your wedding, and I hope that it pays dividends in all of this. I hope that you remain as locked into marriage as you do to the Overwatch grind. I remain, Master Strange Quark Esquire.
Thank you, Quark. A lovely message. Alright, I've got 2 more photos I think I can show you. We have to be really quick, okay? Alright. Can we be quick? Can we be quick? So this is 2 handsome young men at the Robin Hood statue. You might recognize a few of them. The one in the middle is Robin Hood. It's not the best photo. I'll give you that. What? Don't question mark young. And of course, do you know what also happens when you have alpacas at your wedding at an animal sanctuary? What do alpacas like to do? Not all animals like to do? They like to fuck in the background, don't they? So I think there's a pretty good group photo of all our mates in front of the humping alpacas. Because we couldn't resist. The photographer, when we said, get a look at this, they're humping. So, I think it's to come, but we're gonna get, well, poor choice of words. We're gonna get one of me and my TF2 mates group photos in front of the humping alpacas, because the photographer sprinted over to get that picture. Alright. Now, enough about humping alpacas. Let's go back to watching OWCS hump the ultimates here. It's going to be a sim ban from TU. Checkmate's been a menace for him. An absolute menace for him on this sim. But he's going to play Tracer now instead, and they have picked him, so I guess it's working. Hazard into the D.Va here as well. Pretty even matchup. They give away first flip though despite that pick. An invite to the game. We're already in the game, face it. Ziad's going to go too far. He gets picked off. And now a chance to come back in. The TU reverse sweep. It might start here. Checkmate has respawned and got a late kill though, so it's not the cleanest one in the end, but TU do have control of a point back. And they have this Kitsune rush. The slingshot. Is it starting to turn all of its tension into forward momentum? That's how the physics work, and it looks like it is! Kai with a pick onto Landon before the fight. TU take a step forward. Push them back to spawn, and OWCS, they're forced to reset. Landon is coming back with this window. Sky has the Kitsune rush, though. They nearly have a beat. They can play this next fight aggressively. Beat advantage for Twilight. Who's the best Lucio now, Kellex? We'll revisit it a bit. Kitsune rush available for Sky. TU should play this one aggressively. They want to go through the window. Kitsune rushes drop. They try and disengage. They get round the corner. Lamp is forced. Window response. Kai gets one shot by Lifter coming through it. But Kevster's in. He's got betrayed. Sky's going as well. They double down. They go through the window. They get the kills. Suzu from Sky to keep going. Pulse Bomb is out. It's onto Heesung, but he blocks most of the damage. And TU, they're not just winning fights. They're winning the round. 100-0, no touch available.
Secured.
And TU are back.
Next flashpoint ruins.
Beat available now for both teams. Blade for Kevster as well here. So the classic setup here for TU would be use one ult to force the beat out of Kellex and the second ult to finish the job. So they can trade beats, then finish with Blade, or they can Blade early to force the beat. They Blade early, they force the beat comes off. Now Twilight has a bigger beat, but Sky dies. The beat comes back in anyway. They are trying to flood forward. Lufter is lamped though. The Downpour to keep chasing. The Downpour has locked him in. There's a defensive wall. Can they find the kills? Heesung and Kai find one apiece. Ziad is good for the trade, but there's still healing here, but it's only Lucio healing. It's all on Twilight to pocket his team. The point is unlocked, but everyone is caught up in this fight. Ziad is playing for the trades. The boop is good from Twilight. Kai and Heesung, they double in, but they find no kills. Checkmate shuts down both of them. OWCS will win this dogfight and take themselves over to point. Coming back, Kai has the overclock from this retake. Ziad has the self-destruct though, so can really use that self-destruct to basically, as a second life, really extend his uptime, marking this overclock as it comes through. Coming through the right-hand side right now, TU, trying to rotate. They amp through, clear a bit of space over to the right-hand side, and OWCS are going to pivot round to TU's side of point. The point 4 starts coming out with this wall, bit of pressure onto the D.Va, but Ziad's going to use his full matrix. Disruptor shot comes through now as they continue to poke him out. Checkmate is in the back. Pulse Bomb is available, but wants to force for Suzu first. He's been forced back, actually. Overclock comes through. Checkmate in trouble, but Kai can't finish the kill. Still a bit of this overclock going, but has to be careful peeking the window. Ziad goes through aggressively. Self-destruct's available. Here's for self-destruct. Here's for Pulse Bomb. Heesung's doubling down for the kill. Kai shuts down Kellex. Checkmate will trade it back. Twilight is low. Sky has the Kitsune rush right now. It's 3 versus 2. Kevster and Heesung, we don't even need the Kitsune rush. Checkmate is trying to clutch it out. They're all so low, but Checkmate can't find the kills. Sky's going to start passively regenning soon as well. More pressure on. Heesung is still 1 HP. The pocket's coming through now. Checkmate 3 seconds away from a recall. Gets to the mini, and OWCS, they will be able to recontest this one. They haven't got the flip yet, T, but they have double support ult coming right up. Checkmate fighting out with Kevster on the flank, makes an aggressive move through. Twilight tries to mark that one. Lots of pressure on Twilight, 99%. Kitsune runs forwards. Twilight goes for the beat, catches everyone. Behind him, still there. Kevster's walking on. Heesung's coming. Deflect is good. Kevster shuts him down. They deal with that. It cost them both support ults, though. And remember, TU didn't get the flip at any point during that. So they had to spend double support ult there just to flip the point and keep themselves alive. They did need the beat ultimately, really, so I don't think it was a bad beat. It's just a shame that they needed the beat rather than getting that initial value out of Kitsune rush. Now they're attempting to hold close. Downpour nearly available for Heesung, and a Blade very soon for Kevster. But Checkmate is pulling TU back right now with some point pressure. That allows OWCS a little bit of space, a chance to build up this last bit of a beat. But there is a window for Kevster if they go aggressively here. Ziad's going to fly onto him. They can clear Ziad and maybe go. Kevster has the Blade ready. Half HP right now, getting topped up. Looking for his opportunity. Flashbang in as well. Defensive wall and everything comes out. And Ziad's on the backline, but Downpour has been thrown out. Have they found anything? Yes, it's forced a lamp, but only a lamp. Kai is dead. Kevster is behind. Is he going to go for the Blade? He chooses to hold it. Doesn't commit to that one here. I think he was maybe worried if they had B. Worried they wouldn't have enough. Couldn't find the opening to go near TU, but there was a window. I think they must... They were playing like they thought they already had... Like, they thought Kellex already had B, I think. So I think they were maybe just slightly early on that call. Don't commit any of the ults there. And now OWCS, not only do they win that fight, but they actually don't even have anything forced out of them. So OWCS have a 5 bank here. Thank you, now AFK Noob, for the 5 months prime. Lamp is forced early. Defensive beat now from Kellex. Tries to keep everyone alive. Should be good for it as well. Checkmate's had his recall force, but they have killed Heesung during all of that. Now they can keep walking forward. Landon will dash back towards his team. Exploiting that extra movement the Baps perk gives him. All the way back now. TU are about to equalize the ult economy a little bit here with their support ults coming up again. Move back towards point, and Landon has shifted already here. TU looking to make an aggressive move. They can start with Overclock if they want. No, they can start with Blade instead. All over it. One comes through. Deflector's out. Window is there. Trying to dash through behind him. Kevster trades for kill 1 for 1. Kai in over top, but Kevster's got out. It's a dogfight now, but TU are so low. They don't have their supports. Was that an Ajax? Hold on. We'll get an action replay. It's short. He's 3 bars of HP. Where even is he? Yeah, Checkmate's just killed him in the back. A classic Vega moment. And a disaster for TU, because if that beat goes off, they crush that fight, right? They don't. No one gets traded to the high noon. But Twilight, like, he cast it as soon as he could, but he was getting mowed down as it happens. And OWCS claim a significant advantage onto this point. Kitsune Rush available now. Sky. Not found a huge amount of value with these so far. They struggle to find the aggressive plays they want. Really need to try and get it underneath Landon. They want to hunt him down with this one. Early pressure comes on. They have to get Kitsune Rush really early, just in the back corner here. Checkmate's going to throw a bomb into that room, but doesn't manage to stick onto anyone. And TU burst out now looking for kills, but they've lost Twilight on the way. They flip towards point. Overclock is being used now. Zia's still got a lot of Matrix left, though, here, and Kai is just getting hunted down. Overclock, 0 value. And now, all of a sudden, it's a dogfight here, trying to claim onto it. Heesung's still got a wall available. OWCS are a little bit beaten up here. Heesung can tap this for a while still. Has a little bit of block. Dashes in. Looks for the kill onto Lander, but can't find it. Does force for Lamp. Kevster comes through as well. Ziad is so low, but the Lamp does so much for OWCS in the end. And they take the lead. TU struggling. Remember, OWCS are now 1 round away from qualifying for the Esports World Cup. They're going to have a window and a beat very soon to help convert this first fight as well. And TU are clinging on. If the slingshot wasn't tight enough before, it's tight now. It can't go any further back. Landon's got the window on the high ground, but they actually want to rotate away from him here. Lupta and Landon goes different ways for a second, but they group up now. Landon seems to be... I think he seems okay. Now Ziad's going to put some pressure on. The window comes out here just to pocket Ziad more than anything. TU are able to de-peek as well. Everyone on TU was able to de-peek except for Heesung. Heesung was stuck in. He gets 1 shot. Now they are getting forced all the way back. Kevster finds a trade, though. Any trade will be decent value, but it's only 1. The Lamp comes through in the end to prevent any more. Shibal indeed. OWCS 4 ults to finish the job here, potentially. Beat Blade coming back in. Again, we need to do maybe a bit of a 1-2 punch thing here. Try and force Kellex's beat out early. Last time TU were in this situation, they bladed early to force the beat. But this time, they're going to beat first instead. It's pretty early. Behind him comes out. They are trying to go all the way across. Defensive beat from Kellex. So behind him can be held. But look, Lubta shoots himself again. He won't stop shooting himself in the face, Lubta. And the opening pick for Beat Blade works. Self-destruct on point right now. They all try and D-peek, looking for the remake. Pulse Bomb is good from Checkers in the back. He's traded out Kai. They're not done with this one yet. OWCS as Twilight have died. Sky nearly has the Kitsune Rush. They really don't want to have to use this one to the clutch. But they can't afford to lose it. They don't get the Kitsune Rush off. They're trusting Heesung and Kevster to deal with it, but Kevster's fallen. It's just Heesung. It's just over. OWCS are going to the Esports World Cup. And TU, as predicted by their coach, is going into the lower bracket. Should we look at some points if we can bear to do it? Wow, that was fast. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Final map. -2 for Lubta. Checkmate. Checkmate's actually the big winner here, right? 5 for Landon. Total scores here, 17.5 for Checkmate. Thank you, Woody, to 33. Welcome back, pal. Landon with 12, so happy with that. Ziad's got a solid 14. Lubta with 6. KX with 5.5. Before Heesung, it was KSA and Chase Torch. -6.5 for Kai. -9 for Twilight. For Twisio. Not pretty. Not pretty. -2, he shot himself twice. Yeah. I think looking at the new chat module. Hold on. Let me grab a drink because that series was over so quickly and we're locking in for the big one. So I need more Diet Coke. I need to lock back in. I'll cut the VOD and everything as well. Since I don't really know how much interest there will be in that. In this VOD. I don't know what there really is to talk about, but yeah, okay. All right, I'm gonna cut the VOD. I'll get this one uploading. I will grab a drink. Have I done all the bits now? I feel like I've recapped most of the wedding stuff. Yeah, I've got like the VOD is actually like quite a long VOD, Panda, even though most of it is like most of it is actually the preamble here. So let me do this. OWCS versus the Ultimates. I'll get that one uploaded, I'll grab a drink, and then we can talk about the next series probably a little bit more, because that's the really interesting one, I think. I mean, it's got to be more interesting than that, right? So let me leave you with this in case they do like an interview or some highlights. I'll be back. Oh, I'll be back very shortly. I'm back. Oh, we're talking to Lubda. Oh, can we not hear Lubda? Oh. Let me get up the... Let me get up a mainstream.
You know, it seems like less crazy, but that is really shocking and more common to see hits
Oh,
game
we're not
players
into
play
the
Tracer.
yet? Oh, okay. I can't read. I'm also breaking the clean feed. Hold on. Hold on. There we go. We got a coin flip too? Oh shit, Benny! Alright, Benny. I'm with you, I'm with you. Alright. Tails, let's go. Alright, what's your choice? It's a Brexit choice for you, Benny. We have a euro or the vintage British 50p. Your choice, Benny. Brexit or no Brexit? Let me go big for this one as well. It was tails. Brexit means Brexit. What's the choice, Benny? Brexit for the 50p. No Brexit for the euro. Brexit! Brexit wins as it always does. Alright. So, the stakes, for those who don't know, if he wins the coin toss, VIP for forever. Loses the coin toss, and it's a timeout for a week. Alright, here we go. Best of luck, Benny. Tails! Brexit always wins! VIP! Let me sort that out for you, Benny. Let me get that one. Where are we going? Community, roles manager, add new, Benny OW, VIP. Tails never fails. So the legend goes. Has to be rigged. I've never seen someone win a timeout. Ah, Musket won the timeout. Musket won the timeout this morning. Or this morning, it was Friday, actually. Sorry, Friday morning. This is why you keep gambling, exactly. Can we get a spreadsheet for the coin flip? Fuck. We probably started it too late. Someone's going to have to go through the archives. We're going to have to get research. We have to hire a researcher to go through the archives to find all the coin flips. You're right, though, Jay. Stats would be good. You'll do it, Kuma? For a coin flip? Opinion on Nigel Farage? Well, I think a lot of the time with people, politicians, famous people, or even just people in your life, your friends, your family, even just like the shopkeeper down the street, your butcher, your barber. One telltale sign for someone's character is the sort of products and stuff they endorse. And one product that I know Nigel Farage endorses, that I am well and truly behind, is of course Uncoachable. Has any... Oh, where's the video? Fuck, where's the video? You guys are so bois-pilled. Has someone got the video to hand? It's in the Q&A channel somewhere. Fuck. Let me find it. I'll put it in stream chat. Have you got it? Nice work, San. Alright, let me download this. How many people have seen this before? Let me face it up for a second. Have people seen this before? If you haven't, you're missing a treat.
A shout out for the Uncoachable podcast.
That's us.
Has been on to me. Yes, Spino is the client of the week. Christopher found Commander X's body in electrical. Unter is sus Chungus imposter. Shout out to all my quiz heads. You be harsh and sub to Uncoachable Pateron. Well, good luck, guys.
Thank you, Nige. Now, if that doesn't convince you, I don't know what will.
Just got here. What do you mean the 2 game is already over?
Hey, Treku, thank you for 13 months. I mean, what is there to say about the 2U game? What is there to say about the 2U game? It was over before it started, I think. Who's that guy? He's the leader of... What's the party called now? Reform Party. They were... They were called something... He was in charge... It was called something else at the time, right? But he was a big pioneer behind Brexit. What were they called before? UKIP, thank you. Yeah, UKIP. Yeah, so they were really the pioneers behind Brexit. I love how he pronounces Patreon. You mean Pateron? Guys, please support us on Pateron right now. It's crucial. Future Prime Minister of England? It's more possible than you'd think. More possible than you'd think, for sure. But what a world we live in, right? Where political candidates will also do your cameos. All right. Should we get some preds going? Wait, sorry, Panda, you were messaging me as well. What did you want me to do, Panda? Do you want me to just copy and paste this over the top, Panda? All right, I'm doing it. This feels anticlimactic. Wait, Yubi's in? Oh, wait. Oh, there we go. Wait, it's too big, I think, Panda. Or is it okay, maybe? It's over the ammo a little bit. Pandas are pretty big, yeah. I feel like... let me draw. I feel like I want it to be like... This... Oh, that's like a bad line, but like... This is the area. Didn't have the screenshot. Do you want me to... Wait, if I screenshot this... It's going to be too big. You're going to see my entire thing, but... Hopefully that can work. I've sent it to you in admin. No straight lines during Pride Month. It goes up too high as well, you know? Like, I'm getting, like, overwhelmed by it. Like, I'm having to, like, claw over chat here, you know? Like, I can grab chat. No straight lines. Like, I'm drowning in chat. Panda, I'm drowning. Quick, save me. That does not sound fun. It's the world I'm living in right now. Do not touch me. I can grab chat. I'm grabbing Puika. Thank you to Torben YouTube chat. He say he's actually the reason why I watch Uncoachable in regards to Nigel Farage. All right, Panda's on the case. Oh, we're back. And we're back to the furry shit. We're not back to the furry shit. Look, we've hit all the key things here. We've hit some Overwatch. A teeny tiny bit of Overwatch. We've hit a wedding recap. We've covered the furry topic pretty thoroughly. I think we can all agree. We've all learnt something. And of course, we've drowned in chat a little bit. And we've, of course, covered Nigel Farage. Did we miss it? No, there was no interview in the end. I think it might be, like, still a little bit too high. Hold on, let me go back to... Get back to the game. How come Brexit is the pinned comment? Well, because we were flipping a coin and we had to choose between a British coin and a euro. Hopefully that answers the question pretty thoroughly. Oh, it's struggling. Yeah, it's over the perks a little bit still. Yeah, and it's still over the HUD a little bit. I think part of the problem is because it has, like, name and then message. It's kind of struggling. Well, we're, like, struggling space-wise. Alright, let me go back to live. Let me crack a cold one. Yeah, because I feel like now we've got, like, we're wasting all this space here, you know? It's not the perfect box by any means, but we're, like, wasting space. I prefer the aesthetic, though. If we can just get it, like, the same size as the old one, I feel like then we're in a place. But I'll leave it in your capable hands, Panda. Because we've got some Overwatch to watch. And we like to watch the Overwatch. Let me just update the stream title. Twisted Minds versus Virtus Pro. OWCS EMEA. Playoffs. Ooh. Alright. We do love to watch Overwatch. Okay, and this is the big one. Again, we're a little bit locked out for that first one. What do you mean furry shit? Thanks, Gavin, you had to be there. But winner goes to the Esports World Cup. Loser has to scrap it out in the lower bracket. The last time these two teams played, it was probably the game of the year. The 6-map banger. Now, Ram again into it. Force back early on. JWoo is on the Venture right now. We saw a decent amount of Venture here, but Quartz and KSA, they just delete him as they try and run in. Wanted to play aggressively here, Virtus Pro, playing the Mauga into the Ramatra. A good matchup on paper, but KSA, he doesn't give a damn. He will play Ram into anything, and he will win, as TM have been doing a lot of recently. Bap, Lucio Mirror as well here, so didn't get a huge... Oh, come on. Come on, come on. Boost, boost, boost. Boost, boost, boost. Come on, clean feed. There we go. All right. Thank you for the boost, chat. Swinging out wide now with Shockwave. He's got a pretty big angle. Stomp comes in from Vessler looking for a connect. And Shockwave's just got... He's got free reign here, but no meaningful damage.
VP are going to flip it over to point now, start forcing the objective. Gala is a little bit stuck underneath right now, potentially vulnerable position, but they're just doing for a quite passive drop here, Twisted Minds. UB walking forward, looking for a bit of damage, getting that beam charged right now. They're just going to dive in, a good matchup into the sim. High noon now from Quartz, potential TP swing, he's going for it, gets the damage onto Shockwave, not ready for that one. The TP flip, off the map. This goes Fixer. No, he stayed on for now, but he's very much separated from his team. Vester's going to try and get out. Gala is stuck behind. UB's cleaned that one up, and Twisted Mind are looking good for it right now. Trying to catch. I think that's Jwu on the coast. He's half HP, but he can drill dash back to safety. No, he can't. Astro on the hunt. Now Twisted Mind's holding close. Beat nearly ready to go for Astro, and Virtus.pro don't have a lot yet. They nearly have for Window, but if Astro gets that beat in time versus for Window, you can bet your bottom dollar TM are going to be playing aggressively through it as well. KSA with an Annihilation, and this ult Snowball could just end this cough round before it even really begins for Virtus.pro. Astro is 3% away from a beat, 2% away from a beat. Window at the choke to swing out. Here comes the beat, catches all 5 members for Symbol over the top as well. And there's just too many ults. The Window can't do anything against this. Late kills will be devastating here for Virtus.pro as well, and their ability to touch. Astro's looking for the kill onto Shockwave. He's trying to go coast. He's trying to juke it. Jwu can't get out. Now guarding underneath as well. Quartz is here. The Malga's pushing him. Quartz is running away, but Astro has got him full pocketed. Going for the touch. Vessler gets the touch. He stomps in. The beat comes through from Fixer. They're trying to scrap it out. Annihilation in response. They are burning through Vessler's HP pool. He will get taken down. Quartz takes down Fixer. And 100-0 to Twisted Mind. Starting with a bang. VP is a Perks team, I'm being reliably informed.
Ready for battle.
Hello, let's enjoy some mid-quality Overwatch on this horrible Saturday evening. Yeah.
Thank you, Joshin, for the Prime. 8 months, appreciated. Stats update, and oh my god, nobody has died. Nobody has died on the Twisted Mind side. And you know, people will tell you Overwatch is a game about positioning, cooldown usage, ultimates, spacing, flanks, map control, but it's also a game about kills. Really hard to win a game of Overwatch when you don't get any kills. TP now onto the high ground for Twisted Minds. Flipping the map here, Virtus.pro are going to try and pivot underneath them. Bit of early damage here. UB's going to TP out for another angle as well. Turrets will get cleared. Astro's going to join UB up there as they look for a flank engage. Turret on the drop. Lamp has been forced out of Gala right now. UB needs a bit of pocket out of this area, but KSA is there with the shield. Stop comes in, forces a Lamp out, but Quartz is going to burn through them all. They continue to pocket everyone through. Simple's got control of everything. TP flip. Shockwave gets Virtus.pro's first kill. But it's not going to change a single thing. Orisa swap comes through now. Should be a good matchup as well. Jwu's going to go onto the sim. We'll see if that's just for a TP onto the high ground or if he is committing to this. Looks like he's walking out of spawn, so they are committing to this. A sim mirror against UB. You'd have to be brave to take that one. But Virtus.pro, they're not backing down. Pressure onto the high ground right now as Shockwave has this nice angle. But a window on TP window and now looking for the kill. Simple gets the bap gap with that one. Throws the lamp down for KSA. He will not be able to get back into it though, so they do trade KSA. A second kill for Virtus.pro. And we've got ourselves up to 1 killer fight. But it's simply not enough. Beat advantage is significant now for Astro, and Virtus.pro might find themselves, especially with these swaps as well, just stuck on the wrong side of an ult. Snowball again, a very early shift from Gala. Now they're going to TP to flip around. Twisted Minds have the high ground, but BP can start forcing point. High noon in response to this window, and Gala's just going to tank it in the face. Easy one for Quartz in the end. Everyone else had dropped down to try and force the point, and TM are making it look easy right now. Beat was used in that as well from Funny Astro. So they do have that beat advantage coming back, but Virtus.pro are still 30% away from a lot of these. They catch Shockwave in spawn early as well. KSA He likes to stand on point, but he also likes to stand in front of a spawn door. TP out now for the flip. They push onto Quartz. The lamp is late from Simple. They might get a lot of kills out of this Virtus Pro. The Quartz one has come through early. KSA is grouped up now. He has the Annihilation to keep going. UB has been sent back. Here's the Simwall. Here's the Annihilation. And Virtus Pro, they simply don't have the ults to respond with. They die again. But now, if they can make it to point Virtus Pro, they have an overwhelming number of ults to take it back. But can they get the touch? They might need a rollout from Fixer. They might need a TP from Jwoo to set it up. Fixer is going coast right now. They're busy shooting top. Is anyone marking this touch coast? Fixer's going for it. He nearly has the beat as well. Fixer has secured overtime. Window on the high ground. Vessler, Terror Surge, wall invested. Lots of damage here, but no kills just yet. They back up to the window TM. They all survive these ults. Fixer's invested the beat as well. Every ult, but no kills for Virtus Pro. They can't spend enough to convert this. TM have kited all of it. Gala nearly has the window to keep going, but Quartz has for high noon. He's grouped up inside. Gala has dropped the window. Only a 1-for-1 trade, though. That's the 5th ult used, and it's resulted in nothing for Virtus Pro. Vessler's going to get full beam down now. Astro is with his team. Jwoo finds a late trade, but it's surely not enough to swing this one back in their favour. Maybe it buys them a little bit of time. But TM, they have beat advantage. They have this high noon ready to go, and Virtus Pro have no choice but to commit to the touch. They have to commit into this high noon. It's a death sentence, surely. Walking forward, Fixer will die. Beat comes out from Astro to seal the job. And an authoritative Busan for Twisted Minds. And that was brutal. Absolutely brutal there. Clean ult snowballs whenever they had these ult advantages. Happy to spend TM. Let me get you some point updates there. I imagine a lot of people have point players in this game. I have Jwoo. Jwoo -7? I transferred him in to get -7. He was meant to just lose narrowly. Don't I also have Gala? Fuck! You're right! Oh. Yeah, I can think of a calculator. My plan was we get a double game week, but they have to, maybe have to just lose a little, then smash the next game. This is losing a lot. Ended up even thanks to Simple here. Yeah. I have Psycho. Let me be honest with you, Mila. There's not enough Boaz in the world that can fix this situation for me. We can try. I appreciate the effort. You have Jwoo and Fixer. Oh. Oh. It's okay, guys. It's okay. Redemption now, right? Virtus Pro get to pick the map. They get to pick the BAMs. The bans. What? At the start of the day, Pog, I was 170 something, 179th maybe. Tennis Theory? Yeah, you're right. We've got to pray for tennis right now. Pray for tennis. I'm 2600, please help. Oh no. Sorry, I feel like I've completely forgot about your YouTube chat. That's my bad. Winnable for VP, please. If Jay remembers that team isn't a Korean team, he will return to form and carry VP. Vessler is a bum, though. Shoot where you aim. Pick solid good players, no stupid risk taking like CX does. Yeah, but you gotta keep gambling. That's what we learned from Benny earlier today, you know? Benny kept gambling, and now he's a VIP. Double game maxes hold. Exactly, Brigadier. Exactly. We need diamond hands. Like when you're having your first dance with your new wife, and you've just got to hold on no matter what. No matter how close you come to dropping her. Diamond hands. Dorado is the choice, and VP have banned Sim. Why did you play Evanescence at your marriage? No, not it wasn't Wake Me Up Inside. Wake Me by the Bleachers. Different vibes, those two songs. I'm pretty sure, does anyone... In the Evanescence music video, is there not a bit where she's hanging from, like, the side of a building as well? Am I remembering that right? It feels like I've been... I feel like it's been so long, but I feel like I have a vague memory. That was my wife. That was my wife holding on, hoping I didn't drop her on the wedding day. Can't wake up! Somewhere in the multiverse there's a CX that dropped his new wife. Honestly, Plum, I reckon in the entire multiverse, I might be the only CX that didn't drop his wife. Alright. Alright. Twisted Minds Dorado. Now, Twisted Minds don't play Dorado. Like a lot of people. Who knows Jim hours paid off? Yeah, all 3 of them. Okay, so the way this Ramatra comp works on Dorado is the first point. The first part of the first point is really hard to hold because KSA will drop to point, he will anchor point, but everyone will just go over his head. So the first part of this map, very difficult for KSA. So he will just stay on this point and die no matter what, ensure the payload doesn't move. But once we get to the flat part, the second part of Dorado, that is where Twisted Minds comp comes into its own. Ramatra playing on this flat ground, suddenly very good. So expect Twisted Minds just to try and play this one very slow. Playing for time and playing to farm their ults. Vessler will be on the Diva, they're on Kirilucio as well, so they can very much go up. KSA has dropped to the point, but this just invites Virtus Pro to go over his head. Trying to play aggressively on the floor is Yubi, obviously targeted by that Simban, but no slouch on the Tracer. We'll be looking to play an aggressive pairing with KSA, punish the backline. Slow and steady, and this payload is not moving an inch. KSA loves to stand on the objective. He will have his form popped, and now he's going to get poked back a little bit. Suzu's actually forced onto him here as well. Forced to DP, can heal up right now, but they're not making a lot of progress, and Vessel's actually died on this dive. This is meant to be the worst part of the much harder part of the map for Twisted Minds comp. But it's just working, and look, here we go, in spawn! Simple wants to scrap, Gala's taking him on, both Kiris will call it quits. TP away. But now they continue to stall it out. Simple's playing on the angle again. Oh, this time Gala swings and kills Yubi though. KSA now very much anchoring on point, but Vessler has the chance to go over the top. There we go, ignoring KSA, looking for the backline. Pressure onto them, hunting him down. Gala's looking for kills as well. They can't find him just yet, and actually Quartz has found a kill onto Fixer, but he is surely getting overwhelmed down. There's pocket there from Astro, but it's simply not enough. And this time they will get cleaned up. And Virtus Pro can get the payload moving. But guess where KSA is? Guess where he is? He's on the bloody payload. His hands are up. He's blocking. Cart will finally get round this corner. And now, look, the ults are starting to swing in Twisted Minds' favour. They're going to have this Kitsune Rush to match Gala's, and then they're going to have the Ray. And once they get those ultimates, it will probably overpower the beat as long as Astro can get to it. And they get a nice, clean fight. Plenty of time for this retake. Quartz coming back on the Sojin as well. Just looking for survivability into this comp. Yubi's going to go try and mark Jwoo. Keep that pressure off him. Shockwave is swinging on the right-hand side. Kitsune Rush is going to be mirrored right now on the point. Astro getting ever closer to that Ray. Fixer closer to that B. A race to the next support ultimates here. But it's actually Virtus Pro who are backing up because this ground fight is so hard. Now, though, Jaywu has found a pick onto it. Astro needs this race sooner rather than later. There's more pressure onto the backline. KSA had his form force. Fixer nearly has the beat to keep going as well if he wants. Fixer's going to go for B. He's 1 HP. He gets it off. KSA has the Annihilation. The Ray has been used as well. All the attention onto Vestler. The Pulse Bomb onto the mech. They kill the baby. KSA blocks the damage, and they will hold strong. But Astro died to the bomb. Thank you, Under the Panda, for the 9 months. They're not out of it yet, Virtus Pro. They have no tank, but they can keep harassing. But your man KSA, he won't leave that point. Simple's coming back on Brig now as well, just to add to the survivability of this backline. Juno Brig. KSA continues to anchor as we hit the final 40 seconds. Vestler is coming back on Malga. Virtus Pro feel they need a change to break this second part of it here. Jaywu's going to get cleared out of the corridor side. Trying to find a way through onto backline right now. Vesta's made an aggressive move behind KSA. He's just blocking it, but this has created a bit of space for Jaywu. He's all over Quartz, but here comes a pocket from Astro. Jaywu will not leave him alone. Finishes it with the melee, but they've lost Vesta on point. Jaywu now has the Pulse Bomb. They are out of time, Virtus Pro. They need to commit to this. Jaywu needs to hit this Pulse Bomb. He needs to save Virtus Pro at this juncture. They are trying to slow it down for a later touch. Jaywu has to go for it, but they know where he is. Simple's coming to market right now. Bash into him. Jaywu tries to blink past, has to recall immediately. Pulse Bomb is avoided by Simple. Now someone else needs to take over the touch. They're coming back for it now. KSA has, of course, not left for point. Gala nearly has Kitsune Rush, but he is awfully low. Yubi's behind with a Pulse Bomb. Kitsune Rush available now for Gala. He has to drop it. DPS ults for Twisted Minds. Quartz drops the overclock. He's looking for it. Yubi's in the back with a Pulse Bomb. They're forcing the point forward. They've not capped yet. KSA jumps on it. Quartz is looking for the Freya out of the sky. One shot, slides forward, gets the second one. Simple with the whip shot as well. The cap hasn't gone through. 2-player advantage. They will clean it up. And once again, Twisted Minds hold Dorado.
Score 0-0. Switching sides.
They just actually, the Kings of Dorado, dive map my ass. Welcome to EMEA. Gala didn't die though, which is good for my fantasy. Appreciate you, Gala, honestly. Appreciate you so much, Gala, not dying once in a full hold. Yeah, I mean, the biggest problem for Virtus Pro is that second part of the first point is always meant to be hard, like D.Va and Taram, you know? Like, sometimes you might just have to rely on your ults to eventually win you a fight. But the first part should be the easy bit. But Vesta's not really finding much of anything. They should have banned Ram. Yeah, I mean, obviously they're targeting Yubi here. They saw Yubi was still in the roster. They target him. But I think especially with, like, how much success Twisted Minds have had with this. Maybe the Ram ban, I think, probably really was open. But they don't go for it. They're going to take this one. And now Twisted Minds don't have far to go at all. Remember, even last time, though, Twisted Minds only got full hold as well. Grapple out of spawn. Nothing. Go in for Quartz, though. And KSA will meet Vestler on the point. The Ram can clear the hazard in this situation. Defensive wall from Vestler doesn't really do anything, and Vestler is already on the run. This payload is moving forward. No drama at all so far for Twisted Minds. UB and Ash are going to take over right-hand side, but Jaywu gets the gap there on him, shuts him down. Chance for VP to stretch out a bit of space. KSA will keep anchoring the point. Vestler's just mirroring him a lot of the time to stop this cart progress, but KSA will be happy with this, really. He can win this trade over time. They can just keep pressuring and playing through point here, Twisted Minds. He's seen this cart. Eventually, they will clear Vestler. They get to walk forward. And they are getting it to one fight territory. Inch by inch right now. Jaywu's going to try and get up the back line, try and play onto the Freya. Pressure there, but Quartz is able to repel him and force the recall. Gala has a much quicker Kitsune Rush here, so Twisted Minds need to be ready for the disengage. Their DPS will take the high ground now, as KSA wants to try and make an aggressive move. But Gala's very close. They've lost Shockwave, though. Gala might have to use his Kitsune Rush to turn the fight. KSA is low. He is so low on top of this Kitsune Rush. He's surely going to fall. They're all over him right now. They kill Astro instead. KSA gets out. but they've got a kill out of it. But now Kitsune rush advantage for Simple in 20% time. This is going to be a key window. Virtus.pro still have some space to give. You can see the yellow box there, so they can hold for payload and still disengage this one. They just have to be careful. Pulse bomb out from JWoo was a miss. Astro getting closer to this beat as well, and this support ult timing is going to be the scariest moment for Virtus.pro. Kitsune rush available for Simple. It's a little bit far back, actually. Wall comes out. Doesn't deny it, though, so they still push forward. Virtus.pro try and disengage. They are playing for this beat, but Astro has the beat quicker. And Shockwave is dead again. Astro can keep going with the beat now. Fixer's desperate for it. 5% on Fixer. Looking for it more. JWoo's going to die on point. Fixer's not going to get to this beat. And it's just over. Twisted Minds 2-0. And Virtus.pro are on the ropes. Now, those of you with a functional memory might be experiencing a case of deja vu. Because last time they played, isn't this what happened? TM took a lead of 2 maps, and then all of a sudden it was all to play for. Thank you, Deadly Gases. VP wins these trusts.
VP wins these trusts.
It was a lot closer last time. All right, let me get these numbers up for you. Hopefully Gala and JWoo have recovered a little bit here. JWoo with +1. Gala with 2.5. We're clawing those points back. Piece by piece by piece. We're clawing them back. Did I miss the first match? You certainly did, Sam. But you didn't miss much. Alright, point-wise, scores on the door. JWoo's got himself back to -6. Gala to -2.5. Shockwave has broken even. Fixer and Vestala as well. Vestala the big surprise here. Hugely negative score. KSA the biggest winner on 10 points for Twisted Minds. Also the highest objective. The highest objective time out of anyone in any region today. Oh, he was positive on the first one. You're right. He's back to break even. Sorry. I thought it was a recovery. It's actually a decline. But yeah, Quartz and Simple, also big winners. Somebody did recommend I get Simple, and maybe I should have listened to him. But I'm a double play day gambler. So in many ways, this is kind of what I wanted. Kind of. Alright, Midtown is next. Midtown is next. Sim goes hard on Midtown. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they keep UB in for this one, honestly. Also, good work on the chat, Panda. It feels cleaner now. Feels cleaner. So, let me cast my mind back. I think I was a little bit locked out when this happened. When we were watching this back earlier today. Sorry, I'm half having another conversation as well. Sorry, give me a sec, guys. Alright, I'm locking back in. Midtown, Lucio banned from VP, trying to force a slower version of a matchup. TM are going to ban the Sigma here. Which I think VP, I mean, they could definitely play the Sigma version here. It's like a classic map for it. Sorry, Alright, sorry, I'm with you now. So yeah, Lucio banned to try and force this slower version of a comps team with a counter ban onto the Sigma to try and prevent some of that. But I don't think VP are going to be overly bothered here. I think they can take the Ram Mirror, can just play the Orisa into the Ramatra as well. The key for them here is really going to be the Bapalari. Did TM... I guess the Lucio also protects the Alari actually, doesn't it? So I don't even know what you would ban if you're... Yeah, there's not a huge amount of options for TM, really. You could maybe ban like the Venture or something, because JV's played bits of it. Or even the Tracer. Which maybe isn't like... It's not the highest impact. Yeah, it means you can't play double speed either. Alright, it's Twisted Minds on the defense first, and they are starting BAP Juno in all of this. Ramatra and Sim as well. Looks like for the most part, everyone's going to be starting top. Someone's still in spawn swapping. Is it Quartz maybe picking between hit scan? Maybe he's expecting them to play some kind of diva composition here potentially or something. But it feels like for the most part, TM are going to play a sort of a similar-ish version. Like, Twisted Minds can still play this kind of wide style, you know, mark the right-hand side. It just means Yubi has to be a little bit more fast and loose with these TPs. Maybe more reactive rather than pre-planned rotations. On the defense, really, if the other team are going to try and play slow and wide, you want to use these TPs not to engage all the time, but just to try and... If they try and take the left-hand flank or the right-hand flank, use the Sim TP just to try and mark it a little bit or something. Deny the space. Don't let Virtus Pro encircle you. For Virtus Pro, though, J-Will and Fixer, they want to do the encircling. They are the hyenas in this situation, trying to lure and bait Twisted Minds into a worse position, corral them into a corner, trap the weakest link, and finish off their prey. Classic hyena theory. Trying to walk through the choke right now, but the beams are up, but this was just the first step for Virtus Pro. J-Will and Fixer are in behind right now, and now the pincer can commence. Vestler walking from the front, J-Will and Fixer from behind. Twisted Minds are trying to manage threats on all sides, and they can! Yubi shuts it down. He marks the flank, he takes down Fixer, and now relieve an important amount of pressure from the behind of Twisted Minds, and now they can walk forward and just take care of everything. Contained there for Twisted Minds. You saw the attempted setup there. I sold Psycho, luckily, Fargo. But you saw the attempted setup there. Trying to get the pincer, but Twisted Minds do well to deal with the threats. They kind of just stood in the middle and just looked in all directions, dealt with everything. But the right-click lands, Fixer goes down, and now Virtus Pro have to go for the setup again. And the nature of Midtown first point to get these players behind is quite a slow setup. Virtus Pro have to be patient. They have to get their Tracer Kiri into a workable position. This time they're going through left-hand side. You can see Fixer just to the left, taking this angle. They're trying to corral Twisted Minds back onto one side of the map. Yubi is still holding the high ground for now. Window on point, out early from Simple, just to try and deal with some of this pressure on the right-hand side. You see Quartz pushing for the kill, but his Kiri Tracer have given him the slip. But Vessel is just dead in main. Where was the pocket? What were they dealing with? Pulse Bomb is good, actually, but the lamp is there from Simple. J-Will keeps trying to force the kill, but the full pocket onto Quartz is there. Quartz is just going to keep fighting him. He's going to walk forward. President Quartz will get traded at the end. Well, wait, Gala's found another kill. They're turning the way out of this. Yubi tries to respond now, so does KSA, but it's fallen apart. The Ray comes out from Gala, and now... If anything, it's almost overkill at this point. Now coming over, Astro wants to clutch, though. He's still got a Tracer on him. Him and KSA walk forward straight into the Kitsune rush. Astro is trapped. Symbol back from spawn. TM are investing for the clutch. Still not a single tick given. And where is KSA? He is on the point. He is blocking. But Twisted Minds have had to over-ult this situation. And KSA will die afterwards. Pulse Bomb onto the TP. Astro is one. J-Will will finish that one off. J-Will is surely clawing my points back with this. Kitsune Rush was used in the end. Both teams seemed very stressed about that situation, throwing ults in. Both teams willing to commit to the clutch in these situations. But Virtus.pro just about get it over the line and get a chance at second.
Hello there. Hi.
D.Va swap coming through from KSA now, and Fixer is right on par with that, swapping over to the Brig. And Vesta's going to go D.Va, so a D.Va mirror here, but the Brig advantage should be significant here for Virtus.pro. Much better at peeling the D.Va. Obviously, the Sim is good into the D.Va as well, so it's not going to be straightforward for either D.Va here. But this will still turn out to be a pretty brawly version of the comp, I think, for both teams here. Really, the key for Virtus.pro is if this Sim is allowed to live for too long, it will be impossible for them to win this frontline battle. And you can see Yubi is trying to exploit that now, play aggressively, create space. He needs so much pocket, though. Matrix coming through to keep him alive. Lamp has been committed as well. TP there, but Yubi is fully torqued and walking forward. Vessler on the back foot in all of this. Simple nearly has a window as Yubi looks for more value. Can't quite find it, but Simple was ready to go with this window. Pocket coming through onto Quartz. KSA's a little bit separated, but Yubi's killed Fixer as they try and come in. Now a TP forward, harassing, darting behind, TPing back. VP are trying to manage all these threats, but with player disadvantage, they're just going to back it up and TM continue their hold at the choke. Now the window aggressively, actually, if they want to catch him in spawn, Yubi with a TP off angle to harass him as well, and that sets up a kill. Quartz is able to find Gala. They want to clear Vessler off the high ground. Jaywoo's actually going to steal some meters during this, and Yubi dies as they try and clear the D.Va. Pulse bomb behind now is wide from Jaywoo, but look, the payload's moving back. Quartz is going to deal with that, but it's an awkward fight for him to take. Twisted Minds are going to try and back up and regroup on the high ground, but now space for Shockwave to fight. Needs to care that rail, but Quartz can't find the lineup. And Twisted Minds are going to slow it down and take their respawns. Contest for high ground here. Virtus.pro, though, they can just get underneath if they want. They have to be careful of this raid timing because Astro has it slightly sooner than Gala. Shockwave now, a lot of pressure coming through, but KSA, it was just a drive-by. Ray comes out now from Astro. Gala can mirror it. Lamp comes through. Symbol over the top from Yubi as well. They keep pushing forward, and TM are so low, actually, here. 1-for-1 trade only. Overclock in from Quartz. Slides forward, takes for kill. Now trying to deal with the D.Va. Flicking around, looking for danger. Only the D.Va in front of him, though. He's going to hold for rail. D.Va is 1 HP. Self-destruct is coming out, and Jaywoo is on the hunt. Quartz on the back foot, and Vessel's actually killed Simple during all of that. Quartz is going to have to go die on point. And BP keep it moving forward. Only 1 minute left on the clock. The Virtus.pro in a good position. They have Rally for this next push now, and Twisted Minds don't have a whole lot of anything. We see Astro making his way over onto the Brig as well. But Rally advantage. Fixer bashes forward. He wants to play this aggressively. Look at Fixer's position. He is ready to go. Vessler's now with him as well, but a TP flip from Twisted Minds mean now Fixer isn't close at all. He rallies back, but Bash only connects onto the D.Va. KSA is going to get lamped. A bomb in the air as well. Finds Shockwave! Can't hide behind the lamppost. Shaq hiding behind a tree, but the rally is still going from Fixer as they try and force it over the line. They have killed the baby, most importantly. Now, forcing it, window on the high ground. They're trying to save it here. Pulse bomb is a miss coming out from Jaywoo. Trying to keep Astro alive, but has to reload at the worst possible time. VP still battling for it. Ball coming back from KSA, looking for the slam. Jaywoo still on the backline. Simple has a lamp. He's keeping everyone alive. He's killing Fixer. He's dealing with the threat. Quartz takes care of the baby. Simple is held strong. He's pocketed everyone through everything. Jaywoo can't find any more kills. And VP, they have to go for a last desperate reset, but they can't. KSA with the ball hunt down. Jaywoo is behind. Can he even give a touch? Simple is pushing him, and Simple has kept everyone alive. Deja vu. Another hold. And TM done so well here on the defense. This is a very tricky situation for Virtus.pro now.
Initiating match.
Thank you, Anas. I didn't question Simple on BAP. I asked what the power level was because I hadn't really seen it, but seems good to me. All right, 10-2 for Jaywoo. I can sort of get behind that actually. Maybe that's okay. This would be devastating for Virtus.pro. I mean, I had TM favored to win this game. But I wasn't expecting it to be like this. I mean, Virtus.pro aren't out of it yet, but they are playing for their lives in the upper bracket as we get a TM listen in here.
Yes. Okay. Let's focus up 3-0, okay?
KT, go diva, go diva.
Okay.
Yeah, Barisa. Priya. Ready? I'm gonna speak.
1 second, 1 second.
Three.
Hold me for ya.
Kill top! Chill, KT. You can't get back. I'm gonna
break turret.
Break turret. Okay, KT, 3 and 5. No, from down.
Top one.
KT, ready? I'm gonna be hard.
Okay.
No, take it. KT, take it. There is a stay. Come on. Oh, you take it back.
Take it back. Take it back. Yeah.
Okay, keep standing up, keep standing up.
Can you kill Risa? Where? Top one. Top one. Win, 3 points. I'm gonna twin Char. Ready? I twin Priya. No, oh, never mind. Kill Priya.
Shoot 3. Uri, dies. No gold.
Top one high ground.
Top low. Come behind you, matey. Top inside. Oh, okay.
Decent cooldown below that. Big bullshit. Alright, end of the listening then. Can't find any of those kills, though. You saw the idea. 4-person TP, leave Quartz in main here on the Widow, try and get him a free angle. But Shockwave able to deal with that threat, even though Quartz nearly kills him. Now coming forward, this time with Quartz on the cast, so they're committed to the rotation. TP forward is a brave one from UB into everyone. Full beam available, and look, they are just deleting Vessler. Vessler needs so much help. The lap has been forced, but UB won't let up. Vessler just gets full beam. The window there back up from Simple. And now they have full control of the point here. Twisted Minds, Virtus Pro with no tack. How can they possibly take this retake? They have to go sooner rather than later. Jwoo and Shockwave go in for the touch. Committing on, they don't even get the touch. They find a kill. Jwoo finds a second. But it's not enough, and now 4 minutes and 40 seconds. And Twisted Minds look like they're about to book their ticket to the Esports World Cup. Not far to go now, but they can't lose focus. Holding the high ground, Ray available for Funny Astro. Virtus Pro have their support ults, but they are more utility support ults and just group up and push support ults. Twisted Minds ults are much better for fighting over the objective here. Virtus Pro have to play it slow. They start with Captive Sun, eaten by KSA. So hard to start the fight with Nat versus a D.Va, and an easy eat. Now the window over the top as well. Ray in response, but UB dies beforehand. Gala's committed to the flank, but Quartz has shut that one down. They keep trying to shoot through the window, but KSA has matrixed all of it. They're on the way back right now. Lamp out from Simple, trying to deny any of these trades. They've got Vessler out of mech, so didn't stall him out that much. But now, all of a sudden, Twisted Minds. High noon window to force for point, Symbol to finish the fight. It's going to need to be the biggest load of Shockwave's life to overturn this ult disadvantage. Virtus Pro coming back on this one. High noon used to start forcing the objective. Window in as well. TP flip with this one as well. Looking for it back in the window, but he TP's back into the com. What a load from Shockwave. He's got the kill. They're not out of it yet, but Fix has killed Simple for trades, but they've got D.Va advantage now. KSA with the bomb on point, but Shockwave to kills UB. The self-destruct, the remake from KSA, but the damage is there. And Shockwave, he might have just done it. There was so much in. Unbelievable. The Molten Core beats everything. And all of a sudden, Virtus Pro have a lifeline in this map, in this series. In their quest for the Esports World Cup, they still have to hold for 3 further minutes. But now the ult situation starts to look a little bit more reasonable. Twisted Minds used everything for that. Quartz is swinging right side with the rail. Jwoo's blinks through for his pulse bomb attempt, but finds nothing. Quartz can't find the exit frag. Both teams will reset position. TP in aggressively looking for the Baptiste. Lamp force very early. Gala is in all sorts of trouble. But Lamp aggressively here to try and commit for more kills. Vessler is in so deep. UB's trying to beam him down. Vessler is running for his life. He has the self-destruct. They need Vessler to keep his mech right now. UB's going to get taken down. Jwoo cleans it up. Vessler is back in mech. Baby D.Va is taken down. And Virtus Pro, I think they're going to hold once more. They just need to deal with these players behind. But with tank advantage, it will do it. And they hold on once more. 2 tests passed now for Virtus Pro on this final stand. 2 minutes left. 2 more fights to deal with. KSA is on to the Ramatra. Ray available for Astro. Molten Core for Shockwave. Window for Gala. Gala has been a primary target with a lot of these aggressive TPs from UB so far. And the Ram is going to be even more of a menace now. Vessler is back on the Orisa to keep the point anchored. They need Shockwave to maybe save this Molten Core. I think for the Ray, just stop them pushing with it and playing in it. Garlic and Molten Core, but Shockwave is a come jacked for load, never came out. He's firing blanks. Rain now push comes through, the window TP flip as well, and after all their hard work, after all their clutches, the lamp symbol's too high, but surely it's too little too late. JWoo versus the world. And Twisted Minds, inches away now from the Esports World Cup. They have 3-0'd Virtus Pro. Live by the come, die by the come. And wow, what a statement result from Twisted Minds there as well. Should we look at some numbers then? Final map. Gala +2, JWoo +1.5. I'm squeaking back a few points. Fixer, the biggest loser on that one. KSA, the biggest winner. Total points here. JWoo -4.5. Garlus -1.5. Okay. Hoping for a bit of redemption on the other side. KSA, 16 points there, the biggest winner. 13 for Simple and Quartz apiece. Yeah, I mean, you're probably, if you're, I have JWoo, so the -4.5 hers, but if you had Gala, you're probably, if you have just Gala, you're probably really fine with this. If you have Fixer, you're really not fine with this. Have another wedding, these games suck. Yeah, I know. Only the good games happen when I'm away, it seems. I have Psycho. Shit. Alright, so confirmation of our EMEA bracket for day 2 now. I believe it's just needs 2 games, right? Yeah, then the upper bracket is next week. So TU versus Genji. Elimination game tomorrow. Virtus Pro versus Peps. You'd think that one should still be straightforward for Virtus Pro. My gut feeling of this result is this isn't Virtus Pro a wank. This is just TM of a top dog type thing. That's what I'm feeling about. That's what I'm feeling about this right now. I'm 0 for 14 for Preds today. No way, no time. How much have you lost? I've lost 100k. Fuck. Winning comms.
Nice, good job. Nice, guys.
Nice, boys.
Good job, good job.
For winning for winning like 3 seconds. All right. And it's not even, I don't even know, there's like too much to pull apart from all of that, honestly. 2 3-0s. To cap our 2 4-0s this morning. Yeah. Can I swap to full cam? Okay. Swapping. Shout when you're done. Any chance Genji or TU upset VP based on what I've seen? No, in short. I think, as much as this is a pretty disappointing result for VP, I mean, losing to TM is whatever, right? It can happen. But the nature of how they've lost is the really devastating bit. 3-0 doesn't look particularly close on any of the maps, honestly. Where's the TM interview? Yeah, I hope we get like at least an Astro or something. I say at least an Astro, not as an insult to Astro, but just because he does them so often, you know? Or maybe KSA. A couple of weeks ago, you talked about Chris TU Cope being so good we'll actually believe it. Is that still the case, or is it uncopeable? Yeah. If you've not heard this bit from me before, trust me. Trust me. It's... you will be on... you will be on... How to say it? You will be on Chris's side. You will be on Chris's side. 100%. Like, this cope is going to be so good that you'll find yourself on Chris's side of this. It's all the EMEA games for today, Astro. NA still to happen. Hoping some teams will trade a map. People are telling me to check your Twitter, Daniel. What is UV eating? Coach Gap! Dickhead. Poor Smashy. Fuck. Poor Smashy. Felt the need to rub it in. Player of the match, UB. Was it UB? Maybe UB? Honestly, maybe Simple as well, actually. Did Smash say something about the TM coach? No, the joke is they don't have a coach. So who would win in a game of wits? EU's best and brightest coaches, or an empty chair on the side of TM? Both deserve it. Yeah, like I'm not upset at the UB1, but I think personally would have given it to Simple. But they would have been the top two for me. That seems fair enough. Not fair, the chair has UB advising it. Are the NA games next? Yeah, we'll probably get a little bit of a break. It'll be the GK SSG game first. Yeah, I mean, SSG are just asking now how long they have, so I'll try and keep you guys in the loop. But I'm probably expecting like a sort of... maybe we'll do an interview, then like 10-minute break or something. Honestly. All right, here's the choice I have. Do I get pasta, which is, by all accounts, a real dinner? Or do I just eat the half of tub of ice cream I have left? Yes. Just both. What if I just eat both? Half tub of ice cream, shit's too hot. I mean, I could because I made pasta earlier and I had leftovers basically for dinner as well. But, I don't want to warm it up. I think I might just have it cold. To whatever my inner X wants. Severance reference? Oh, wait. Capitology, are you still here? I like read your question. I answered it in my head. And then I just completely forgot. I can probably sort you out, mate. I'm a man with some type of influence, I think. Don't flatten me. Wait, where are you, Cap? What's your Discord? I found you. Are you in the, OWCS Discord cap. I bet he's not even fucking listening now, is he? I was going to help him. And now he's not even going to be here. I'll help him anyway, out of the kindness of my heart. Yeah, he's literally not here, is he? I'll do it. Let's see. What do I want? Overwatch esports, maybe? Is it possible to get Appetology set up as a co-streamer? Is Discord is Appetology? Yeah, it needs your battle tag, but I don't really think it does. Alright, don't worry about Cap. Cap, is what you're looking for just like the clean feed and stuff? Because I think I can help with that. I'll just put my battle net, it doesn't really matter. Wait, hold on, give me a sec. Let me just do this. Yeah. Will you get in trouble? No, mate, No, we just won't tell anyone. If anyone asks, Rack Attack gave this to you, but I've also opened up a ticket to hopefully get you added officially as well. But we're a pretty reliable group of people here. We can all keep a secret. Alright! Sorry, you guys wanted me to look at this tweet. Was it a GK tweet? What am I looking at? No way! Derpy's got the call up? Big Derps? Photoshopped arms? I mean, I've met Derpy. And when I met Derpy at Stockholm, I remember this bit. But I don't remember this bit. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. And I'm just misremembering. I didn't spend a lot of time looking at his arms. But maybe he's buffed up. Does he work out? I mean, obviously, the other thing is we were in Stockholm, right? So it was like hoodies and long sleeves and all of that, you know, so it wasn't exactly arms out. But I don't remember him feeling is such a poor choice of words. I don't remember him looking particularly buff. But I can also be wrong. What do I know after all? My married ass streamer. I wasn't married in Stockholm. Wait, is this proof of his buffness? I was Loki wearing a long sleeve shirt in the original picture. These aren't his arms, then. Alright, on that note, let me get a drink, let me get some pasta and some ice cream. I'll eat it all in 7 minutes, hopefully, and we can lock in for SSG.
Like a gentle rain.
That side. SSG versus GK. My heart says SSG. My paycheck says SSG. My head might say GK. Alright, be right back, guys. Hi guys. Big announcement. I didn't take the ice cream. I'll save it for tomorrow. Deferred gratification. But we do have some pasta. I just got it in the tub because why waste a plate? Alright, let me cut this VOD as well. Oh! Thank you, Asarax, for the 5 gifted. Oh, everyone's so generous today. Appreciate it a lot, mate. Thank you very much. Congratulations to all our new members. Thank you very much. Thanks for carrying the content on Bold Head. Honestly, not to toot my own horn, because I'm not very musical, but it's only going to get better. I can't tell you yet, but I promise you it is going to get better. Promise you. You can quote me on that. What am I doing? I'm doing the VOD. Waiting. I mean, it's gonna be a while. It's gonna be a while until I get to justify my quote. But yeah, we're all going to enjoy some deferred gratification on that one. All right, I'm gonna try and upload these VODs here as well for mods. But the first one's actually very long, so it's having some trouble. All right, SSG. Do you want a peek behind the scenes as well? Where are we going? Oh yeah, Oasis is going to be the first map. Oh! Chat, what is this prediction? Come on, guys. This shirt and this shirt and sign. This shirt and sign. We know who's going to win, you know? Logic doesn't always come true. You can't use your logic on everything. Sometimes you have to trust your heart in these situations. Is the VP game worth watching? Can we see scores as well? I can do a bit of both. Do a little bit of both. This is the Twisted Mind scores. Yeah, the VP game, VPTM was a bit of a blowout. Oh, I thought you meant the fantasy scores. Yeah, but you might also just be stupid. That bit I can't help you with. Yeah, Shockwave with 2. It feels like and these are the ones from the OWCS EMEA.
Across the world, the strongest rose.
What's going on? I was gonna say. Yeah, big winners on the side of OWCS EMEA. Checkmate doing really well. Yeah. Is it really gonna take another hour for the next game start? No, we should just be in sort of 10 minutes. The players are already, I think, getting ready. I see all of SSG in voice already too. It feels like my stream isn't happy with uploading at the same time.
Well, there's the overclock. 3 kills for Ladder.
They have.
All right, fuck it. I'll do it afterwards.
Fought for pride, for prestige.
A blade for Jay Wu, and there's the kills that you were looking for.
And for a place on the world stage. Every match brings them closer to legacy or obscurity. Rivalries will reignite.
Zera connects with the stick! Zera does it again!
New stars will rise, and champions.
Oh, Copper! He looks so good on this Winston right now!
Will fall. This is the Overwatch Champions Series.
Oh, sorry, did I ignore my... How are you liking the shirt? It's good, actually. It's good. Sorry. Sorry, boss. I was watching the Overwatch. I was watching the Overwatch and eating pasta. I forgot I was doing it. I forgot I was at work. But yeah, the shirt's nice. I'll wear some of the other stuff, but I got the joggers. The joggers, I'm not wearing them today because it's way too hot for joggers. But they're comfy. All the shirts are nice. I've got this one. I've got a long sleeve one, which is also going to fall into the too warm to wear right now category. But I've got a black one that I'm going to wear tomorrow as well. And of course, I've got the lovely sign. As we get deeper into nighttime, as the sun sets, I think that sign is only going to get more and more prominent. I don't know how well you can see it now, but it's cycling through the colours. Nice save, thank you. Do you have a discount code? I'm afraid not, no. Do I think you have a shot? Yeah, I think you can beat Genji. You know, I feel like the Genji TU game is going to be ugly. Ugly in all the wrong ways. You think you have a chance? I've read that one already. What's for dinner? Stuffed pasta with a red pesto. Give me an affiliate link. Maybe they can hook me up. Maybe. How do you get red pesto? I kind of just walked into the shop and bought the jar that said red pesto on it. I think it's mainly red peppers, right? Red peppers, tomato. Sometimes you get like chili ones as well. Hold on, you're also eating pesto pasta? Cold food in warm weather? Yeah! I also didn't heat it up. Because I didn't want hot food in hot weather. Fuck, mate. Great minds, Alpha. Craftwise is eating pesto pasta too? Hot or cold, Craftwise? If it's hot, you're out of a club. You're out of cold pasta club. Half. I don't know if you saw that, but I'll keep no secrets from you. But 100% as I went to talk then, I clearly hadn't finished my entire mouthful, and a little bit of pasta fell out of my mouth back into the tub. No secrets here. You say half hot and half cold? How have you managed that? Men go downhill after marriage. Why are the scores always wrong? What did I miss? Oh, yeah, there's no plus in front. It happened again. Fucking hell, X, mate, you're a grown man. Finish your mouthful before you start talking. Come on. You know what, though? Both times it fell out of my mouth, it did land back in the tub. So, not too shabby, in some ways. Not great, but not too shabby. Clutching at straws a little bit here. How's the ex managed to find a woman and they get her to marry him? And I'm here in my undies watching a man learning to eat pasta for the first time. Have you seen the UV tweet? Yeah. Not appetizing. Did I tell you about the first time? So, me and my now wife, we worked at the same place. We both worked at the Cineworld in Nottingham. She was a supervisor when I started, and I was but a mere team member. And we actually worked together for a year before we really started like hanging out and talking. Our first major interaction that I remember is I was working on concessions, which is the food place if it's called something else in your country, but where you sell food from, right? And one of the jobs you sometimes get when you work in a food place is you're asked to go get more stock, to go get more chocolates, more popcorn. Stock up more nachos. So she writes me a little list of stock to go and get from the stockroom to bring up so we have enough stock for when the next busy film comes in. All seems pretty reasonable so far. But one important detail is that at this particular moment, I was very hungover. So, that's the cope. So I was very hungover. So of course, what's the correct thing to do when you're asked to do something, but you're very hungover and you kind of don't want to? So she hands me the list. So I do what feels like the best move at the time, is I screw up a piece of paper and I throw it back at her. Game. Riz, thanks guys. Yeah, I think so. Is this how to flirt? I mean, this also wasn't the start of us like talking more and flirting and starting dates either. This was like a full year before. So she then retrieves the list and gives it back to me. And I realise there's no way out of this, so I begrudgingly go and get the stock. I'm swooning over here. Thank you. And that was 12 years ago, and the rest is history. How did you not get fired? Honestly. Some of the stuff I've got away with at all of my jobs and not been fired for. You don't realise how much piss you can take until you start taking the piss. In one of my other jobs, should I tell all these stories? In one of my other jobs, like Dono Walling SSG, yeah, hopefully SSG aren't listening to this. I promise you I'm a better employee now, SSG. In one of my other jobs, we were dicking about in the morning, you know, because it was kind of quiet. So I was going through a phase, because I was very skinny and lean when I was younger. Very skinny and lean, right? But after I'd had a couple of office jobs, on my second office job, anyone who has gone from working maybe an active job where you're standing up and moving around all the time, like the cinema, to a stationary office job, what happens? You put on weight. So, as I progressed at this office job, I got a belly for the first time. And this was the first time in my life I had a belly. I have a belly now, it's still here. But at the time, it was novelty that I had a belly. So, I kept getting my belly out to show people that I had a belly because I thought it was funny. Which I feel like is probably... I mean, it was frowned upon at the time. Maybe it's even more frowned upon now. But at one point, we were having like a jokey argument with someone. So I was in the mood to get my belly out. So I just took my shirt off and threw it at them. This was at the smart meter job for the government as well. This wasn't even like a sort of minimum wage cinema job where we try and take the piss. This was when I worked for the smart meter company for the government. I mean, what I did learn as well, and I'm not going to show you my belly now, but what I realised when I was getting my belly out at this job is I had a really hairy belly. And I thought everyone just had it, or all men had a hairy belly. But it turns out I had a, I have like a very hairy belly compared to most people. So that was a piece of information I learned. Proof? I'm not giving you proof. Trust me. The head hair's gone elsewhere. I know, right? Thank you as well, Stios, for the tier 1. Did HR give you a talk? No! No! HR didn't give me a talk. I was eventually fired from that job, but it actually had nothing to do with the belly. But that's a story for another day. Yeah, shout out to all the people who just came back to that, but it's kind of exactly what it sounds like. We have time for a story. I'll tell you another story. Yeah, we're not getting a stream where I shave my belly. Do we have time for another story? This was another thing I didn't get fired for, right? But maybe you can start to see a pattern of behaviour here. It was at the same job, the smart meter place. And at the smart meter place, there was a no hot food policy. No hot food policy at the desk, right? So you couldn't eat hot food at the desk. So one morning, I come in and I get a sandwich. I get like a sausage and cheese sandwich from the breakfast thing. Obviously, it's hot. But I didn't want it because I wasn't really eating breakfast at the time. So I was saving it for lunch. So we're saving it for lunch. And then I have it at lunch, right? I have the sandwich at lunch. And my manager walks past at the time and says, you know, makes a comment and say, no hot food at the desk. And I say, oh, it's not hot. I brought it this morning. It's a breakfast sandwich. It's like 1 PM now. And then he just says to me, where's the principal? And walks off. Obviously, as soon as he said it's for principal, I was understandably, I think, a little bit riled up. What does he mean the principal? The food was cold. I was eating cold food at the desk. What does he mean the principal of hot food? If it's the principle of food that was what's hot at any point we can't eat at the desk, then we can't eat bread. What food could you eat that has never been hot before in its life? A lot of food is cooked beforehand. So, he walks off, but obviously, again, what's the sensible thing to do here? You know? Just let it go, right? Just let it go? Maybe. But no, I think, oh, if it's just cold food then, so we can't have a sandwich that was once hot, what's a cold meal that I could eat at my desk that feels like it's taking the piss? So later that week, I bring in my lunch from home. This time I'm certain it will be cold. So I bring in a cheese board. Not just a cheese board, but I bring in the whole thing. I bring in a chopping board from home. I've got crackers. I've got cheese. I lay it all out over my desk, and I have my cheese board. Not a stinky cheese, no, just like a cheddar. I don't really like blue cheese or anything. So yeah, so crackers, cheese board. I brought in a knife from home as well, like a cheese knife. So I'm having a lovely time at lunch, eating my definitely cold cheese board. And do you know what they said after I took the piss eating my cheese board? Nothing. They didn't mention it at all. So I guess in many ways it actually was the principle. So, so I just had a cheese board. Unemployable. I'll have you know. I was promoted twice at this job. And then fired, sure. But what goes up must come down. Slingshot theory? Like a reverse slingshot. I'm going up and then I go down. Alright. Honestly. Well, I'll tell it one day, but it's a long story and it needs proper attention. But I'll tell you the story of how I got fired one day. Promoted where I was fired. Yeah, exactly. My promotion fired record was actually net +1. So you can't argue with the results, can ya? Can ya? Alright, should we watch some Overwatch? Because this is an important game. The winner goes to the Esports World Cup. SSG are playing. They're my favourite team. We need to boost Kellen. It's going to be a Kiri ban coming out initially from GK, trying to force a BAP mirror. Now, it must be said, UV's BAP is probably notably far ahead of CJ's here, so a decent advantage for him. Ramon also going to be playing the Symmetra here, which we've seen a lot of in all regions. But it's lethal when opening pick out of nothing onto Sugar Free, SSG's key man. Disaster start, and they concede the flip for free. SSG, really you would expect SSG's strengths in this matchup to be the more dive-heavy ones, but this was, of course, GK's picks. They've taken us to Oasis. And we are starting on University, the most ground-based of all the sub-maps. CJ's going to have his lamp force first, and Kellen is a lot of trouble in the front line as well here. They're very separated, and Kellen is completely separated. Can they get him out of this one? No, they're split. SSG, they try and push left, they try and push right, but they're just getting picked apart on all sides, and Bliss is going to fall. An easy fight for GK. But CJ does have a narrow window advantage here as long as they can get Kellen out, but get Kellen out they cannot. Now to give UV a bit of time to catch up. Wamone and Lethal hooning towards their DPS ults as well. The Sim will be a great counter to that window if they need it. Outside of this window, SSG's ult bank is looking dire right now. Seeker's going to swing right-hand side. He has a full rail ready to go. Kufra is holding close. UV has a window to support him if SSG commit too much. And there comes the window, and Kellen tries to D-peek it. Sugar Free's a little bit separated here. Hazard Wall is good onto Kellen here, but he can get himself out. They successfully kite the first ult, but now GK have these DPS ults for the window. Sim Wall is going to be committed by Wamone. Seeker is on the flank with Blissey. They're trying to respond to this one here, and they both get crushed. And that's the power of the Hazard. If SSG try and play wide, a 3-person group, a 2-person group, the Hazard has much more mobility than the Orisa. Can just leap and overload the flank side, just like we saw there from Kufa. Obviously, they had the Sim Wall to support it even further too. But now, one fight territory. SSG still don't quite have a lot of these key ultimates here. They might have to window early just for the space. Sugar Free's going to go through. Dash doesn't find any damage. Has to drop the deflect. Now the beat comes back. And the overclock for window. The Terror Surge coming out. Lots of damage on show. But GK take a step back. Now Bliss getting towards his beat. Seeker with the overclock takes out Kufa, but the wall boots him off. Kufa from beyond the grave. But SSG, they still get on. They have tank advantage. And now they're chasing these speed up kills. Lap comes through from UV. Nearly a disaster, but the trade kill for Seeker ends up being enough for him. And SSG get themselves a bit of a foothold here. Can't catch Wamone late. But they get themselves back in control. And they actually have beat Blade from this next fight as well. GK actually spent a fair amount there to lose the fight. The Terror Surge does a lot from Kellen to just relieve the pressure from that beat push. From Admirable. Sorry. CFG reference from Admiral. Downpour comes out. Kufa though in a lot of trouble. Can't find anything. The wall is good. Seeker's eliminated, but Sugar Free is good for 2 in the back. Might be able to make that free. No, UV gets the kill, but Kellen's there for the trade. Kufa and Admiral. Still the only ones left on point. Admiral get cleaned up, and Kufa's going to play his life. If you played TF2, you'll remember Admirable. And in many ways, Admiral is admirable. CJ, however, has been one-shot by this window. A beat push. They need kills and they need them quick. But Kellen can't find anything. Pressure onto UV. The lamp comes out now. And they absorb that one perfectly. Seeker with a late trade, but it might be too little too late. Seeker is still lurking behind here. Seeker's taken a lot of attention here as they flip the point. Seeker can't find any more kills though, and now is there a touch available? Kellen is coming back ball. Bliss will get the first touch. He'll die shortly afterwards though. Now coming through is Kellen. He keeps the overtime coming, but they need a clutch. They need kills. CJ has died again. They're killing all the players off point. Kellen can maybe get another touch, but Sugar Free gets the first one. Boots away here. Kellen can't give a touch. Then body blocks. He can't find his way past him. Admiral, the guardian of the door, forces the C9 there. Kellen can't make his way through. And GK with a fairly dominant University. Wait, did Bliss Ajax? No, I thought the beat went off. I think that's a false call, Lemon. I'll give you a quick check while we're between rounds. Yeah, no, beat went off. Catch him back up. Quick stat update here. Looking good for Kuffa. Looking good for Wamone. Wamone is a player I got rid of. Well, no, I got rid of Psycho, didn't I? I kept Rocket. Yeah, I didn't have Wamone. Okay. Caught up now. Alright. Back over to City Centre, and if anything, this feels like a point that's going to be harder for the Orisa here. Surprised not to see it maybe even invest into the Winston or something here. If there's a point on Oasis you can get away with it, it's this one. But oh my god, the lamp is out, but CJ is not within the lamp. No lamp challenge for CJ, or late lamp at best. And that's going to be an easy opening pick. They're trying to trade onto Kufa here. Kellen actually have him pinned in. They might be able to trade for tank here. The lamp over grip. They save him. The Bap Weaver is getting it done again for GK. Honestly, I feel like a Winston swap could be on here into the Bap Weaver or something. I guess D.Va in many ways would be a really good swap too. Don't worry, the mods will get it. The mods will get it, I'm sure of it. Seeker Widow just to try and clear him from spawn. Kellen is onto the ball. And they are swapping to dive, but ball, not Winston. Kellen's going to get behind and start forcing the point in a second. He's actually eyeing up his Life Weaver right now. Ping's going out for him. He's looking for it. Goes for the slam. Admiral jumps off. UV's got the full pocket. Sim TP to come deal back with him now. But GK have taken a bit of a step back here, and there's space for SSG to work with. Can they get CJ into a more meaningful position to use his cooldowns aggressively? We'll have to wait and see. Admiral nearly has the tree. Pocket coming through. Grip and a pull. Lamp is used. That's all the defensive cooldowns. Now the backline is vulnerable. They've lost CJ on the way in. And this backline is going to get devastated if they try and rotate through. Kufa is having a bit of a tank aim situation, but the right click also does damage. Oh no, Bliss has just left him behind. And they might still dogfight this when he turns his attention to Seeker instead. This time Kufa confirms the kill. Window was using the back from UV. And it all seems to work out in the end for GK. Not the cleanest. Overclock vote from Lethal to keep going. They want to stagger the kills. CJ will be taken down again. No such luck for him. Now more pressure on, and Bliss can't get back into spawn. And GK, one fight away from making this a quick 2-0 on Oasis. Bliss will have this beat coming back. But Admiral, he can use the tree to absorb a lot of that. They're trying to put pressure onto Kellen early. He's made his way over to the car side Mega, and he can start the touch here. Start with a point force to clear some space. And this time if CJ gets into trouble, there is a beat to save his life. They're trying to clear Kufa out here, and Kufa's taking a lot of damage, but Lethal executes Sugar Free from behind. The trade is good, though. Tank advantage for SSG. A chance to walk forward, but where is Lethal going? A hop, a skip, and a jump. A disruptor shot onto CJ, but he can't find the kill. No rail available. They deal with him in the end. Symbol is on point for the meanwhile, but Kellen has kept the overtime contested. Admiral's going to drop the tree, but there's more pressure coming through from Kellen. The mines are out. Kellen is low. Bliss still has the beat if they need it right now, but they're trying to avoid using it. They amp it up. They push with the overclock instead. They need to kill these players. The Life Weaver's given them the slip. They need to deal with this Life Weaver. Shoot him! They kill him eventually. They still have to get control of a point. They clear the TP behind. Kufa is contesting now. He has the downpour if he wants to turn this. The flip is given though, and GK choose to wait for 5. Lifeline now for SSG. They lose Bliss phone. That's no beat now available. Downpour comes out. Doesn't find anything defensive. Nano onto him for sleep as well. The execution onto Kufa. But Nano getting it done. And SSG will hold once more. And because Bliss died, they get to hold on to the beat. Silver linings and all that. The nade now onto Lethal allows Sugar Free to clear that position out. Coming back, but ult advantage for SSG with this one. UV's going to have a window, maybe even overclock, but this beat push could be devastating for him here. They can be aggressive now, SSG. They can dive into positions. A nice slam as well catches Wimone on the rotation. Now Bliss is going to beat anyway. The nade is good too, and this should be a very straightforward fight. Honestly, a shame they had to use the beat in all of that since they found the Wimone pick early, but one ult, win a fight, not the end of the world. The problem is, now only Sugar Free's pulse is left for SSG. And an overclock and a window to try and clear point. SSG's comp can ping-pong a lot, though. They can really slow this down, bleed out in his ultimates. Sugar Free goes in. Pulse bomb attempt, looking for it. Slam comes through. Kellen and Sugar Free will be cleared. Sugar Free doesn't actually commit the pulse in that one. Now sliding underneath. Lethal's going to make short work of Seeker. He's booped to the coast. He's low. He gets the Mega, though, Lethal. They've lost CJ in main as well. And Lethal lands on top of Bliss's head. Sugar Free still has the pulse bomb. He's killed Wimone, but he needs to do so much more. He needs to get the touch here as well. The flip comes through. Does Sugar Free have another one in him? He goes for it. Pulse bomb attempt lobbed in there as well. It was ambitious, but he had no choice but to reach for the stars. 2-0 for GK in the end. Bit more competitive on that city centre, but still didn't. It always felt like GK were winning that one. Now, though, SSG's chance to pick a map. Expecting it maybe to go a bit more of a dive direction. Gibraltar, Dorado, all viable options here, right? We'll do a quick points check. I have Kellen, of course. Lots of people probably have sugar-free. Kellen on plus 1.5. We take those. Sugar-free on -2. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Hey, Gay Hunter. Did SSG win map 1? Not in the traditional definition of 1. No. Ramon on 4.5. UV on 4. Oh, I nearly got UV instead of Gala. It's alright. It's the second game is where I make my money. The second game is where I make the turn it into profit. Get J.Ru and Lenny, they said. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, looks like we're going to be going to Dorado as well for the SSG's pick. So we are keeping the dive in the mix. Still can't believe Lethal was put on Tracer when you signed him. Well, did we ever tell you guys what the original idea was with Lethal? Because originally, our lineup was actually only going to be 6 players that season. So our original plan was we would have Haddy. We would keep Jamie. We would have Landon and Admiral. And then we were going to have Sky as well, so we could play double flex support. You know, so Sky would come in for Admiral. And maybe Sky would actually play on like Animaps or something as well, because it's not a strength for Landon. And then we were going to have Lethal. And then we were going to kind of have this sort of like... Our idea was a hyperflex DPS lineup. You know, like, I guess a budget Proper and Stalker situation. You know, where Backbone can play for hit scan in some situations, and Lethal can. Yeah, so Sparker was our last signing in Season 6. Because we didn't think we'd have the budget. We only had the budget for 6 players. We didn't want to get rid of Sparker necessarily. We just thought we wanted the flexibility in the DPS, you know? And we thought Lethal would provide that. So Lethal was going to be our primary hit scan player, but there'd be some heroes that we thought Lethal would be better at. Mainly the Tracer, because that's a weak hero for Jamie. So we thought that basically, you know, on lots of maps, you know, we could do like... Jamie would be the Genji, and then Lethal would be the Sojourn. But if we had to play Tracer, we could maybe do it the other way around, where Lethal is Tracer and Jamie is Sojourn. I mean, Jamie's hit scan's actually pretty good. So that was our original idea, but once we got the extra budget, because we were asking if we could keep Spark as well, but Spark was actually the last signing. So, yeah. So obviously, I'm really happy we got to keep Spark. We did want to keep him, but if we could only have 6 players, this was going to be the 6 we were going to go for. I mean, obviously, I don't know if that really makes the decision any better or worse, honestly. Lethal, Psycho, Spark, fuck, marry, kill. I think fuck Sparker, marry Psycho, kill Lethal. Can chat have a smile today? I can do a better smile this time, I promise. I'm gonna go small. No, it's kind of goofy again. Why do I think everyone's mouth is so big? Just racist? What do you mean? You just hate Lethal? Look, Lethal is a great Overwatch player. But I would not want to be married to Lethal. Would not want to be married to Lethal. Spark, you know, I think Spark is nice enough. Could marry Spark. I mean, I like Lethal. Lethal was a top bloke, but he's also such an idiot. Like, I'm sure we've told the story on Uncoachable of, like, Lethal talking to us about Bastion for, like, half an hour on fucking Rialto. Like, he's just a... Like, what's the way to say it? Like fun dumb, you know? Like all the stories are funny, but if you're actually like in a work situation with them, it's really frustrating. Really frustrating. And I feel, you know, not that marriage is a work situation, but I feel there would be that extended period of time, you know? A himbo? Yeah, that's maybe a good word. He was low-key cooking. He was not cooking. Alright, sorry. I'm locking in. I'm locking in. The Preds are close. It's Dorado. It's SSG's map pick. And this is a chance for the swing back. Hunter didn't stream this morning. He kept himself quiet and asleep so Kellen and Blissey could get their rest. But unfortunately, a TP here, like, it's just such a weird comp from GK on paper, isn't it? Like a Sim, a Bat, a Lifeweaver. But we've seen them play this version before, and really, we've heard, I think it was Cuffer talking about it in the interview of really how they play this style, play this comp as a really aggressive duel-taking comp. You know, they have all these get out of jail cards in terms of the grip and the lamp. Ramon can even TP and harass as well, so they can take all these duels quite aggressively here and just make SSG's life very difficult. Kitsune Rush nearly available for CJ though, but they've lost Sugar Free. Admiral's taking care of him. Fawn's out, I guess. Now they're going to try and push forward. Kellen has doubled in. Half HP already. CJ nearly has that Kitsune Rush, but they need to desperately stabilize. They have Force for Lamp though, but Kellen needs all sorts of help. He jumps for the health back. Kitsune Rush on point, but Kellen is out of the fight. Kuffer's killed Seeker here. Kellen is now back, but he is still so low. Suzu comes through. They're losing everyone else as every bit of heal is being poured into Kellen right now. He's not going to get to this primal. He's not going to live. And the window finishes the job. And a quick start for GK. More boosts for Kellen, guys. Come on, he's the best Winston in all of North America. But he needs your energy now. In this comp, I feel like, from SSG, I feel like it should match up well into the Bat Lifeweaver. Especially once the ults get going. Because that Kitsune Rush, they had to kind of use player downs, and it was a bit awkward, everything like this. Now the Sim TP, backs it up. Ramon's going to TP away. Pulled out of this one. Seeker's gone so deep with this, and Kellen's found UV, actually. They are all around him. A tree on point to try and stabilize, but it can't save you from a pulse bomb. And now the tree stands alone. Kuffer's going to dart back into... This is actually his own spawn trying to trade Seeker, but the full pocket is there from CJ. They'll deal with this one, force him back. And SSG getting that one without using more than a pulse bomb. Great ult trade for SSG, and a big chance to stabilize here. Why have you added this emo? I know what a smiley face looks like. Come on. Coming through right now, a TP to top right to clear Seeker out. Tries to follow up with the wall, and Lethal has actually found Sugar Free on point. Seeker's overclock has been countered out very much by his symbol. But Kellen still has Primal if he wants to go back in there. He's trying to be disciplined, though. Hold on to that one. GK stretch out a little bit. But now a Bob and a Primal coming back. Eyes on Kellen. Bob comes forward. Beat, Primal are both out. Kellen doesn't get the beat, but he's got the Primal, and Lethal will get run over by that one. Kellen with the juggle back into spawn. Grip onto the Sim. Kellen's going to back it out, play it safe. The beat push has done its job. Is a 2-for-1 trade, though. So expensive for SSG. But in this part of the high ground map, this is where they can really make it difficult for GK squishier heroes. We're talking about the Lifeweaver. The Lifeweaver, the Bat, and the Sim here. They can make it really tricky for these heroes to take meaningful space. SSG have a Kitsune Rush for the next one as well. Lethal's even gone for Sojourn now, just looking for survivability more than anything on these rotations. Ramon also gone Tracer too. So immediately the DPS now on more survivable heroes, but UV and Admiral, still tricky heroes to survive on. SSG are playing it relatively slow for now, though. Sugarfree's had his recall force on the far side, and Sugarfree's now had to back this one up. Has to be careful because Kellen will get cleared off point. He'll lose that fight over time to the Hazard. So they've given a bit of space right now. They're looking for the backline. Jump onto the Baptiste. They want to try and force this pull out for him. UV will get gripped out of that one. Lamp and grip. But now Kellen, the chase is on. He's got his bubble back. He is still on this backline. They force out both cooldowns there. And really, ultimately, I think UV didn't want to have to lamp there. Because they basically used both cooldowns to survive the same dive. What you want if you're GK is UV gets dived, you grip him out, and then if Kellen keeps chasing with the dive, UV then has lamp to help him survive. But they force both cooldowns in one, and SSG are able to convert the kills afterwards. Primal coming up for Kellen. Overclock for Seeker. More ults to invest. Full rail as well. Seeker wants to swing left-hand side for this one. Petal coming up as they try the rotation. Kennen kind of messes up the jump, but Grip has been used. Downpour and Tree trying to survive. Suzu out from CJ. Primal from Kennen soon to re-engage here, and they're just going to wait out these ults. Now it's just a window, and SSG, it's been a masterful second point so far. Here's the window. Kennen doesn't quite have Primal yet. Gets it now. Overclocking the back, but Seeker's so far away. What are we overclocking? Kennen's got a Primal going, though. He can maybe get something going, but he's just primaling flowers. The ult trade actually ends up being really good for GK. Overclocking Primal in exchange for a window. What a bargain! Now GK are coming back and Lethal's nearly got an overclock. They've got pressure on Kennen. He's had to bubble defensively. SSG on the back foot. They have the Kitsune Rush though. They can trade this one out still. Lethal's about to have the overclock. Kitsune Rush comes in first though. Pressure onto Sugarfree. He's been forced away. Where are the kills with this? Petal up top from Lethal. The overclock is back. A fadeaway dink, but doesn't confirm the kill onto CJ. Kufa can find the final blow though. Kitsune Rush has found nothing. Now GK take another step forward. Pulse bomb out is miss from Ramon. Kennen is so low though. He is executed. Seeker's had to get the touch. He's going to die on point. And after all their good work, it falls apart for SSG. Disaster there. The second point was so good for him. And now as we get to this third point, again, it feels like this is probably one of the better points really for GK's comp in all of this. Sugarfree looking for his pulse bomb attempt. It's going to be short though. Ramon's going to trade CJ as SSG flood in looking for trades right now, but are they going to find no trades? The lamp has been forced, but Ramon and Kufa are here on cleanup duty. Bliss will be the last to die. Is Bliss trying to play his life? Where is Bliss? He's off the map. Okay, he's resetting. They come back with a beat push here. Admiral can counter it out with the tree, of course, help them survive, but Kennen's going to get this primal mid-fight. So really, expecting that to be a pretty even trade, the beat for the tree, but then it all comes down to the tank ults. Can Kellen find the primal value, or will Kufa find the downpour value? Petal now onto the high ground for UV. It's a window on a Petal. Beat comes through instead, and UV's going to jump away. He has the lamp, but he's jumped too high. Seeker with an easy kill. Oh, wait, jumps out of the lamp, jumps out of the tree. It's a one-for-one trade only, but Kennen still has this primal to go. Bliss is given the slip to Kufa too. Joins underneath, and now Kennen, he is on the hunt. He is looking for this Sojourn. Will be able to confirm that kill, and they get it over the line in the end. Might even get this late kill on Kufa. Yeah, they should do. There we go. 25 seconds left, and GK have to rush for the touch. They've got a Kiri Lucio coming back now. CJ with a significant Kitsune Rush advantage. Lethal has the overclock. SSG just needs to be careful. They don't want to commit before they get these two ultimates that they're so close to. GK though, as soon as they have that overclock, they can press the button. Sugarfree's going to take this duel with Ramon right now, but he's getting overloaded. Sugarfree's recall has been forced. They can get a bit of free card pressure. Now the flanking overclock needs to connect for shot. Kennen is marking the angle though. Lethal slides back. He lives, but he's not got great targets to shoot at. But Seeker's been forced to slide. He is for headshot. Kennen dives in, 44%. Kitsune Rush comes through now. It's falling apart again. Sugarfree with a trade. CJ with a trade, but they need to get back to the point. Here comes Bliss. Here comes CJ. Here comes Sugarfree. It's 3v3, but the spawns are so close. Sugarfree's found another kill. And now, full pocket onto Sugarfree. He's looking for the cleanup. Ramon is low. Sugarfree will kill that one as well. And Sugarfree, CJ, they get it done in the end. And they get the hold, SSG. And honestly, it felt like the first time that's Sugarfree really came online there. We talk about him being the key man for SSG so much. But that was that's the first time it really felt like he was able to take over on Tracer a little bit. It feels like he's having a hard time at the moment because when he's taking these duels with Ramon, a lot of the time Kufa is trying to overload that side. You know, stop it being a 1v1 and make it a 2v1 or a 3v2 or whatever it might be. And it's making it quite tricky for Sugarfree. He's not necessarily dying loads as a result, but it does mean he's just playing on the back foot quite a lot. He's not able to be as aggressive or play the game he wants to as much. Same comp it looks like for SSG, at least initially. GK going to do something similar to, this time for Casvo. Now, some of these dives will be quite tricky for SSG until they get to some of their ultimates. And again, the ultimates we're really talking about in these ones are the support ults and the primal. They're the ones that allow these dives. SSG listening.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear, like, oh, they have hazard, by the way, they have hazard.
Yeah.
Don't say you can't. Just fucking go, okay? We're hesitating too much on our dives. Just say, I can go this. We all follow, okay? I don't want to wait too long.
Yeah, unless someone screams that like they literally can't for like something, then no, we can just go.
Sim. Hard to touch point.
Yeah, how's separate?
Cast, sing, cast.
Just bloody go.
You can take it right side. Left side, I get touch point.
We taking right side. I'm clear hazard.
Just keep doing house point.
Can you shooting hold on?
Yeah, we can do it, Chrissy.
Study now. We can shoot hazard. 1, 2, study.
I'm dead. hazard
I push him. Team up. Team top. Turning killing. We can go point.
They might find good TP.
I go right under. Hey, walking. You got 10 shoot. I go shoot him. You shoot hazard. Simple.
Just watching.
Technical error. I'm almost certain it's on your end, mate. Okay.
I'm just listening to the listening.
Oh shit! Sorry, mate.
Not your first L today.
Good to see you too.
Alright, that's the end of what I think was actually a really boring listening as well, as they just try and clear a bit of space but fail. As we exit the listening, SSC are actually going in now. They're trying to commit onto the sim, full pocket full with mine, the lamp is out and Kellen is getting beamed. But now in this next engage, a Kitsune rush for CJ, but they've lost Sugar Free at the worst time. They're going to have to slow it down right now. They have to be careful not to die late. Seeker's going to slide onto the high ground and they've stabilised. They actually want to push, but the tree counters out the Kitsune rush and GK can hold their ground. Not even hold their ground, they can push back. SSG just trade support ult for support ult. And, well, actually 2 for 1, but the window always feels a little bit disposable in these. The next key timing for SSG is this beat, is this primal. No great tools for survival here. They're going to grip out Ramon, actually, and off for Petal High Noon. 3 for lethal there. Disaster. And that was the overclock invested as well. That was the timing there. I mean, that's good news is they're still coming up to this beat, still coming up to this primal, still good opportunities, and it was a symbol invested as well, which is one of the more powerful ults on the GK side. So there's still hope for SSG, but they're starting to run out of time. 1.5 minutes now. They're going to start tapping the payload, but Sugarfree's going to get marked there. Tries to turn it into a flank, and actually Seeker's underneath with him as well, so they're ready for the dive. Here comes Kellen. Lamp has been forced. Lamp has been killed. TP is there, duking it out, but Lethal can't get away, can't get to that TP. They drop onto point here. I think GK mainly just playing to try and force out ult to get some trades. Kellen goes for it. He actually has to primal this, but Downpour's been invested as well. Kellen now lands on the Baptiste, and UV has been sent for a dip. Kuffer's still going to find a trade, though, so not the cleanest fight for SSG, despite the ult investment here from them, but they will be able to clean up point. They will be able to get it going. And they will have one more chance, or one more fight, to try and capture first point. Bliss would be advantage. GK with a whole lot of nothing, and this time SSG, they can set up close. They can set up at the choke, so as soon as any of these squishy targets, the Sim, the Lifeweaver, the BAP, as soon as they walk through this choke, Blissy can pull the trigger and they can go. Very difficult retake for GK, up against it in this one. But honestly, if they can force out at least one of these support ults, it won't be too bad. Early beat from Bliss as they try and overwhelm them. Jump onto the high ground. Lethal TP's up, but they weren't quite through the choke. Seeker gets the kill on Lethal anyway, so it might just work out. It will be okay. Looks a bit scary for a second here. Grip and Lamp by UV, more valuable time, but they are getting overwhelmed, and the beat push will be converted. They leave Kuffer to anchor point and kill all the squishy targets. 2.5 minutes now for the attack. You alright, Chrissy?
Yeah, mate, good. Having a good time. You focus on the game, mate. We can catch up after the round, okay?
Feel like I've barely seen you in a couple of weeks, mate.
It's been ages, mate.
Double support ult now for GK and a Sim wall coming up to all of these ultimates again. But SSG, they can keep playing aggressive. This Kitsune rush, they can land on top of them. Last time, Admiral just matched it with the tree, and it was a disengage from SSG. They're going to try and play left. Ramona's TP'd in, he's booped as well. Where was Ramon going with that one? Easy pick, and now no sim wall available for GK. They use the window to relieve pressure, but it's just on the high ground. SSG will tuck themselves underneath and be safe and sound from this window. Now they can go with their Kitsune Rush dive if they want as well. UV's going to give some space for anticipating the aggression, but Lethal is dropped around. He's jungling right now, and he's found Seeker. SSG will keep trying to get this payload moving. They are under underneath right now. Just they need to clear Kuffer. He's got double pocket. Lethal's gotten his petal as well, so he can get back onto the high ground. Now they're chasing it down, and CJ's been lost in the rotation. SSG couldn't find their timing to go. They wanted to wait for 5 players, but now they are going to be fully reset and lose all of their position. And GK are flooding all the way to spawn. They want to make this as painful as possible for SSG to retake. Back on the high ground, 4 ults in their back pocket. Ramona's obviously back with GK now. They are at full strength. SSG, double support ult close for them, and this primal available. So a big ult throwdown in this one. 1 minute left on the clock. SSG need to make this work. They jump onto UV. UV hits his head for one, but jump. He has to get gripped out of this one. Bliss dies, 78%. Seeker now with a wide overclock swing. The tree is up, though. Kellen has primal as he drops off. Seeker can't really find too much to shoot at with this one, but Kellen can keep going with primal in a second. Kuffer's going to jump onto the backline. Flashbang is out. Seeker's going to get taken down. Now the high noon. He's wandering towards the petal as well, but the pulse bomb comes through. He's going to get gripped out of that one, I think, so he survives. Now the Kitsune rush, it's going. Kellen's primaling in the back as well. Kellen needs to find a kill with this, but all he can do is jump back to safety. Bliss will be back soon. He has beat. They will wait for Seeker, but they have a sim wall and a window and all these annoying defensive support cooldowns in the grip and the lamp to try and kill through as well. They're harassing early on. All eyes on this beat from Bliss. They need to find the engage. Kellen will jump onto high ground. Bliss is coming around the flank. He's going to drop the beat. It's a 3-person beat only. The symbol there as GK try and disengage. A 1 ult for 1 ult, or 1 ult for 2 ult trade actually, so no ults left on the board, but GK's comp is better in the neutral. They have no choice but to make it work. Seeker is trying to make a play, but Lethal reads it. He shuts him down. The lamp keeps everyone safe on the high ground. UV has got full pocket here. They have been repelled. They need to get the touch. They do get the touch, but Kellen is on life support. He falls. Only 3 members left. Bliss is able to trade one out. It's the supports and the Tracer. They clutched on the defense, but they won't be able to clutch on the offense here. It's now just sugar-free. 1v4. Shift still available for UV. And GK take the second map against SSG.
Gabby.
Oh, yeah?
Just Gabby.
Ooh. Yeah, it's starting to look rough for SSG. And even after I put up the neon sign, so I don't know what more I can do.
I mean, honestly, it's how your hands are just hands up.
I mean, I don't want to, you know,
expect you to do.
I don't want to just, you know, like pass on responsibility, but I really do feel like I've done my part here.
No, I agree.
I don't know. It's kind of the expected result, as much as I want to believe in SSG. GK really do just feel like the top dog. You want to talk about your game at all while you're here, Chris, or is it the past is the past?
Honestly, mate, we almost got them. You know, it's just if it was a best of 7, I think we probably would have had them. So.
This bloody format doesn't even give you a chance to come back in games.
It's just,
how am I meant to reverse sweep if I only get 3 maps?
That's why Korean Overwatch is so much better. They do best of 7s, you know, like a real format. You know, I was just Mickey Mouse. Anyone could win a best of 5. You know, all you have to do is win it 1 or 2 fights, get lucky. You know, but that can happen. We'd almost just like, you know, toying with them a little bit, figuring them out, figuring out their weaknesses, and next thing you know, it's gone. But I mean, that's how it goes, you know.
Yeah, I mean,
can't win them all.
I was thinking towards, I was like, yeah, it feels like they've actually kind of solved this here to you.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I mean, if you remember the first point of Suravasa, that was full solved, you know. Then we got lag, or there was some sort of bug, and then
not bugs and lag. Oh no.
And like,
How
was the honeymoon, mate?
Oh, it was lovely, actually. First time all-inclusive.
Is so good, right?
I mean, I don't know if this happens when you've done an all-inclusive, but do you also get, like, there's, like, it's all-inclusive, but they're also really keen to sell you stuff that isn't all-inclusive at all.
And then
like,
the stuff that they try to sell you is always so fucking expensive. They really try to take the piss with the add-ons, but you just tell them to fuck off. That's what we did.
Well, we had it like on the menus. There's like, here's the stuff that is included, or all the other stuff you get discount essentially, so it's not full price, but it's still like a decent chunk for like meals and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I think I can't remember, we went, and I swear we only spent, like, it was something ridiculous, like less than 18 quid.
Oh,
for
really?
the entire week. Like it was,
we ended
just
up
totally included.
We ended up spending like a decent amount more because like it was one of those where the buffet was free every night and you had like one reservation included. Because we were there for a full week, we were like, oh, we kind of just want to try all the places, you know, even if it means we have to pay a little bit.
Ours was really good because we got across the week. You got 4. You could reserve at 4 of the, what do they call them, the a la carte restaurants.
Yeah.
So we would just do a la carte buffet, and then it ended up being quite good, you know.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, the buffet was actually really good as well. So even if it was like,
yeah.
because there was a way to do it as well, where it was basically you don't spend. You know what I mean? You could just not spend anything.
Was the buffet 24/7 too? So you could like.
No, they had like it was like time slots, you know, like a breakfast, lunch, dinner, but it was only really like an hour or so between it, you know.
Yeah, we had it where you could go at any time of day, and there was like they could do stuff. So you were. I mean, it's class, isn't it? I just loved waking up. You just go down first thing. I'll get another iced latte. You drink like the 10 a.m. beers because who's gonna tell you to stop? You know,
just a steady like holiday drunk, you know, because I'm just sitting by the coast underneath what's it called, the parasol, sun out of my eyes, just listening to my audiobook, looking at the sea. Thank you, Mids, as well for the. Thank you for the prime. But yeah, just doing that, and then just a steady supply of beers. I'm not even having to stand up. Just.
Did they come to you?
Yeah, they come to you. So I was just like, "Do you want a drink?" And I was like, "Of course I want." I mean, if you're offering, mate, I'll have. And I'm always ordering like, I'm just like, "Can I have a beer and a Diet Coke? Maybe a water as well." You know, just what? They're free. Just get free.
Yeah, because you need to drink so much water because you get outrageously dehydrated so quick, you know. Especially, did you do any of the activities? Did they have activities?
They had a few. They actually had tennis courts. When I looked at the bookings as well, you would have loved it, mate, because nobody was booking for tennis courts. So you honestly could have just booked for tennis courts for the entire day if you wanted. Wow. Just beer by the beach, tennis court. Beer by the beach, round of tennis. All right.
I was doing that actually. All right, get into the game, mate. You have a.
This bloody Overwatch. Well, SSG are about to commit a reverse sweep here, so we should really tune in. It's going to be an Orisa mirror. Sim ban from SSG, allowing Sugar Free to play the Genji. Lucio ban from GK, forcing a Batbrig backline, which they probably fancy themselves in a little bit more. It's going to be a fairly even trade, though, but with the main source of healing down, SSG don't have a lot to sustain with. It's just the Koreans left. They are trapped in a corner. They've killed UV. They've killed Admiral, actually, so the Koreans are battling back. Bliss is keeping this Orisa pocketed. Spin comes out, but they need to deal with this. Whip shot from Bliss. He gets round the corner. Wimone can't finish the kill. He can. Skin of their teeth in the end. 3 HP for Wimone. And they managed to scrape this first fight over the line, but Kellen and Bliss nearly clutched that one out. Now, rally advantage for Bliss since he was really pouring that healing into Kellen for the last bit of that fight. They can push very aggressively with this. Needs to be a little bit careful with Kufa's Terror Surge if it comes up mid-fight, but SSG should be keen to be aggressive with this advantage. It's first fight too, so they should have a very precise read on exactly what ult advantage they have. So they need to get a wiggle on. They need to try and connect with this. Bliss moving in now. Clearing the sides. They've killed Wimone for free, actually. Now they can maybe even greed this ult if they want, but Kellen's taken a lot of damage. Bliss has walked right up into this Orisa's face. Hasn't popped the rally yet. Now the Terror Surge comes through. Bliss pops the rally. Lamp out. Counter Terror Surge from Kellen. 1 kill traded a piece, and maybe they still need the rally. No, maybe it was fine in the end. Admiral was rallied into this all as well. Window was thrown in by UV. They're still trying to deal with this Brig. Brig is 1 HP, but Admiral will walk away from that one. SSG more interested in the point and the late kill. They will stabilize and they win that trade. Looks for a second there like Bliss might have waited too long trying to greed that, but ends up being an even trade of ults. Well, even a positive trade for SSG. There's now no rally to deal with Sugar Free's Blade. A high noon early from Lethal. No TP shenanigans. They window back to peek it. Here comes Sugar Free. Deflect and spin up. Not too much damage, if any, really, from Lethal there. Now he's getting overwhelmed. Blade in the back. Lamp has been forced. 2 and a bit for Sugar Free. Make it a third. And that should be a clean fight for SSG, converting that one. They can even stagger out this Genji a little bit if they want. Don't want to take too many risks, though. GK dry on ultimates, SSG with the high noon available. Wimone will have Blade soon, but hard to push into this, and he still needs 30%, obviously swapping off the Venture that he started on.
GK going to go over far side here. They've got one more shot at this retake. Looks like they might just be moving towards point here. Need to be ready, though, because SSG, they can use this hiding and really pin him in. GK have to be ready to take a step back, potentially, here. You see Kellen holding the left-hand side. Sugar-Free harassing from underneath. Now the high noon comes in. Seeker's quite far back, but he's just killed UV. Caught him by surprise. Sugar-Free darts in. He's 1 HP. They flood forward to try and trade kills, but Nair Lethal falls as they drop to point. Kellen's low underneath, but the player advantage is too significant for SSG. They close it out. Good high noon. And SSG take an early lead here on New Junk City. Reverse sweep starts here. Terra Surge available for Kellen in the next fight. Blizzard has the rally to combo with it as well. It's going to be a Wamone Blade and a cast swap from Lethal. But the Blade here, if they get either of these ults here, SSG, they've got the perfect answer for him. Lethal looks like he's going on a roaming adventure as he loves to do. Flanking through this left-hand side. If CJ isn't careful, he might just cop a bullet in the face as he comes around this corner. Lethal is in position, ready to go. Admiral has made his way over here. Playing for the flank, but shut down early on by Seeker. Lethal's going to keep peeking with the help of his Brig. Comes through, but the Blade in front is a 1-for-1 trade. Bliss will be happy with that. Not the greatest Blade at all from Wamone, but they push forward and got a player advantage anyway. Now, GK, they are on point. They have window. Kellen is 1 HP, but he has the Terror Surge. No support, so they might just have to let it go. Oh, disaster here for SSG. It looked like they had everything in control. They had eyes on the flank. They were able to get a 1-for-1 trade on the Blade. But just becomes too scrappy, and they lose what looked like a good situation for them. Now we're going to have a big old ult fight in this next one. Terra Surge, Rally's going to be thrown into this. Windows 2. Sugar-Free Blade might be the key difference maker here. But a lot to go on. It looks like initially SSG. It looks like they want to lean left-hand side, at least with their cast for now. Kellen's going to peek the main door, spins through early on, looking for it, but doesn't make too much progress. He's taken so much damage as well. The window is not great from CJ. It's really far forward. They're still trying to use it. Now the bash comes through. CJ doesn't get the lamp off. UV gets his off. The Blade to save the day from Sugar-Free, but he has to worry about this rally. Admiral's put so much distance in. Terror Surge comes through from Kufra. He dies as he uses it, but Sugar-Free is traded. Kellen and Bliss now. The Koreans, once again, the last players standing, trying to take this fight. It's a 2v3, but they do have tank advantage here. Kellen's got the shield perk now as well. They don't have to concede any space here because they have to get the touch SSG. Kellen's taken so much damage, though, as he's walking up. Seeker with a high noon. Now Lethal can respond with a high noon of his own. Kellen is peeking that one. No cancel, and they C9? Oh, for goodness sake. They do so well with that high noon to get back onto the point to create themselves a space, and then they just C9 in all of it. Hard bit, no problem. Easy bit, very, very difficult. Now, over onto the next point, tied up 1-1. Full neutral really on the cards here. As we move over to point on the far side. Looks like we're going to point B, I think this is. This is the bridge one with the high ground. Closest will be Kellen's Terror Surge, but not really too much to speak of. So all going to be about the angles of support here. Again, keep your eyes on the side fight. Both Brigs will be moving to support these angles for their Cass or even their Genji. Sugar-Free's walking in now. Bit of a dash. Flashbang comes out, but Deflect is up. Deflects the spear as well, and Lethal doesn't get the pocket he needs out of that position. So now SSG can take the power position up top. They can drop down onto Kufra, surround him. Kufra can't land the spear. He's 1 HP. The lamp comes out, but the healing is being blocked by the shield there. Kellen just zoning the backline, making it really difficult for UV to have the impact he wants. And a clean fight for SSG. They did concede first flip, but they're right back in control. And they have a slight ult advantage from winning that fight as well. Window, Terror Surge, all ready to go. GK might have to rely on Wamone's Blade again, but the last one, just a single trade with an unrunning Brig. Not good enough. They need more out of this one here. Coming around the left-hand side as Wamone tries to get in position. He's got eyes on the backline now. Can he find his go timing? He's trying to bleed something out. He dashes through. He comes through. Slashes through. This is good for Lamp. Keeps everyone alive. Now the bash and the rally. Bliss gets it. High noon as well. Wamone can't get more, but he has forced 2 ultimates. Admiral's about to have a rally of his own as well. And Wamone onto Sugar-Free. He's won. Does get the kill, but they've lost Admiral. No chance to rally back. SSG still in control of point. Wamone searching for his next target. Trying to group with Lethal, but CJ's got the angle in main. Terror Surge used on the front as well. And they will clean this one up here, SSG. Cost them quite a bit, but they kept control of a point the entire time. A late kill onto Lethal is going to make this recontest all but impossible, really, for GK. So SSG will take the lead, even if it cost them a lot. Now SSG find themselves in the reverse situation. They've got the Blade, but not a lot else, and GK have all the answers. Goal for SSG here is actually probably take a fight before Cap comes out. We're going to get a replay of this C9 again here. Kellen's going to tap it at... Did he just tap it too early? Yeah, he just tapped it too early. It can happen. Remember, it's all about... It's 3 seconds, I think, before you have to tap it, but the percents don't equal exactly a second. I think we're a second and a half each. Now Seeker hiding with a flashbang, tries to kill the High Noon. Rally pop defensively. High Noon gets the kill onto Seeker. Blade over the top from Sugar Free as they double in, but the rally from Admiral is good. It keeps everyone alive through all of that. Did he just not tap it at all? All right. That's worse than I think. But I guess it can happen. Guess it can happen. Alright, so SSG, they kind of doubled down with that Blade. It's not really the worst trade. They at least forced 2 ults out of it. Now Terra Surge advantage for Kufa on this next one. And they do have control of the choke, and the Terra Surge can be pretty brutal as you try and come through this choke. Swinging through the right-hand side at the moment. Kellen's just going to come left. Looks like it's a 3-person flank on the right. Both DPS and a Brig coming through as Kellen tries to peek through the little window. Shield out from Kellen to take an angle. Now the High Noon swing. Body block from Bliss trying to create a little bit of space. And SSG do have space to walk right now, but they have to be careful about walking into this Terra Surge. Bliss nearly has a rally, but there's the Javelin onto Seeker. Terra Surge to suck him up into the air. Bliss has taken a lot. Lamp comes through, and Bliss is going to rally Jax there. Disaster for SSG. Bliss gets caught in the Terra Surge, can't get away, and Lethal will clean up 2 as a result. And this is going to be a straightforward point for GK as a result of this one. Did so well to create all of the space, and then they just had to worry about that Terra Surge. Don't get too close. Blissy got too close, though. GK tied up 2-2 and are now 1 round away from sending themselves to the Esports World Cup. Quick numbers check. Not too much to read into here. High deaths on UV is probably the big standout here. 8 deaths for him. GK actually getting traded a lot on these fights. High deaths across the board. But it all comes down to this final point. The KD doesn't matter as long as you get the objective. DPS ults available for GK as they come back in. They have a Terra Surge window combo if they want to go for it here, SSG. Need to worry about this Blade, though. Eyes on where Ramona's. Kellen's shield is awfully defensive now. Not a whole lot of use for that one. Now they're swinging back out onto point. Window in exchange for this High Noon. CJ's going to throw the lamp out relatively early. Ramona's Blade has been forced back. Later High Noon coming out through from Lethal. Swings doesn't find all that much. More damage onto Kufa, actually, but Lethal has taken the high ground. He wants to flank. He wants to have impact, but they're losing people in the front. Terra Surge to finish the job on the front line. And SSG win the all-important first fight on point D here. And they will get all the cleanup. High Noon now available for Seeker into this next fight. Admiral will have the rally, which should be an advantage, a better role in this situation, as long as Admiral can get close enough. If I'm SSG, I'm actually probably quite happy to play in this fight quite slow. Force GK to clear a lot of angles. Force them to walk into my High Noon. Use the High Noon to slow them down. Force them to burn ultimates. All the while ticking up my own capture percentage. And maybe there's even a sort of mid to late fight clutch opportunity for Sugar Free if he sees the Blade. And SSG are doing just that. They're playing quite slow right now. Lethal and Admiral are going to try and clear the flank a little bit. Just a Orisa to walk into, so Admiral is going to get forced all the way back. Rally comes out, and Kellen's just going to tank this, really. He's taking a decent amount of damage, but this rally's not doing a whole lot of anything. Seeker's High Noon to try and clear some space, but they've lost a point in all of this. The old situation looks okay, and they're going to swing out onto Lethal. They can't find that kill, though, and GK have given them the slip. SSG just left, dick in their hands, nothing to shoot at. They eventually find Admiral, an opening pick now to work with. Now the window comes out, but Terra Surge to pull them in. They all de-peek it, though. They've lost CJ. Limited healing for SSG, but they do have the rally if they want to go. They don't have control of a point. Sugar Free walks into the window. Bliss rallies now. He gets the kill. The lamp is laid from UV. Spaghetti everywhere from both teams. UV and Kufa try and pocket themselves onto the high ground, but Seeker won't give it up, pushing onto this one. Face it, we need to finish this game first. It's not over yet. Not by a long shot. GK, hold onto the point. Hold onto the high ground. Sugar Free coming back with Blade. Only a High Noon from GK, not great ultimates. They can afford to lose this one. They try and rotate, but Kufa's pushing into them. They need to window, they need to use ultimates. Sugar Free's looking for the Blade into the sky. High Noon, though, forces him to de-peek. He's not invested the Blade yet, though. Seeker High Noon's back, I think just to survive. They've killed Kufa, though, and they might not even need it. And that means Sugar Free should be good to save this Blade for the final fight. And now, SSG pole position. They regain control. There will be one more fight to decide New Junk City. And SSG, they have the Terra Surge, they have the Blade. The combo is available. All they need to do is hit this one. Ramona will have a Blade mid-fight, but it's going to be tough for GK. This is SSG's fight to lose. All eyes on the Orisa and the Genji here. As long as they can catch a squishy, as long as they can kill through Lamp, they should be fine. Kufa's going to walk through early, dash in from Wimone. Lamp has been forced out early from CJV. Are all there. Wimone's going to pull the blade first, actually, but Sugarfree's already on the backline. He's got one. He chases Sugarfree. He chases down UV. 3 for Sugarfree, including the blade in Genji. And that will just seal the deal. SSG are not done in this upper bracket yet. Hanging in there.
Nice. Max is back, mate. Max is back. 1 map win between us today. We're good. We're doing well.
Hold on, I'm just going to turn my lights on 2 seconds.
Alright, mate. Feel free.
I'm back.
I got thunderstorms now.
I mean, I'm praying for thunderstorms, mate. It clears the humidity.
No, but it's so hot, but I got thunderstorms.
Alright. Number-wise, Kennen was the big winner, so happy about that. Big old 14 for Kellen in this series. He's losing 2-1. Actually, the top scorer. Ooh. But yeah, honeymoon. Not to get too caught up with this Overwatch thing. Back to the honeymoon. So, well, let me cash these preds as well. Only 18% of people believed in SSG at this point. Big winners though. There we go. So yeah, so in terms of activities, we were quite happy to chill by the pool a lot of the days. We did a couple of like actually go and see stuff in Greece, you know, like in Heraklion and some of the places nearby. Then we did a private spa for a bit, which was class actually. There was like a whole private room basically, and it had 3 saunas in it and 3 steam rooms, you know, with like increasing temperature. So you could sort of go through, and then there was like an ice shower at the end. So did that, and then had a massage. So that was a pretty decent day, all things considered.
Yeah, doesn't sound too bad.
Then yeah, we had like a touristy day. And then we had like a boat trip booked. We had to pay for that. It was like it was a recommendation from the hotel, but it wasn't actually part of the hotel. But they agreed to do like a private one for us. So we just went on a boat with a lovely couple. They were actually so nice. And we just got taken around for 4 hours. Saw the sunset, saw a few of the key like islands, and got like a little bit, you know, like a little bit of a tour guide thing about what they all were. So yeah, really class.
Nice. Did he meet loads of people? I find on holiday you just become like a social dynamite, you know. 10 a.m. beer into just the sun, you're just talking to everyone.
Not really. It was all like because we sort of like we went Thursday to Thursday, which I think is quite uncommon. I think lots of people just do like weekend to weekend basically. So we sort of almost had like 2 groups of people. So the first weekend, it felt like it was very much just like all like older couples, and everyone was very much to themselves, you know. But then when the second group came, it was actually, I think it's because it was Pride Month, but there was all of a sudden loads of gay couples there, you know, like just all of a sudden it was like there was a demographic shift over the weekend, and I was like, oh yeah, it's Pride Month, isn't it? Loads of people are probably going away to celebrate. And then there was
No way. Did gay couples go on holiday during Pride Month? I mean, no way that's a thing.
Look, Chris. All I'm telling you is what I saw with my own eyes. Right? You're a man who can appreciate someone who can
you're
just
right. No, you're right.
see stuff.
I don't know what I'm saying.
There was a dynamic. There was a demographic shift. But once the demographic shifted to a more pride-favored demographic, it was suddenly a lot more of a social experience. You know, there were more people talking. There was more like exchanges between different people, or like different groups of people.
Exchanges.
Well, you know what I mean. Like, just not just us individually, but like you see other people interacting all of a sudden. Yeah,
the vibe was better.
Yeah, so actually, it was just as bloody straight people sticking to our own.
That's how it should be, mate. You know, keep yourself to yourself. Don't talk to anyone. The way God intended, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I realised it was probably actually because I've been abroad a lot over the last few years, but I have not been on holiday in like 3 or 4 years. Like I've been away or not.
I swear it's every time you're with me, your internet dies.
Wait, can you actually not hear me? Or was my mic just far away?
My internet?
Hello? Stream?
Your stream crashed, but I think it might be me.
I can still hear you.
It was me. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry, mate. Hold on.
Just free anxiety. Thanks, mate. Everyone's saying it's fine. Everyone else saying F to be a prick. I'm on to you. I'm on to you. Oh, you know what else actually when I'm thinking about it? Did you have a good time at the wedding?
Come on, mate.
I feel like I barely saw you at the wedding, mate.
Yeah, I felt the same actually. Like it was such a long day, but I think both you and the missus, I mean, that's how it is, yo. Everyone wants to chat to you. You've got all your photos. Like, it's kind of inevitable. Like we had the same. Most people, we would only see them if we were like going over to toast their table or something, you know.
Yeah, because.
But no, yeah, we enjoyed it. Yeah, it was good. The thing is, because we got there at what, like 10 AM.
Yeah, so you had like a full day of it.
Yeah. Obviously, in the evening, I had to kind of go into caregiver mode and sort us away.
Yeah, but your missus had a great. I spoke to her when because for those who don't know, me and Chris were on the same table, and in my head, I thought that would be nice because I knew Chris would only be there for the day, so I was like, yeah, we'll be on the same table. But what actually happened by being on the first table is we go up to the buffet and get our food immediately. We come back and eat, and we have like a nice sort of 15 minutes chatting and eating type thing. And then, bride and groom, we're like circling. So obviously we don't stop and talk to our table because we've been sitting on our table. So we just go and talk to all the other tables. So in essence, I just end up ditching you immediately. And then we go out for photos. And I don't think I see you to the end of the night almost. Where you're like, ready to go.
It was my first wedding, so I don't really know the etiquette. Like, there's a part of me which wants to come over and have a chat, but then at the same time, I'm thinking like, if I was in your position, like I got so much to do, like I don't need like unnecessary chats, you know, like you wouldn't. So yeah, but no, I enjoyed it. It was a really well put together, you know. It was you got a little bit unlucky with the weather, but that's how the cookie's always going to crumble, mate. There was no chance you weren't getting some rain on that day.
It was so funny actually, because I remember people were asking me, because the nature is the groom is very much around all the people, but the bride is in like a separate bridal group still getting ready because they're not revealed essentially until the ceremony itself. So I'm there with like the group saying, yeah, it feels like it's probably an inside job, you know, we'll wait until the last minute to make the call, but feels like we're inside. And then I call the soon-to-be wife, and she's like,
I remember your face when you got that phone call. I could just see, like, you were like, are you sure? This is a big gamble.
Yeah, I was like, this feels like a huge gamble. And she was like, I don't know. It was like, the photographer's pretty confident. And I was like, she's a photographer. I mean,
is she a fucking geologist?
She was a class photographer. She was a class photographer. I would recommend her to anyone. She was so good. But I was like, it's also sort of, she's also, I don't know if you actually spoke to a photographer at all, but she's like the most PMA person as well, you know? So she's like just super like, which is a good personality trait for a photographer, you know? To be full of energy and get the best out of people and all of this. But it also leads to maybe like over-optimism. So... But it's alright. I mean, to be fair, the room changer over in the end from like a dining area to a ceremony area was pretty seamless considering like how last minute we made the call. Alright. Looks like this reverse... I keep calling it a reverse sweep and almost undercutting it a little bit. But it's possible. This is quite literally the first step of a reverse sweep. 1 foot in the door. GK still only obviously a match point, 1 map away from qualifying from the Esports World Cup as we get taken over to Colosseo, and we're gonna correct the sides now. It was a Moira ban from GK, presumably more of a support protect anything. I don't know why they wouldn't maybe even have they used the Kiri ban already. I figured they could ban Kiri, maybe force CJ onto BAP, a less comfortable hero. But hazard ban in response from SSG seems reasonably enough, one of Kufa's key heroes. Kellen is in on 1 HP. They've killed Lethal, and they have just about saved Kellen as well. So all looking good. Kellen can go back in, but they've lost Sugar Free on the flank. They'll kill the TP, but here comes the Ram. Seeker's going to slide right through that one. Lots of low HP players, but they can't quite find the kills, and Kufa will clean it up in the end. And it will be very minimal gains here for SSG, just a few meters as they are forced all the way back. Bliss is going to get killed late, and SSG forced to reset. Kellen back onto the high ground. CJ nearly has this Kitsune Rush ready to go, and can look to overload that back line. GK have to be ready. They can even save for TP here as a bit of a disengaged and evasive tool to avoid this Kitsune Rush push. Lethal again, jungling, taking up these flank positions, just trying to catch someone off guard, force a duel, happy to play aggressive. SSG looking for their engage now, ready to go. Sugar Free on the left, Kellen on the right. Kellen's going to drop and just try and clear out in his cast. For TP forward for Kitsune Rush to keep going. Lamp saves Lethal, but only for a second. They need to kill the Lamp. No one kills the Lamp, so Lethal lives a lot longer than he probably should have. And it ends up with 2 trades in the backline as well. It's 3 versus 3 right now, but GK are moving the payload forward, and they've got ults to keep throwing into this one if they want to take it. Kellen is low. He doesn't, or not low, but he doesn't quite have the primal yet. He's too far away. It's just a TP disengage though. GK are going to wait for 5 before committing. They knew the respawns were getting close for SSG. SSG's comp very fast to get back into the fight as well. So they don't quite get checkpoint, but they make decent progress there, GK. And now they've got a lot of ults to brawl on point. SSG have to be very careful here. They need to try and trade up ults. Here comes the window coming through, and oh, UV jumps again as he tries to get out of danger. Seeker takes him out. Now the beat comes in from Admiral to turn it. Lethal's going to get 2 kills as a result of that, with a bit of help from the window as well. But Sugar Free still looking for the trade. Gets one of them as well. Pulse Bomb in hand too if he wants to keep going. Kellen's primal there. Eyes on the Lucio, trying to jump away as Admiral. He's booped up into the air. Kellen doesn't chase for kill though. We'll just regroup with his team. Trade in the end. Not for worse for SSG. Need to be careful about them sealing meters though, as Kufa did move the payload forward before disengaging through the doors. He's actually popped Annihilation to turn this here. Maybe just to live versus the Pulse Bomb, but this is going to be a wasted Annihilation from him. I don't know about that one. Might have just been worth a reset, honestly. Even if he was going to die to that Pulse Bomb. Now SSG with a bit of an opening. Ramon's Simwall can respond to this overclock. Ramon's going to drop a Simwall now. Seeker's going to have limited options to shoot at. Just trying to shoot the Ram in the back of the head right now. High Noon used by Lethal. Is there a TP to flip? No, can't use for TP, so Lethal's High Noon will expire. He'll have to walk forward and we'll go back to forcing point, but now SSG are about to have a big ult swing. Bubble off onto Kufa as well. Forces his form out underneath. Kufa's able to jump back out. Will disengage in this low ground, but now a Kitsune Rush push. Water falling down from the high ground all over UV. Lamp has been forced. Kellen will confirm that kill with a bit of help from Seeker. They keep anchoring point here as Kufa does his best KSA impression. Doesn't let that payload move once. But the Kitsune Rush push is successful for SSG. They've won the fight. The next challenge though for SSG, as Lethal's going to get an unreasonably late trade there as well. Next challenge is obviously winning a fight more convincingly, gaining some meters in this. They've only got 4.4 to their name so far in these opening 4 minutes. Bliss now does have this beat advantage, a chance for him to play aggressively, commit further to this dive. Now lining it up, GK have the advantage of high ground here, meaning they can space quite a lot. They can have Admiral play to boot, use for TP defensively as well. They're now just going to beat forward onto point. Bubble's just there. They're going to try and go through Kufa, but they need the squishier targets. They land on UV, but Lethal shut down Sugar Free. They don't get any kills out of this beat push here. Disaster for SSG. They're all going to die. They gain 12 meters off this. They'll get a late kill onto Admiral, but the robot's already moving away from them. Bliss will die on point. I think, is that CJ taking the long way out? Lethal knows he's there as well. Does CJ have a TP option here? I think he knows. He's trying to go over the walls. He's playing evasively. He knows Lethal has eyes on him. Ooh. Admiral is rolling out to try and help clear this as well, but CJ surely has a TP angle back by now. And it'll just be a fight on point. This time SSG are going to have to rely on the primal, but Kellen is half HP. High Noon has been popped. Kellen jumps in, goes for a primal. Seeker hits the headshot though. Now Kellen can be more aggressive. The TP in, but they are booped in. Ramon is locked up in here. Any chance of a lamp coming through? Yes, perfect lamp. Kellen has to give up the space. UV milks it as long as he can. Saves Ramon, and Ramon now has a symbol to commit into this fight. Kellen's going to try and chase some of the split targets. He's all over this Baptiste, but UV, he's got the mini. He's battling away. He needs a little bit of help. TP from CJ to try and finish the job as they come in. They lose. It's trade spell and the robot is moving away. They'll clear up the TP and there's still players left behind. One of them's Ramon, who kills CJ. How has the sim behind killed our Kiri? SSG will sort of win the fight, but a lot of their fight wins, including this one, have very much been win the fight, but in a scrappy enough way they can't gain any meaningful meters. So SSG remains still quite far behind on this, despite all of that. Seeker can start this next fight with Overclock if they want, but GK have a lot of ults to respond with. Peeking around the corner now. SSG looking for their engage. Window will be used. Sugar Free is behind. B over the top now as well in exchange for this Kitsune Rush. So SSG have to give a little bit of space. And then Seeker can go again with Overclock. Kellen jumps in already, though. He's 1 HP. Seeker tries to relieve the pressure. He's hitting a couple of dinks, but not a meaningful enough amount of damage. He's going to rotate round to main, but there's still a sim wall there. No value really out of that, but Admiral's going to give him a gift. Goes right into Seeker. Seeker's going to jump over Ram's head, but doesn't last for long. Lethal is on the enemy high ground, probably result as a TP. Sugar Free is forcing trades, but GK going to start pressure on the objective. I think Bliss and Sugar Free, they have to choose to live here. Look at Lethal, he's a step ahead. Double flashbang goes wide. Looking for Bliss as well here on the exit. Bliss is going to be aware of the danger. Checkpoint has gone through, though, crucially for GK. And SSG will regroup and look for their next dive. B advantage ready to go. Happy to play the slow fight now. They have that checkpoint advantage, GK. They don't need to force anything. They can play to just try and absorb the pressure from this beat. The onus is on SSG to make the move. Lethal nearly has a high noon. The TP comes in. If they can clear this, yeah, they clear the TP. They can just go with this beat push now. No TP to avoid him. Here comes Bliss round the corner, catches all 5 members. SSG doubling down onto the backline. Boop out of the lamp. Should be a couple of kills here. 3 indeed for him as well. The payload is moving away. They have to stop the robot. They'll catch up to Kufa now, and now they just need to clean it up. Avoid any trades. And SSG with a key opening right now. Primal available from Kellen. This is their best opening for the comeback so far. Annihilation's getting close for Kufa, and Lethal has behind noon. Window as well. Ults, I can just make this Primal a little bit hard to get value out of. But you see Kellen setting up already on the left-hand side. Just coming back to main now, actually. Looking for his timing. TP was used. He's isolated Lethal a little bit here. Primal is available. Hideout's going to be popped. Lamp is used as well. Kellen disengages with the Primal. Does manage to get out. They forced the lamp. They forced that. But Kufa nearly has the Annihilation. He's low on point. Kellen's trying to separate someone here. He's found Kufa. He kills him before Annihilation. Bubble out as well. And Lethal is now low HP behind. Bliss is trying to poke him down, but Admiral was actually grouped up with him here. Kellen gets the Mega. He gets away with it. Flashback out, but Lethal can't find any kills. SSG, they've not really lost anyone late here. They can clean this one up. They can even get some late kills of their own. Wimone will die here, surely. Now it's open for SSG. They've got a Kitsune Rush ready to go. They are gaining meters. GK have to be careful. Kufa's going to get himself on point. Has the Annihilation. They try and harass him from a few different angles. They can force out this Annihilation with this Kitsune Rush when they get the chance here. But they had to slow it down as both teams come back towards 5. Overclock comes out from Seeker and Kitsune Rush on the high ground. They just try and ignore the Remarcher. They turn tail now, and actually the Pulse Bomb connects. Kufa doesn't get the Annihilation off. They're just going to sack the fight here, GK. After Kufa died so early, they nearly had so many ults to throw into it. But now SSG are pushing for the advantage. GK are going to try and race back to get the touch. They have the Sim TP, they have the speed, but they might have to ult early for this. They want to contest before checkpoint. They go inside. Lethal's rotated in main, though. He's been left behind. The Sim wall comes out. It doesn't save Lethal. And this is the opening. GK are still flooding towards point. They've stolen the robot. But here come SSG to get it back. Bliss dies 90% on B. They found that kill. Disaster for SSG. Kellen keeps anchoring the point right now, looking for the back line. He's booped back on that bubble, so minimal cleave. He's just on Kufa instead, but Kufa is milking these cooldowns. He still has form. Annihilation comes out now, but they have killed Wimone. Not out of it yet. Kufa, as Annihilation expires. SSG have kited this well. Bliss will be back soon. They just need to avoid the high noon. Seeker shuts it down. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but Bliss is going to die again. Yes. Doesn't give a beat off. This isn't what Thanos would do. CJ trying to stabilize. Sugar Free looking for it. Desperate Pulse Bomb. 20 seconds left. They have to play for a recontest. Bliss still has this beat ready to go. Kellen nearly has for Primal. They're not out of it yet, SSG. Only a couple of meters in it. Window on the high ground, but beat push comes in. They are all over UV. Kellen pops for Primal. They need kills. They're contesting for Robot. Kellen is stuck anchored to point here. Kellen needs help. They need to flood forward. Kellen can get one more touch for Primal just to live. No ults on the board. Kellen is low. Seeker is low. And GK, they might have just done enough to get themselves over the line. Bliss is trying to get one more touch. They're trying to stall it out, but they are completely outmatched. They are outnumbered right now. UV is just trying trying to hunt down these kills. They've done so well to stall it out, but Kellen's HP will finally expire. CJ's getting close to a Kitsune rush, but it's surely not possible at this point. UV and Lethal just have full line of sight to a point. They should be cleaning this up. Bliss goes for one final touch. He cannot get it. GK seal it, 3-1. And oh, what could have been.
This will be one of those maps where you check the scoreboards and SSG's KDs are going to be so much better, you know? Like they're going to win the deathmatch consistently because that big fucker with his hands keeps standing on point and can't win the game, you know?
It's actually such classic KSA theory on this one of like...
Yeah, it is just fucking block, man.
Like, SSG won the majority of those fights. Yeah, Kellen went 20-3 there, which is an insane KD to have on Winston on Colosseo into that type of comp.
Yeah, look at those. Yeah, so much better, but that's how the cookie crumbles, you know.
Lethal with a classic, yeah, like -4 for Lethal as he goes 12-10 into the Esports World Cup. Many such cases. Yeah, 3 players went -1. It can happen, yeah. Only slight minuses for the backline. I mean, total scores, I put Kellen in my fantasy team. He gets 19.5 in a 3-1 loss. Thank you, Kellen. CJ actually gets 10.5 as well. Yeah, despite winning the series, it was actually almost exclusively... It was actually better to have a lot of the SSG players.
And you get their game tomorrow, right? So if you were a fantasy person, SSG were the pick.
That was my gambit was, I mean, it didn't work out because I went for a lot of VP and I went for Kellen as well in the hope that essentially they would probably lose today, but by a small, like a close enough margin, like a Kellen, I mean, Kellen is actually taking the piss with a nice point, but something like that, like a slight positive, and then they would get a big score the next one, you know, so I'd sort of get a little bit extra. But it feels like Kellen has actually redeemed the losses I had from Jawu in particular. Gala was like -0.5, which is kind of neither here nor there, you know. And to be fair, I think in many ways, not to sound like I'm just shilling for uncoachable members here, but considering like what in my head is the power level of GK in the region, I feel like that was actually really competitive from SSG. Like quite easily could have gone to a map 5 there.
Yeah, I agree. I suspect that I think it'll be Nightmare that they face in the lower bracket like next week, but I think they'll be okay. I think they're comfortably they'll be comfortably worst case top 3, I think.
Yeah, I think the team most likely to suffer some kind of drop-off between regular season and playoffs will be that Nightmare roster.
Yeah, especially as the lights start to get bright and stuff, you know?
Exactly.
Chris, will you go to AWC? It's not looking too likely, to be honest with you, mate. It's not like
gonna have to be a hell of a lower bracket.
I mean, honestly, just scrape through tomorrow against the mighty Gen G, and then patch on Tuesday. No fucking problem. Anna to the moon, Winston to the moon, Bap. Somehow, how can we talk about how the fact that it's playoffs and Sim Lucio Baff is meta? Like, and I'm here on this team. What can I do, mate?
It's just a classic. Whatever you do is the wrong thing to do or wrong thing to have. You know, it's just like.
Lethal should be joining us in just a second per voice.
Gabby situation.
Hello.
Him.
Oh, thank you. No
Hello?
idea.
Perfect.
Oh, we got Lethal interview as well.
Nice to see you again.
Yeah, nice to hear you at the very least, Lethal. So congratulations on the first dub in the playoffs. You guys have been so dominant all stage long, and it looks like you're just going to continue in that fashion here in our playoffs. However, SSG did fight back a little bit. Are you surprised that they managed to not just get a map, but also make it really close and almost pushing you to map 5?
I was more surprised about like them taking a map off us, to be honest. That was very surprising.
Yeah, I feel like you guys are playing really well right now. You know, we've seen the sim kind of rise to dominance in EMEA as well, and it's cool to see you guys, you know, continue to innovate, playing things like the Lifeweaver that for a long time, you know, people didn't think had any place in the meta. You guys have really shown the creativity. What is it like as far as in the team? You guys are playing these comps with all that mobility. Like the Lifeweaver can pull you around, can save you, set you up with platforms. The sim TP, you know, can come down and do a lot of creative things in the fights, and you're getting a lot of those resources as the hit scan. So how's the communication in the team? How is it organized as far as like trying to play off all those different variables?
We always use we just call like what cities we have. Like we have pool, we have lamp, and then sometimes we just call ourselves like, hey, I'm gonna go here, could you pedal me or could you pull me out? So it's just like a back and forth communication, and it opens up the map a lot for us.
I guess a bit of a follow-up to that. Do you feel like you as a Cassidy, you have a lot of say in like where you want to push and like where you want to, you know, get some of those rotations going, or do you feel like it's someone else on the team that's guiding the team?
Yeah, I feel like when I'm on cast, I can fly around the map with the sim TP with the pedals. It's actually so fun. I like to call them as well, and then people call for me as well, for like, hey, I can TP you here. I just feel like I'm literally like levitating around the map. It's so fun.
Yeah. It's a bit, yeah, you're definitely levitating with those pedals. Yeah, I guess I just had one. My question here, what's the warm-up routine? Like, how do you get going on Cassidy like this? It's crazy.
I mean, it depends. Either go like gym before, or play FIFA before, or just Seda. whatever I'm like trying to crave at the moment.
Got it.
That's right.
All right. It works wonders.
Satisfy the needs, and then
if people want Lethal's real warm-up routine, is to watch 30 seconds of proper playing Tracer and then call his girlfriend for half an hour.
Thank you for having me. Best of luck, you guys.
But then he's fucking locked in, you know?
Yeah, always a pleasure to hear from Lethal himself.
Oh, Psycho wants to reunite the desk? We can reunite the desk.
Oh my god, yes.
Alright,
Get my
that
boy in.
gives me a chance to get a drink as well. I'll drag Psycho out of courtesy before I go.
Hello?
Hey mate, how are you?
I'm great, how are you?
Yeah, I've honestly never been better, mate. Never been better.
Yeah, actually, yeah. I thought so.
You'd never guess which person had their team win today.
I mean, it was close, you know, we took them all the way.
It was close, you did cap a point.
Yeah, I mean, that base point Saravasa, you know, that was dominant from us.
Yeah, I mean, it is better than last week, right?
I don't know, actually. It might be, to be honest.
Last week you didn't cap a point, if I remember correctly.
Real?
Yeah, I think it is.
Now,
So the slingshot theory is in process right now.
I mean, this is some fucking slingshot. It's like, I'm gonna slingshot myself off the balcony. Dude.
Oh god.
How is it that bad? Fucking, what a day, eh? What a day.
What a day.
What a day.
Desk.
Right. That's what the desk.
Okay.
Nice result for you guys. A nice easy day for you.
A lovely day from me. Honestly, this is the best part. Same as in SSG stage 4, you know? Just lay back, see my team win, call it a day.
Prize money.
Yeah, exactly.
Fair enough, mate.
But you want to know a funny fact?
Go on, mate. This is funny.
Maybe not that funny, to be honest. But today, when they went to Rado, I DC'd, like my internet just fully cut out. So I think I was supposed to play that map. That's what we said. But then UV played them, they just full health, so cheers.
I mean, yeah. I swear.
And they used the sim ban, so.
I mean, yeah, double bubble. I mean, I swear fucking your game was as competitive as ours, to be honest. No.
Yeah, it was like exact same. Both teams capped 1 point.
Yeah.
But everyone just be hating on you, Chris. I feel bad for you.
I know. What can I do, mate? You gotta take the rough with the smooth, you know?
Just fucked up. It's just a fucked up world. Like, I don't see anyone flaming Smash here.
I mean, of course, dude, but you know, you make yourself the face of Overwatch esports like I did. You know.
I mean, you really are. I'm not gonna lie.
They're gonna come for me, you know.
Sorry, had a little
All good, mate.
incident
all
with
good.
my brother here. Where were we at? Where were we at?
Talking about all the abuse I get, you know.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But that's how it goes, you know. What can you do?
You know, something's telling me, Chris, you're gonna qualify. Something's telling me.
I said that today in my little pre-game speech. I said, "Listen, basic universe theory says we've been so unlucky with so many things. Honestly, I swear to God, everything's
Have you?
gone so. Well, yeah, I mean, of course, dude.
Unlucky?
Well, I suppose it depends on.
Like non-org related.
Yeah, I mean, the meta, I guess, hasn't been too great for us. But
I
like,
mean, yeah, no.
everything has gone against us. You know, the week we played you guys and you guys destroyed us. Do you know our scrims were like so good? You know, like we actually we were like fully so confident, and then you guys actually just took a shit on us, and our confidence just got absolutely turbo nuked. Like,
Do you think if you played anyone else, it would be different?
I swear to God, I swear to God, like I swear to God.
Yeah.
And then just everything, you know, and it was just somewhere. I swear, I'm just due one result, you know. I'm just due one bit of luck. Just basic universe theory, you know. Just one result, just one fluke, you know. Just whatever it ends up being, just one team fight win. Like, that's all I ask for, you know.
Like, every time I see like a game between, you know, TU and VP or whatever, like there's just a little piece of me that's always like, okay, this might be a dogfight, and then you guys always just completely dominated.
Yeah.
Might be a coach gap, Psycho better coach. I mean, that's let's not state the obvious here.
The body of work speaks for itself at a certain point.
Exactly. Where were you, Psycho? I mean, like I said earlier, I did on my one map that I was supposed to play, I DC'd, so I had no internet access.
Oh, what today? Which one were you meant to play? Dorado?
Dorado, yeah. But then they just full hold with Yubi and they used the Simban, so it's just
the RAM,
beautiful, really.
The RAM always feels like such a throw, but that second part of first point is actually so fucked playing into the RAM.
True. Like, this happened last time we played them as well. We full held them. Like, I genuinely wonder what happens if they get past first point. I swear we just lose.
Because did you guys ban D.Va as well?
Last time we did, yeah. Because they had Ice Gnome in, not Ice, they had Vestola in. And that was when we were still playing like this Juno carry a lot. And we really believed in the comp. And D.Va's pretty good into it. And what else can Vestola play? Orisa? He's not that good on Hazard. Like, so it really was perfect. But today's been a shit day of Overwatch, no? Like, even Korea was just 4-0s.
But like on paper, it looks so good, you know.
Yeah, I know, right?
6 games, the winner qualifies to the Esports World Cup for all of them. Like, the stakes are high. Only good teams playing today, like top 4 in both regions. Well, all 4 regions, or all 3 regions rather. And it's just been blowout after blowout after blowout.
Like, this should have been the best day, no? Because all the games mattered so much. Oh well.
This one will deliver, surely.
Yeah, I think so as well. But my inside sources told me that Nightmare is the worst team ever right now.
Yeah, I think it's a 3-0 liquid, to be honest with you.
Oh.
Just to keep it real. You know I keep it real too.
You're always good.
You're pretty good at that. Yeah. What else was said in the pre-game speech, Chris? Can you enlighten us?
Just about, you know, need to have a bit of belief in ourselves. Try to fight back a little bit. Which didn't go well. Something about not screaming our communication. You know, well, but I mean, you know, a speech speech doesn't always work, you know. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
And then after first map, well,
I don't know, just trying to figure out the best avenue for map bans. I mean, Gibraltar went
Mm.
pretty well too, so...
Okay, but I do have a question for you, Chris, because I actually was wondering this.
Okay.
When you banned D.Va on Jib, why did you roll out on Brig?
I mean, yeah, we discussed it. To be honest with you, like the Kiri Brig, it's not too bad into Hazard either. Like it.
Yeah, I
it's not
know,
terrible, but
when you have two flex supports, you know?
yeah,
Like,
I mean that's what we said because he swapped after the first fight, right? Like, he
Yeah,
swapped.
yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I feel like
I know, like the scrims are just so like it's so hard to scrim these days because if we scrim against Genji or Peps, we can't drop a map no matter what we do, and when we play against the other teams, we can't win a map no matter what we do.
Yeah.
So we're just in this like cum chamber of like no result in scrims can indicate anything. Like no matter what we play, we lose, so it doesn't fucking matter. And then versus those teams, like we could play Twilight Lucio and win, you know, and then it's all fine. So it's just a classic cum chamber situation. And there's almost nothing to do.
What about, did you think about Lucy Curie on Jib? Because that's what you did against us, right, on Dorado. You banned D.Va and you go Lucy Curie Winnie, and it wasn't bad.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, whatever, dude. I'm not, if you just knew, you know? Like, you get so tilted. But...
He has such a way with words, I agree. Chris is so good with words.
Poetry.
Can we talk about when the next Uncoachable is out? Come on, guys.
It's a good shout, mate. It's a good shout. You're on it. Are you joining?
Yeah, I heard I'm supposed to be the guest, but I've never...
This is your invitation now. Do you want to record one this week, Psycho?
Yeah, of course. I've been waiting.
I mean, I might have a shit ton of free time, so I'm down.
Watch it, control it, face it.
Yeah, I was like trying to put together like a bit of prep today, and I was looking like, when was the last time recorded? What haven't we covered?
No.
It was like
60 days.
It's a poor showing from us, but I'll take responsibility for this one.
Good man. Good man.
Thing is, I'll get all the blame. You everyone's like, oh, Chris, his team's so shit that he just doesn't want to record. But I'm always fucking down, you know? Like,
it's such a
no, I thought that as well, I'm not gonna lie.
Because everyone's like, oh, Chris and Hunter are losing, no uncoachable, big surprise.
Yes.
But it's all my fault as well.
I'm always down, you know? I'm always there for it.
As soon as Chris starts losing, no more uncoachable. I was glad, Chris, that if we lost to VP, you know, the fact that we would have a match against you on a new patch, that thought is a little bit scary.
Yeah, right. Just a little bit.
Yeah,
like,
just a little bit. You know, even though we can't, like, no matter what we do, we can't lose to you in scrim. It's still a little bit scary.
Yeah. You see those Ana numbers change a little bit, or...
Yeah, next week will be on the new patch. So it's going to be, for some teams, it's going to be a really scary week.
Yeah. I mean, how unlucky is it I drew Landon on fucking BAP Omega patch? But when I've got Landon, and Landon's my player, he's
unplayable for a year.
Like forcing BAP in the worst, when he's the worst hero in the fucking game.
I mean, that is true.
Little junk buck gets to play him on when he's OP. What can I do, mate? What can I do? Universe.
I mean, you signed a full Full dive team and Sim Bap Lucius meta.
Gabby.
First time in 2 years that Sim is hard meta.
I got Kevster, you know? I just so fucked up. It's so fucked up. Do you know how many times I would have loved to have Kevster on my team over the years? Oh, absolute careers.
Oh yeah, I got you, Haddy.
Oh, God bless.
I mean, but imagine SSG in this meta, Chris.
That's what I was saying,
on Cass,
honestly, imagine.
Jamie on Sim.
Oh my
Landon
God,
on Bab. Beautiful.
Oh, we would have been here for
Hardy on Ram.
Oh, we could have made some Rhine work for sure.
True, actually.
Yeah, you're welcome on as well if you want, Haddy.
I mean, Jamie's actually so unlucky. The guy, no one wanted to sign him because of his hero pool, and they just meta, you know. Oh, it's just a fucked up world. It is.
I swear these perks just make Sim so good. So good.
Yeah, that's true, unfortunately.
Long TP and then you get regain shields or whatever on your TP.
Sims just don't die anymore. Like, it used to be such like a sort of like, you'd have to like play really, really close to perfect to keep your Sim alive in these situations, but now the Sim just lives more often than not.
And you just get a TP that's 50% longer, so cheers.
Yeah. From the beautiful countryside of Sheffield.
Thanks, Landon, for the 14 months. Thoughts on the beautiful countryside of Sheffield in this time of year? Good, mate. It's a heat wave in the UK right now.
Yeah, I heard Landon and Checkmate are going to the UK.
Really?
Yep.
Oh, because the Saudi visas run out?
Yeah.
They're not going to Sunderland?
No, I don't think so.
Chris, if you have free time, we should go visit them.
Ah, fucking Landon. Yeah, we could. I mean, I will have free time now you mention it.
Where else are you going to be doing, mate?
I think Echo will get buffed.
Yeah.
It's been a while, no? This hero's this hero's fucking trash.
Alright, we're in. Kiri banned from Nightmare. Freya banned from Team Liquid. Any quick desk thoughts?
Nah, fuck it.
What are the bans? Wait, let me see.
Oh, I didn't do Preds either.
Yeah.
I'm asleep at the wheel. Fuck.
Come on, May.
Freya ban,
Guys,
Kiri
it's my
ban.
first weekend back at work.
Mauga Juno Brig.
What?
Quick Preds.
Never mind.
CBA.
You know what? Desk is out, okay?
Alright, thank you, Des.
Caster, you're up. Caster, you're up.
Appreciate the insight as always. Alright. Same stakes as there have been all day. Winner qualifies for the Esports World Cup, and it's going to be a full Bat Brig Orisa Cass mirror as we go into this one. Tracer v Tracer as well. Initial high ground for Nightmare as they get out onto that. Team Liquid going to try and play the slower fight from inside. We see Zero forcing point a little bit now, but there's not really too many people to fight, so I think Zero might even consider a deeper flank in behind. But maybe Team Liquid actually just more interested in forcing the point here. Eventually, now it unlocks. Nightmare are going to have to respond to that. They're trying to
walk up aggressively right now. Chronic trying to swing onto this T-junction right now. But it's Zero with the initial point pressure. They have the high ground, but they're not really converting it into anything right now. Nightmare, Luke Mino's getting ever closer to the window. But just a bit of a stalemate right now. Both teams happy to play the slow pokey fight, but Tree wins the opening pick. Tracers are fighting on the far side, and now with that pick, Team Liquid are going to flood forward. They take over that. They can overload the point. Painkiller is caught out in the open, forced all the way back. Window to try and turn it from Luke Mino. Lamp has been used from Liquid to try and survive. RuPaul doesn't have his own window just yet, but they have the first flip here, Team Liquid, and RuPaul was about to window right back at them here. Infected pushes them inside. The Lamp comes through. Window is dropped. They're low HP, and Infected's able to get 2 kills onto that. Dropping onto the point now for a late trade, but Painkiller won't be getting anything there. Trying to try and get Chronic late. They will secure that one. And a dominant first fight for Team Liquid, all off the back of Tree's opening pick. Only Windows invested there, so bigger ult fight coming up right now. Terror Surge is going to be available for Infected, Painkiller just behind. But with control of the choke, Infected can really set the pace here when he sees that Terror Surge opportunity. Everything else pretty even across the board. Javelin though, Luke Mino just about stays on the map there. Scary situation as Luke Mino just turns that into a rotation coast, so I guess it was all part of the plan all along. And now, Team Liquid, cruise control. Nightmare don't seem to really want to make any move until they have their ultimates, just taking all the space on the far side of the map. Holding up onto the high ground, Team Liquid, nice and slow. Heinen comes in, but an easy enough backstep for Nightmare as they can slow this one down again. Holding back. Trying to come through. Lep's getting closer to the rally as well, but happy to just butt heads on point right now. Zero's had his recall force. Terror Surge at the choke. Pulls in Luke Mino, who tries to turn it into a rotation into the hooker area. Pulls them out, but Infected has fought fine. Rally now comes through, and behind Noon, Team Liquid pulled back in by that Terror Surge. And that sets up the kills for Chronic, and they will get this retake. And Team Liquid just a little bit short on the rally. Couldn't match that one. Looked scary when they got caught in Infected's Terror Surge initially, but they all managed to survive. And now Team Liquid will be playing retake, RuPaul resetting off the map. 80% to work with though, Team Liquid, and they're coming back with a rally advantage. Nightmare only have the window. So potentially, Nightmare now wants to play a slower fight. Force Team Liquid to try and cross a large amount of distance, use the window to keep them at bay. Make it difficult for Vega to connect with any key targets with this bash. We see Zero going the far side of the map right now underneath to try and force point. Looks like that will be unmarked, so Zero can start tapping sooner rather than later. He's flanking behind potentially here, but Nightmare are going to use that as a trigger to go forward with Window. Infected just spins to get out of dodge. Window back from RuPaul as well. Vega is going to get lamped. He peeks back with the Window. They do still have the rally ready to go as these windows are traded. Back onto the high ground, and Zero has recalled off the map. Disaster. The rally push comes in anyway from Vega. Was it Pulse Bomb? Kills himself. Yeah. Vega now connects it. The rally is still getting the work done. Second bash available soon as well, and Vega has cleaned everything up with this rally, so it doesn't work out despite the Tracer gap here. They will be able to get the retake, and it'll be one more attempt for Nightmare as the cap goes back over. Rocket has a pulse bomb. Let's go in Lucio now. Just need to make sure they get that recontest. Team Liquid are holding forward, making this touch as difficult as possible. Zero is marking the angle underneath. Rocket's going to try and challenge for that one now, but Zero is crouched, trying to hold, forcing him back. They butt heads right now. Rocket has to try and go all the way through. Dies! Does he not? I think he got the touch. Hiding in main. No touch. Rocket makes a mess of that right now. All too easy in the end.
I'd like to highlight the use of T-junction for first fight. Yet to heard of it called the T-junction, the high ground, but
you knew what I mean, though.
That's why you're a caster of the year, mate.
Sometimes I recognize. Sometimes stuff looks like letters, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they maybe would have been caught up in main, died there anyway to the high noon, so maybe the touch wouldn't have made a huge difference either way. But close one, but Team Liquid come out on top, and looks like we're in for more of the same composition-wise here. Numbers-wise, all looking pretty good for Team Liquid. Only a couple of deaths for Zero. One of those to his own pulse bomb. And more Orisa, more Tracer, more Cass, and maybe this might just be what's in store for large parts of this series right now. But Team Liquid probably more than happy with this as they're going to butt heads on coast. Nightmare going to get the high ground initially. It's the shield perk from Infected coming out right now, but Nightmare are just going to dip, try and take the high ground position instead. They rotate underneath to kill Luke Mino. Luke Mino, he can jump, but wasn't able to make the high ground, and the backline's just been ran over by Team Liquid there. Nightmare more interested in the high ground than their own backline, but the trades are pretty reasonable here. It's now just Orisa and Tracer versus Tracer and Cass. Flip hasn't gone either way yet. Javelin off to the high ground. Chronic rolls back onto it, but he's low HP and Infected is on the hunt. Chronic's in huge trouble here. He's going to try and get out. Slips away on a sliver of HP. And now Infected's getting harassed by this Tracer, but he has got back up by Zero. They try and get the first flip. Contested by Rocket though, and we'll just get a full reset of the first fight here. Infected is a little bit closer to the Terror Surge. Now looking for a Javelin opportunity. Doesn't find anything, and Chronic shuts down Zero. Now Infected has been isolated a bit on the left. Has to fortify to get back to his team. Looks for a Javelin in the backline. Shield to buy himself more time, and Tree has taken over on the flank. He's killed Chronic. Infected needs a bit of help on point here. Spin's going to eat that spear. Tree is still finding kills before finally being shut down, but Pocket from the high ground here. Cap has still not gone either way. Infected's going to duck back behind. RuPaul's had Pocket the entire time. Now he has window for this next swing. On the next shield timing potentially, they swing around the corner. Fortify back from Painkiller. Luke Mino has a window to respond with right now, but Infected also has Fortify and a shield to use. So windows will be traded for first fight continues. Terror Surge available for Infected though. Big open map, difficult to cross this distance, but a pick onto Rocket gives them player advantage. And again, Tree's rotating aggressively. They run straight into Chronic. They overwhelm him. Lamp to save for Briggs' life, but Leopard's in more trouble. They'll finish this one off eventually. And Team Liquid staying proactive on these flanks here. Tree getting so many resources to take in these side fights and side positions, and he's come up trumps in them a couple of times already. Now they can hold forward, Team Liquid. Shield into the air from Infected just to try and min-max those cooldowns. Has the Terror Surge ready to go. And Nightmare are going to have to do this long, difficult rotation with Team Liquid shooting them the entire way. Team Liquid are going to try and meet him close as well. Terror Surge on the corner available. Shield and a High Noon up as well. Painkiller's going to try and spin, but his spin's going to expire. He Terror Surges instead. Pulls them all back in. Has to get Lamp to get saved. They keep pushing forward right now. Chronic with the High Noon cancelled though by Infected. And the Terror Surge into Pulse Bomb sets up 2 for Zero. Baited into that one perfectly. Nightmare tried to use the ults to get through, but the cancel makes a big difference for Infected. The Terror Surge sets up Zero beautifully. Well played by Team Liquid, and a good ult fight for them. Now it's going to be Rally versus Rally, but again, Nightmare in this difficult situation where Team Liquid are using this shield just so they can peek and shoot the walk-up so much, and it's bleeding out Nightmare. They don't want to have to rally too early here. Infected's maybe made a bit of a mess of his shield here, though, so it's not all that useful. So now Nightmare can walk up, take the fight towards point, trying to close the distance. Another shield comes up, but look at the flank. Here it comes. Vega coming in. Bash now onto Lev, but he is going to get lamped. He has a bash back, but Vega's gotten far away. RuPaul invests for window as well. Everything from the supports on this side fight, but it's left Infected with low heals in main. He goes down, but Tree is still finding kills on this flank. Team Liquid sacrificing their Orisa to pour resources into Tree, but they've lost control of a point here. Zero's going to dart on for the first touch, but they need help. They lose the flip crucially here. So hard normally to get the flip on City Center. Giving it away like that, devastating for Team Liquid. And Nightmare get themselves a foothold back. Have to be careful with Zero still lurking around looking for this low HP Brig. And we'll actually get caught on the way out. Chronic camps the angle he was coming back out at. Hits for flashbang, easy kill in the end, and Team Liquid have to play retake. Only a High Noon with which to do it as well, which is difficult. And there's so many ways to disengage and de-peek around this point. Going to be hard to do much more than just earn a little bit of space. And if they get too close, a Terror Surge window, a Terror Surge Pulse Bomb, all available. Team Liquid are going to try and skip out meeting head-to-head by going high ground with this High Noon. Going to get Tree in that position now. Looking for his opportunity. Can start using the High Noon as Infected drops to point to force the objective here. Infected's trying to force it, but they can contest from the opposite side here. Painkiller will walk on now with the first touch. Tree is going to try and go deeper onto the high ground. High Noon back from Chronic. Shield up from Lep rather to try and guard him. Now trying to flank onto the backline. Chronic's looking for more, but they shut down Rocket in the back actually, so Team Liquid with player advantage. Tree continues to run around the map with Vega trying to find openings, but this time they run into an Orisa. Not what they want to see. They have to back it up. Vega's in a lot of trouble. Terror Surge pulls them back in as well. Might be able to get a couple of kills here. Nice from Painkiller. Shuts that one down, and all of a sudden swings the fight massively in Nightmare's favor. It's been the flanks where Team Liquid have been winning this matchup so far, but this time Painkiller reads the rotation, intercepts, shuts them down. And now swaps from Team Liquid. I'll just get back and spawn. Tree's gone Widow to try and catch someone overextending. Back onto the cast now as we come into the final attempt for Team Liquid on this retake. They've got a window and Terror Surge with which to do it. And Nightmare don't have a whole lot of anything, just the Pulse Bomb. And again, we see a very split rotation. Double support, pocketing Tree as Infected goes through main. Terror Surge available. Zero is able to get the initial touch here if they need it. Still a little bit of time. Zero's fighting the Tracer on the far side of our screen right now as Infected will get the touch. Shield on point as they lock this one up. Tracer's still stuck fighting each other here as Team Liquid look for a chance to use some of their ultimates, but Tria's taking care of Rocket on the flank. Again, they win the side fight, and Painkiller now finds himself isolated in the front, forced all the way back as Infected tries to clear the point. Painkiller's going to try and take a lot of damage. He comes through, though. Rally comes through. Left wants to commit to the fight. Painkiller dies flying into that one. Rally's still available from Vega if he needs it, but he's trying to save it. They had player advantage, and that's a great save from Vega, actually. Really easy just to match for Rally in that situation. But now they've got a clear ult to use to win this final fight. A Rally, and they can hold close, and they'll get a high noon mid fight and a pulse bomb. Nightmare only have their DPS ults to try and clutch with here, but it's going to be tricky. Lep has gone over onto the Juno. Bit of a speed boost, speed ring. Oh, let's just get people out of spawn. He's back on Lucio now. Still trying to move a little bit faster. They have to get the touch soon here to keep themselves in this map. Nightmare. Chronic finds the opening pick onto Zera. Can't ask for much better than that, and Rocket can get the touch. Team Liquid continues to go forward with their Rally off our screen right now. They're looking for kills. They killed Painkiller. They give the flip bow, and now Team Liquid, they have to race back. But Pulse Bomb as Rupal jumps in the air. Rocket's got the kill. They have to do this with minimal heals now. High noon popped by Tree, but he has to cancel it. They're trying to dart around the shield. They're trying to hide. Rocket's recall has been forced. Chronic has High noon back, but all of Team Liquid are safe. Zera's going to be back in the fight soon with Pulse Bomb, and look at that on the left-hand side. Tree again trying to take the flank. Chronic's going to D-peek for a little bit right now. Luke Mino drops the window back in main. Zera's Pulse Bomb finds nothing. Has to D-peek this window as well. Going to be a full neutral, but Painkiller is closest to ult. Terror Search on the up, but Rupal wants to deal with the flank. The boop is good. So much pressure. Rupal back on the Lucio. He's made the difference. He's come back fast. He's cleaned up the flank. Shield on point, and all of a sudden Nightmare on 2 players down. Painkiller's Terror Search pulls in a lot of people, but he needs the kill. Rupal does get traded. They need more though. Painkiller dies at the end. They all group around Infected Shield. Rocket desperately waiting for this recall, but he is on life support, and Team Liquid will clutch it out in the end. Rupal on the Lucio.
No way Rupal comes back and hard carries that.
Shades of Twilight with that there.
Okay, but real talk, it feels like Team Liquid's side fight is just way stronger. This Cass and this Brig just walking around the map like they own the map. And Chronic and Lep, they're not matching, are they? They're just...
Well, they
don't know what they're doing.
It feels like they're kind of using, or trying to exploit the fact that, like, with this shield perk, the Orisa gets to just stand there for ages all the time. So then Infected is playing, like, so low resource, just taking the attention in main, anchoring point. And it's actually, like, it's double pocket onto Tree as well, so he can absolutely take the piss on these flanks.
It sort of reminds me of the comp that, like, TM used to play, the Ram Juno Kiri. Like, KSA just holds his hands in main, while the side that plays the game, you know? The Kiri and the Tracer play the side and win the side. So Infected is just standing in main with his little shield, while the side fight wins the game.
Good shout from you there, Saigo, mate.
Thank you. Do you have any input as a fellow desk member, or?
Mate, I don't know what's going on, mate. I don't know what anymore.
Maybe you should just shut the fuck up.
Leave the game before the game leaves you, you know? The game is fucking left, mate.
Yeah, I'll get some fantasy numbers up as well.
You reckon any teams are gonna do this LCQ shit? What do you reckon?
Yeah, of course. Falcons and Zeta or AGG, I think they will for sure. Or you mean more EU and NA?
I just mean, like, is the tournament gonna be like 3 teams or what?
No, I think...
I reckon it'll
no way they get 16, right?
Well, yeah, I reckon they will, but it'll just get, like, backfilled by, like, Saudi elite teams or something, you know? Like,
yeah. Because to be honest, the prize pool is pretty good. You know, even if you go dead last, you won't lose that much money. As an org. So surely TU has got you guys, right? In case you don't make it.
Yeah, I think they'll cover it.
What's the prize pool? Where is it? Is it on Wikipedia?
I think dead last gets 5k.
Oh yeah,
so
5.5k for last, 6k for max to 12, top 8 is 7k, 8k for third, fourth, 10k for second. No prize for first point, but obviously you get qualification and you get the actual money from the Esports World Cup, which will be probably even more, right? Even for 16th.
Yeah.
No, let's see what it is.
Maybe similar.
Oh, it just says the total prize pool is at $1,050,000.
Yeah, but we can check last year, right? Because it's the same money.
Where do we go in? 2024. Oh yeah, it wasn't OWCS last.
Yeah,
year.
10k. 10k last. 13 to 16, 10k.
Okay.
So makes sense.
You get the same, but you also get a chance to actually play at the Esports World Cup. And if all you need to do is finish not last in your group, and you double your money.
I just realized last year, 5th to 8th was all EU teams.
Yeah, we all did well in groups and then all got dropped, you know.
Yeah.
But we put up a good fight, mate. Me and you.
Yeah, we did. The golden times.
Yeah, well, those were the days, mate. Do you reckon the standard is so much higher than last year, though?
In EU?
Hmm.
For sure. For sure.
Like, all the teams are so good
Yes,
this year, I
for
think.
sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I think, yeah, just maybe top 4. I feel like the bottom 4 is just, they don't shoot back.
Ha! Thank you for including this in the top 4, mate. Nicest thing we've ever said, actually.
It's a knife's edge. It's like a marginal tier break between 4th and 5th, but it's still there. At least until tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll see if you're top 4 tomorrow, Chris.
Surely we're going to top 4, mate. Surely we got that done.
NA is way better as well, right? In terms of their, like, maybe Toronto, like last year's Toronto would still be better, but like the actual.
Do you agree with that,
standard.
Chris? I swear it's not true.
What?
Oh, you mean because of your scrims?
Yeah, I mean, okay, I don't want to base everything off scrims, but I swear NA is so bad.
Yeah, I mean, we generally speaking have felt the same, but. And I think every NA team makes a sacrifice to Scrim EU because they all get fucked on the ping, though.
But we're the same ping, no?
Yeah, but I swear it's different. Like, I swear it's never the same. I swear every team has someone that's on like 160 or something.
Yeah. I mean, I hope that's true.
I mean, when they went to LAN, they did better than EU, I guess.
Sure. But I still don't know how they beat Crazy Raccoons. Because, like, the week before they lost to Way, right? 4-0.
We're playing to farm Nano and get picked.
In the fucking Soup Cup.
Nice.
Nightmare? Yeah.
Switch.
Yep.
It's getting close. I don't see anything.
I think we're
Let's swing it now. Double hit scan.
Freya Sigma.
Yeah, switch Freya. I can take top left when cards into the corner.
Yeah, I can ring the corner.
Careful, careful. Yeah, careful. Okay, I'll take out.
Oh, fuck.
Right top right, he's giving.
Fire one.
Fucking man. Yeah.
Chicken Larry.
You should have killed.
Eddie.
Careful.
Take the...
I can take that, Take weak already. They have 2 on. I'm gonna hard go statue and you guys need to swing hard, okay?
Give me a second. I'll let you know when I can ring.
Fucking hard swing.
I'm looking for it. Ready?
No real.
Taking search. Larry hit.
Larry hit. Larry weak. I have the statue. They're gonna try and retake.
Breaking pylon.
Larry one. Literally one. Nice. Fighting stones. Come in. We can push in 3, 2, 1. Touch. We can chase a bit. Yeah. Oh no, one shot. Break shot. I'm fast, you know. On and under. They're on the cap, I think. They're on speed. I'm blocking them, man. Take one. Curse him. Nice.
Pretty standard Circuit Royale attack there. They get it up to the first corner, and then even though D.Va's not a hero we've seen as much recently here, just using it to help win that statue position, slightly better angles,
then the sleep hits from Luke Mino. They find that opening pick as well. All just opens up for them. Flux early from Infected out here to try and catch someone. He's really looking for this. Juno does get Lep. Can they save Lep through all of it? No, they can't. Infected gets the kill, but Rocket's found a trade on the other side, and Infected is in deep behind enemy lines right now. The Painkiller may be too low to fight him right now. Rock comes out, but he's got help from Chronic. Rocket's going to get cleaned up on the other side, and then Painkiller sees the bomb opportunity. He throws it in. All of Team Liquid avoid it. The nade comes through onto Vega, but they've avoided all the trouble. Infected now, trying to come back quickly, coming back on the Winston as well. Just turning this to a bit more of a dive mirror, all things considered. Suits Infected though to play the Winston, and they have a Nano to back him up coming in for this one. Nightmare do have DPS ults and this Ray to throw in maybe most crucially here. So Team Liquid's best hope is they need kills with this. The Ray push comes forward immediately though. The Nano comes out. Infected will survive, but Vega's been deleted already. They turn their attention. They force the deflect onto Zera. Infected still zapping away, but the bonus huge from Tree. Takes down 2. Rocket's going to try and clutch with the blade though. He's killed 2. He's 1 HP though. Runs into the Winston. Infected will clean that one up. Infected and Zera now should be able to stabilize the point. They've got Brig healing coming back as well, so Painkiller can only gain a few meters there. But Bowler from Tree saves the day. Probably really the MVP on OWCS with all that support on the side. A crucial one here to keep Team Liquid alive on this second point. Now Nightmare back onto over onto Juno, Lucio, Tracer, a super fast comp to try and access his backline. But the Ana Brig should match up fairly decently to this type of dive. You can see RuPaul playing far back of the map right now as Painkiller's just going to try and clear some space. Torpedoes will be going out, but Team Liquid D-peak for worst of the damage. Blade is available for Zera if anyone from Nightmare gets too close, and no clear answer. Zera's going to spot his opportunity now. Deflex out, looking for the Lucio. Boot from Luke Mino is good, but he's caught out in the open, so Infected can finish the kill. And the Blade will get the job done in the end. 1 ult, clean fight victory, and a chance to set up forward. And even though we don't see a lot of dive on Circuit Royale, by the time we get over to the second point, defensively, this type of hold is actually really great for a dive competition here. Lots of opportunities for RuPaul to nade on the rotation. Lots of opportunities for Infected and Zera to just engage for free. Drop in, use their jump to their shift to get out. And they have Primal and Rally to use for this next one. And Nightmare have committed to more swaps, Kiri, Lucio, Orisa now, which means they still don't really have too many ults to work with, so they're going to try and walk through underneath. Team Liquid have given a decent amount of space, though. Feels like they're trying to sucker them in right now for a Primal or a Rally turn, all the way at the back of the map. And this is going to suit Nightmare, at least formation-wise, in terms of how they can take this fight. They just have to worry about the ults. Lep trying to harass the right-hand side a little bit, get himself a bit of space in. Team Liquid playing very slow here. They have the ults to take this fight, but they have slowed it down massively. Now Infected goes in. He has to Primal early, looking for the Freya here, but finds a whole lot of nothing. They did find Lep in the front while that Primal was going, though. And now Infected's going to try and boot more players in. Should be able to finish off a few more of these if they want, but not too much actually for Team Liquid. I thought they were going to get more out of that as Infected went in with the Primal. When Infected's actually died here, disaster for Team Liquid. They still have double support ult to get themselves out of trouble, but they played this so slow that now Nightmare have a clear advantage. Kitsune rush forward, Nano out onto Zera, nowhere close to the Blade, has to get it done in the neutral, dives in but can't find anything. Painkiller's now going to zone the backline, threatening it with Rocket right now. Ryan back from Infected to try and get back on time. He's anchoring point, but his backline's in all sorts of trouble right now. Painkiller's all over him. Infected is swinging at a whole load of nothing. His shield is about to expire. Vega's rallied to get involved as well, but Painkiller's going to force him off point. Infected is all alone. They clear point, but Ryan swap doesn't save him. And just really passive hold from Team Liquid there on the dive. Missed some of their key opportunities to engage. And once Nightmare gets to that sort of flat level service, it's classic TM on Dorado theory. The ground tank will just win once you get there. Now Team Liquid have a chance though. Back on this, and again, similar to second point, there's actually a lot of verticality here, and there's good spots for the Ana to play on the defense here. They're going to try and clear Painkiller off close, as they want to try and get a bit of a close hold going. Zera Infected with an opportunity to even go over the top, and a Blade available. Blade to follow it up. Lep's already in a lot of trouble. Deflect gets good value there, and the Blade will seal the deal again. They lose Vega late, but he can come back quickly enough. And a chance to hold forward, get a couple of late kills here for Team Liquid. 2 minutes left on the clock. But Nightmare have the ults to win this one. Important though that Team Liquid have got this forward hold because they can now afford to lose this fight and still get a recontest in a more favourable ult situation. The Team Liquid have to make sure they make this costly for Nightmare, either by disengaging and bleeding ults out, or just getting trade kills and forcing a lot. Painkiller's going to swing the corner now. RuPaul still playing on the high ground, looking for his opportunity. Pulse Bomb out from Rocket finds nothing. They're trying to clear Infected from this corner, but they need a little bit more help, more damage on him. Zera's going to come challenge and force Rocket back, and Painkiller's been naded The beat comes through so they can keep pushing, and now Team Liquid, they try and disengage. Zera is on the run, the peel's coming through, but he can't get out. Lep has hunted down the kill, and they are on the back foot. Team Liquid desperate for a few of his ultimates. Infected is so low, Bubbles out on 1 HP, but that's going to give the healing over to RuPaul. Now he has the nano, they have the primal. Lep's having a few troubles on coast right now, but he's got back to the high ground with Painkiller. But there's a Winston here. Lep is in all sorts of danger. He can't get out of this one. RuPaul has died before Nano, but Infected, he's going to get Terror Surged in. He nearly has the primal rage, but all of these team are dead. No Nano, and that kill onto RuPaul could prove crucial. Infected needs to touch for so long, but there's a Kitsune rush. There's a bowler. He's getting one shot. No chance for the touch. And Nightmare might be good for the full push, but the Venture last minute touch. They have the Nano to throw onto the Venture here as well. Baker's going to get finished off. Here is the Nano onto Tree. He's getting booped around by Painkiller, forced away from point. He has to touch. He can't kill the anti-tracer. The Nano finds nothing. And Nightmare will be able to get it over the line sooner or later. Baker can TP out, and Suzu Infected as well, but no, not in time. Infected was booped off point. They finish. 32 seconds to spare.
Chris, are you here?
Yeah.
You know, I'm starting to think after watching TU, SSG, and Liquid try to play Monkey, I'm starting to think it might be a plane issue and not a pilot issue. What do you think?
Oh shit. I mean, yeah.
Like a rare case of that, you know? Usually it's pilot.
Yeah, it's normally a pilot situation. Yeah, it could be, mate. Could be.
Yeah. Commander X, what do you think?
Yeah, well, I didn't watch
about
any of the
Monkey?
games last week, but every time I've seen it so far, unless it's like something like Ilios, where both teams are kind of just playing like some verge, like a Winston v Diva or something, it just seems so hard for the Winston so often.
Yeah.
So many of these comps are so high damage as well, even like the Sim version, that the Primal actually just... I don't think I've seen like a really high value Primal today.
Yeah, to be fair, the matchup they just played here, it's like more favorable to Winston, but playing Winston into like Ab, Lucio, Cass, it's so hard. Like, it's genuinely so hard because it's pure firepower, that comp.
Unless you're Dong Hack, yeah, but that's just because one person can play it.
I mean, that's like a Emirates pilot. Dong Hack is just an Emirates pilot.
Fucking Emirates pilot.
Alright. Zero finds nothing with the Widow pick out of Spawn. Nightmare going to be playing a similar version of a comp here, Orisa, but Juno Brig this time. Team Liquid going to take the Orisa Mirror, but have opted for Kiri Lucio instead here. Genji for both as well. Obviously, this is the hero you really would expect Zera to be favoured on in all of this, but for now, it's just a slow start. Going to get up to this final corner, or this penultimate corner, I should say, and then they're going to start and try and play the fight from there. Early pressure on. Right now, Nightmare are playing relatively narrow, actually. Happy to play slow to stop the payload here. And this is where they'll make this proper stand. Worth noting, Lep is already 60% towards his Ray here as well, so he is getting that one very fast. Luke Mino is doing very little healing, and Lep is the beneficiary here. So an ult advantage. Very soon, actually, for Nightmare, already up to 72. And they are playing it slow as Team Liquid try and swing a little bit more. Now Lucio Genji trying to make a move. Zera dashes through. Just wants to clear Rocket out of position, but Rocket has the pack pocket. Now the torpedoes from Lep as they try and clear this close. 90% already. More pressure on. The bowler was thrown out by Tree, but doesn't find anything. They're still swinging and fighting. Tree has a decent angle, but Vega goes down here. Lep has the Ray, but with player advantage. They want to try and hold this one for the next fight. Infected's going to be forced back now as well. Pressure onto the back line. Infected's trying to body block him in, but I think it's actually Infected who is more trapped than he is, and Team Liquid will be forced to reset here. Looking for a late kill if they can, but they'll be more than happy with that, Team Liquid. Didn't have to use an ult, survive for bowler, and a minute and a half off the clock. Team Liquid have the Kitsune Rush to come in, but Ray does beat Kitsune Rush in this straight-up fight, so not an easy one for Team Liquid as well. Might have to be a disengaged here when the support ult trade comes in. Very hard to commit to the fight. Can always play it slow for more of their ults, maybe the Terror Surge, something like that. But Nightmare have just crept ahead on all of these ultimates. Actually, Nightmare seems to want to go aggressive. The Kitsune Rush and Ray will be invested there. Bowler comes out from Chronic, finds nothing. Rally was used in Veil, but Bowler does actually find one. Terror Surge invested, and Nightmare have actually... They've just used 4 ults. They've just used 4 ults in this Kitsune Rush. It was a disaster for Nightmare. All their good work, a huge ult bank they built up. Now, really, you'd want to snowball into 1, 2, maybe even 3 fight wins, but they have blown their load completely. And now they're going to have to rely on Rocket's Blade versus a lot of ultimates for saving grace, as there's a bit of a window here before Vega has beat. But Team Liquid really should have the ults to win this next fight. They have the Bowler or the Blade to combo with the Terror Surge, and they're not a mile away from this beat insurance policy. Now Zero looking to eye up this Blade over the top, making an aggressive move. Rocket goes first with the Blade, though. Can he find anything? Actually, yeah, catches Vega, and Zero goes down. And Team Liquid are going to be forced to reset again. So, really, Team Liquid... Oh, Terror Surge to turn it. Infected doesn't want to give it up. Terror Surge, loads of damage. There we go. Bowler with it as well. Slows their escape, and the combo turns all of it. Just when it looked like Nightmare had got some more time off the clock for free, Infected and Tree nail the combo. And now Team Liquid well on the front foot. Don't know if there's a recontest here at all for Nightmare, or if it's going to take the high ground. Yeah, they're going to sim TP, but I don't think they make it here. They're going to try and spin for it, but spin is matched by Painkiller. Boops him off. They don't get the touch. Rocket is committed to the sim now as well. He's out on it, but matches up really fine in this version, in a sort of comp matchup. Zero has the Blade ready to go. Vega nearly has the beat. No ults just yet for Nightmare, who are still trying to recover from that 4 ult overinvestment earlier on first point. Painkiller's going to meet Infected on the corner right now, but Rocket should give him frontline advantage, but they have to worry about his Blade in the back. But Zero can't seem to find anything. Eventually connects onto Lep and does convert the kill, but not before Lep gets a trade out of that. Trades are all will be more than enough for him in this situation. And Zero's still trying to finish off Luke, takes care of that. Painkiller's looking for a late trade if he can find it. No such luck. Wait, yes, luck. Chronic's back in on the high ground. Chronic's found one. He's dropped onto the back line. RuPaul TPs to Vega to save him, and they can clean this one up. But the trades here will give Nightmare a bit of an easier retake, and most importantly for Nightmare, as we get a replay of this Terror Surge. Bowler connects on all of them, deletes them. But now with those trades, it gives Nightmare a bit more of an easy walkout, and the ult force for Beat Blade coming out means Nightmare now have a big ult advantage. All they need to do is not just blow their load all at the same time again. Don't use 4 ults in response to this Kitsune Rush. Infected drops for Terror Surge, Kitsune Rush out. Lep uses for Rage, just 1 ult so far. Painkiller has for Terror Surge, but Infected is already trying to disengage with the rest of Liquid. He's gone the long way out. A 1-for-1 trade there, but Team Liquid can quickly take the fight again with their Terror Surge. Now Terror Surge versus Terror Surge. Bowler combos available, but Luke Mino's rally advantage should be the difference maker here. Painkiller's going to try and go through the shield. Infected tries to hold his ground. Zero tries to make his way in, but they're pulled back in. Suzu saves Vega's life, and he can get out of that Terror Surge damage. Now Infected with advantage, but Chronic's won the duel. Are they going to go for it anyway? No Bowler to combo with this Terror Surge, but Infected goes for it, but there's no combo this time. They do kill Luke Mino, but it's really not enough. Down to 1.5 minutes left on the clock, and Team Liquid looks like they're swapping here. Vega's going to go over onto a Brig, potentially a Juno swap to combine with this as well for RuPaul. Yeah, going to be the same. Take the full mirror. And ends up being a big old waste here. No combo to turn this one, and now Team Liquid going to have to try and get it done with just a Bowler. But Nightmare have the high ground position. They have the Pulse Bomb to throw in. They have the rally if Team Liquid get too close. Really difficult. Why does everyone love Chris? Good news, though.
Finally!
Early to jump. You guys.
Tree forced to disengage as a result of that one, and Vega has been very much isolated, and Nightmare are just going to pick him apart right now. Late trade from Infected, actually. He's made his way over to point. They're going to try and invest. Luke Mino's popped for rally here. They're trying to C9 the point a little bit, but Nightmare have time to respond. They'll come and clean it up. There will be 24 seconds left, and not a lot of time for Team Liquid to make it work. Not a lot of ults for them to make it work with, but at least they got the rally out, so maybe there's an opening now for Zero's Blade if they can get there. Vega's going to go Lucio, at least to speed them out from spawn. We'll see if he sticks it. Infected's going Ball, actually, so they are really concerned about the touch right now. Infected's going to grapple and try and set himself up for that one. Gets by successfully, secures the touch. Slam is going to be blocked. Lep's taken so much damage, he's 96%. They've killed Lep out of nothing. They've just gone flying past him and killed the backline. How on earth have Team Liquid got away with this one? They've just gone straight over Nightmare's heads, not ready for the swap at all. And Team Liquid, they don't even have to use an ult, and they capture second in overtime. Outrageous that they've got through there. Nightmare looked like they were going to have a Ray, a Terror Surge. Great ult to use on a point in a final fight where Team Liquid are forced to touch it. Team Liquid will go straight back over to the Orisa now as well. And Nightmare still have ult advantage, and Team Liquid are still strapped for time. So, far from out of the woods yet, Liquid, but they've at least given themselves a chance, and they have a Ray Blade combo to throw into this next one. Nightmare look like they want to go fast, try and take an early fight, but Infected and Vega are both camping this side here. Double boot, going to make it a little precarious there between the Javelin. Lining it up now as Nightmare tries to make the fight move through. Painkiller's going to get met at the choke though as Rocket tries to contest, but limited pocket available here for Rocket, and now Zero can try and clear that one off. They're trying to 2v1 him, but Blade is going to be pulled. Ray, Terror Surge versus Ray Blade. Zero's swinging for everything. Damage, but only one kill out of that. He's killed Lep, but he has to regroup with his team. Backing it up now, and Luke Mino has found himself way too deep back here. He'll get cleaned up, and Team Liquid, they can keep it moving. Painkiller's still on point, actually, so they're going to bleed more time off the clock, force it down to final fight, and Nightmare will have a recontest, but not too many ults to do it with. RuPaul trade from Rocket is going to be pretty crucial, actually, because now Team Liquid have to slow it down. Means Nightmare definitely get a full recontest. Can't take the fight fast or anything like that, put out early pressure Team Liquid. They're going to have to rely on the Terror Surge from Infected. Nothing to combo with it. But Nightmare don't have much either, just DPS ults. Right now, Tree is moving up, top right-hand side. Spots for Orisa. Needs to keep eyes on this Tracer as well, who wants to pressure him out of this position. It's both DPS up here for Nightmare. The Pulse Bomb comes out, and they just kill Vega through it. Now Tree has no pocket. He races back to RuPaul for healing. Infected has the Terror Surge on point, but does he have any good targets for it? Chronic has taken down Zero, and Infected's going to have to use it now or never. He uses it. No ults to combo with it. The damage is out there low, but it's not enough. Nightmare will get the hold here on third point and tie us up 1-1.
Mate, if
We've got a game on our hands.
If Nightmare win this, then that Liquid SSG game down the road is a banger. Actually. Like, that's actually an outrageous dogfight. So let's hope for that, you know?
You think it's better than the TUVP one?
Of course, mate.
Oh, okay.
Of course, mate. TU's gonna sweep those bums Freo after the Ana bubs.
Inshallah, as a good friend of mine would say.
Maybe you guys boomed VP the way that you boomed us, you know? Like maybe.
Okay, you wanna know a hot take?
Go on, tell us.
I think they might lose to Peps tomorrow.
No way.
Mate, I would actually suck the Renegades cock dry if he beat VP tomorrow.
Well, you know, the last time they met each other, it was a fucking dogfight.
That's true.
And now, they have a 0-3 on their hands, you know, completely dominated by Twisted Minds. You know, maybe that affects the mental a little.
Oh my.
They start to question themselves.
Oh my god, keep saying it.
Meanwhile, Peps,
yeah, keep going.
They see the game today. They're like, oh shit, boys, we can really win this. So they will be coming in with fire.
Oh my god, countdown from 5.
What?
Oh, no, never mind. Yeah, that would be so funny if it happened and we lost to Gen G.
It's like a Gen G Peps lower bracket.
Oh my god, like a cum fight for AWC. They won a map last time, Peps, right? Against VP?
Yep, and they almost won too, with Soon in.
Was Ken not available, or was it like a...
He was. They lost 2 maps with Ken, and then they put in Soon, and they almost won 2 maps.
Oh, Soon was the key.
Yeah.
Shit.
I really think there is a small chance
Yeah.
Peps can win. But I also think there's a good chance Gen G beats you guys, so...
Really?
Yes.
Oh my god, why?
Because of the compositions they play.
Oh, really? Interesting. Very interesting.
We can have a talk later, Chris, off stream, you know? Get assembled this.
Post-desk discussion.
The desk debrief.
I have a question for both of you guys.
Yeah.
Do you think the Western teams will do better versus the Korean teams this time around?
No. Then you mean Hangzhou?
Yeah, it's true.
No.
We always have a little bit of hope before going in, and then we always just lose. So.
If the meta stayed like this, I mean, if TM don't do well, then it's just perma-cooked, you know?
We also thought that in Stockholm, no, Chris?
Yeah, but you got UB on Sim. No one matches that, you know?
I mean, it's true. No one can match the king.
Yeah. All you guys need is a real coach, and then you're unstoppable, mate.
Excuse you, what do you mean real coach?
That's what you need, mate. You need to get some dive compositions going ASAP.
Chris comes in, KSA is on, Winston.
Winston, KSA. Mate, KSA was carrying on the ball today, no?
He is a good punch.
You know, we watched it in replay. He saved Yubi and Quartz with the shields. It was actually crazy. I don't know if we can get Chris on TM, because we do have KSA and we know how that goes, boys.
I mean, KSA would be insta bench, you know. I keep following him team to team.
Who this Chris guy just leave me alone? Every time I've got a good thing going, this guy joins my team, benches me, and then we bomb out.
You'd be so mad. Listen, guys, first day on TM. TBT, you're every map I
Love that. I'm usually keeping it real, and I love it.
I mean, you know me.
I mean, if there's one thing you're good at,
it's keeping it real, you know. It's really the only thing I'm good at these days, you know.
How's your tennis doing? Oh, you doing good in that?
Yeah, not bad. Yeah, I'm improving. I'm getting there. I need to win Division 2 this time round so I can get back to Division 1, but let's hope.
How much input did Chris have in building the OGT roster? Chris, can you answer that?
The original one, I would say it was like 75% done.
Before you joined?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, I didn't have any.
Right?
Well, you did the backline, right?
Well, it was like Kev, Kai, KSA.
KSA, yeah.
Yeah, and then went for the supports and chase. This one, I would say I had pretty much all of it.
Oof.
But I think that's my thing from now on. I think whatever happens, I'm gonna offer my services to a team and I'm gonna say, listen, I'll tell you how to play Overwatch, but I'm not touching anything to do with the rosters. Okay?
Yeah, I think that's a good shout from you.
Yeah, just let someone else, let the players. You pick your friends or do whatever the fuck you want. I don't care who's on the team. I'll tell us how to play it, but you guys fucking sort that shit out. Because every time I do it, it's just a colossal failure. My eye for talent is non-existent. As long as I got the eye for macro, that's all. That'll keep me employed, you know. Keep that paycheck coming in.
No more dive teams, okay, Chris? After you, no more dive teams.
Yeah. No. Well, maybe.
Yeah, but what if
just
you
stick
got
to your
Kev
guns?
And then you got a Korean Winston.
Surely you can play dive, right?
And maybe some kind of like all-star Ana. I don't know. It feels
like
that's
generational Ana talent.
Then in that situation, you probably could get away with it.
Yeah, true. Let's give it another try next year, boys.
Man, you know, I've been doing this job for so many years. I thought I'd give something new a go, chase a challenge. You know, is there anything wrong with that? You know?
No. I mean, I remember your speech after Stockholm, what you said at the team dinner.
Yeah.
You said you want to give something else a try.
Yeah.
And I guess you did.
I mean, I did. But that's what life's for, no?
It really is.
Yeah. You can't
Anyway,
win them all.
Cast is up.
I'm clocking in. It's going to be Hollywood. It's a Winston ban from Nightmare in response to the Lucio ban from Liquid, which means maybe a whole lot of nothing, as we're just going to play more of the Orisa bat brig into all of this. Tree has started on the Simvo with 0 onto the Cass, so maybe this means there's some different swaps lined up here for Team Liquid as we move on. But for now, they've got to contest with a lack of BAP, and with no BAP, everyone else is going to fall. Vega actually finds a trade onto Chronic. They've lost Painkiller as well, so actually Team Liquid are turning this one into a scrap. Full beam Tree is available and TP and around harassing them. He just gets shut down by Lep eventually, but Rocket's in a bit of trouble. Infected hits the spear. He's running for the Mega as well, but he can't make it. Trade's a good foe, so Team Liquid can take this recontest pretty quickly. Tree will be up soon. Same wave as Infected, and they can TP back. They can go fast now. They can swing early. Chronic has the bowler, but it's going to be a Terror Surge window very soon for Team Liquid to combine here. Zero's going to try and go right side now with a Cas, maybe peek through this door. They're looking for a TP rotation. Maybe miss their chance to go through now. We'll see where they choose to rotate. RuPaul has the window ready to go, and Nightmare are still quite far forward at the choke. TP just for Infected right though. He comes down, he eats the bowler, he goes through. He's trying to get onto the back line, but Rocket's found a trade. They walk through, they're trying to go through the window. RuPaul's going to cross through the window right now. They have killed Luke Mino. Windowed in front of Infected's face, and he makes swift work of him here. Really confusing setup there. Terror Surge to finish the job from Infected. Heavy-handed, but really confusing how that all sort of ended up playing out in that way. They just sort of pushed through main Team Liquid, but Painkiller ended up over on the cafe side. I don't know if he was originally trying to miss Infected and just sort of got lost in the woods. Either way, Team Liquid stay grouped, they stay together, they back up Infected, and he gets the kills done. Now a TP to high ground as well to try and win this before Nightmare can get fully back, and Team Liquid want to keep the snowball going. They've got a rally to take and fight for this position as well, but Vega's actually back on cart right now, so they can't invest in this rally to hold the high ground. Instead, they're just going to try and camp the elevator. Rocket peeking on one side. Spear is good actually from Infected. Chronic sniped out of the sky. Another good spear from Infected, keeping them at bay, and this is going to be a lot of free cart push. Painkiller is going to try and walk to cart. It's a bit of an adventure, and Painkiller has no healing. Luke Mino's found a trade during all of this, and Rocket's going to commit the blade. Rally in response, bash onto Rocket, and Zero with the execution from the high ground. Now pushing in, trying to challenge this, but has to deal with the Orisa as well. Infected's there to back him up, so Zero can keep pushing. They kept Nightmare on the back foot, and the payload continues to go forward. Infected now steals the elevator away, can start camping that high ground as Team Liquid. Payload still moving, Symbol nearly available, and the window, but Nightmare. A Terror Surge Bash combo could be brutal, and look at Painkiller's position. He can drop on this backline. They've actually killed Tree before this wall even comes out. Now they drop in, Terror Surge pulls them all in. Don't think they'll even need the rally. Terror Surge converts it. They do lose one on point, but they have the players to clean this up. They can even stall out Infected for a bit if they want here. Forced and Javelined all the way back, and Team Liquid will have to play retake, but with a pretty reasonable looking ult bank here. Simwall, window, Terror Surge, TP as well to make these rotations either to high ground or just round them a little bit earlier. Rally available on the other side from Nightmare. They can actually drop in and play this one aggressively if they want, try and go through it. Looking to go right hand side right now. TP not committed from Tree, just trying to poke out this Tracer initially. Looks to go underneath, baits out again. Tree trying to find his way through. Looks like the TP underneath is more what they want to go for. Spin to help him get the TP. They try and flip the map right now. Not for the elevator though, just underneath. They're playing for objective. Bowler in the back though. Catches for Orisa only. Damage but no kills for Chronic. Painkiller has the high ground, looking for his chance to drop in. The Symbol comes out to keep forcing point, but they've lost Zera. The rally push. Leb wants to go in. They back up to the corner, but Tree is going to get ran over. Terror Surge from Infected doesn't save anyone's life, doesn't convert the kills either. They're still on point, but Infected is surrounded, trying to battle his way out of this. Painkiller's actually awfully low here, has to be careful. Infected still pushing forward, but he's lost all of his teammates here, so once again they can stall out Infected a little bit. Down to 2 minutes now, Team Liquid, and that was a pretty big investment in terms of Symbol, everything else. They lost Zera early. Zera now going on to Tracer, Tree onto the Freya. Gonna be Zera playing to force point here, just pull a little bit of attention, try and open up space. Now they don't have the sim to cheat and flip the map as much, Team Liquid. Has to be a bit of a slower approach as a result, and they've only got a minute and a half to work with. Now coming up to the high ground, Infected manages to get up. Shield is there as well, actually. Has the Fortify still for the next boot. They force Painkiller back. Window to save them, but Infected will just drop off for this for free. Zera's even stealing a couple of meters as Chronic and Rocket drop it to deal with that. But Zera's got the intention and Team Liquid can keep going. Rally getting closer and closer for Vega, but they're busy dealing with this Tracer behind right now. Lep's going to come regroup with his team. Terror Surge up top for Painkiller. Forces for Lamp out, but they can't get the kill. Rocket tries to dive into it, but Vega protects him. Vega's cleaned him up, and he now has the rally to keep pushing. Nightmare are on the back foot. They're dropping off, but Lep is still on the high ground. Lep's going to try and get Lapped out of this one. Surely no escape. Chronic with a late trade onto RuPaul, though. Maybe set themselves up for a late recontest. Infected still trying to get more kills onto point, but Rocket's traded another one. That's both backliners dead. Team Liquid, only 40 seconds left. They're trying to clean this one up quickly, but there's only 2 of them, and look how far back the cart is. Team Liquid, they can't commit to this fight right now. Zera's trying to take this fight, but Rocket can just play life. He can regroup with his team. And Zera's having a bit of trouble with the elevator.
Hello?
Stop jumping, Zera! Just walk on it! He's gonna blink on it. He solved it, sort of. Come on, Zera, mate. How did this guy beat Crazy Raccoon? Terror Surge available for Infected right now. He has to pop it just to live. Lamp comes his way, but Lep is wandering into that one. No chance to get the rally. The bowler chains it from Chronic as well now And now he's got a bit of a power position atop this jail. Bolts are good as well. Tree's going to try and challenge him back. Chronic is low, but the pocket is good. Frey is still battling it out. This is crucial, but a window now to back up Tree. They're peeking him on the high ground. Nightmare have to de-peek. Luke Mino has a window of his own to respond with. Lep is coming back so close to rally. Vega's got an emergency Kiri. Now the pulse bomb out. Infected is so low. The lamp is good from RuPaul, but the window is still there. They need so much help. They beam them down. Zera's got pressure onto this Baptiste, but the rally is there. The lamp is there. Lep dies with the rally though. RuPaul is still on the high ground, pocketing everyone. Zera is so low though. Full pocket coming through. And somehow, some way, Team Liquid are getting this one out. Vega is killed free. The rally advantage coming back comes to naught. And now Nightmare on 3rd point. Team Liquid, unlikely progress. Gonna commit to the Kiriko for now, Vega, as he does have this Kitsune Rush ready to go and an ult advantage as well. Nightmare want to come top, and they will clear out the Kiriko Tracer. Infected, I don't think he's actually on the high ground. I think it was just his shield. So Nightmare are going to have to come and contest point at a certain point. Painkiller's going all the way through right-hand side to make sure this Tracer Kiriko is thoroughly cleared and now can take the fight on point. But now Infected responds and Painkiller's going to pivot back to main, but this Kitsune Rush is ready to go for Vega. So they can just take a bit of a front-to-back fight here. You see Vega already moving in, looking for his opportunity. They can take this brawl on point, though, if they want. Nightmare have to be ready to disengage. They don't have a lot of great options here. Pulse Bomb attempt thrown to Lep. Lep will not get away. Zera gets the wrong way, other side of him to block the bash. Goes down. Painkiller has Terror Surge, but he dies before he uses it. And now, all of a sudden, Team Liquid have all the momentum. Only 30 seconds left, but not a single trade to be found. And this is looking like a push or a snowball potentially for Team Liquid. The ults aren't great, to be fair. Maybe a Terror Surge bowler will save the day, but Nightmare have the same combo. Lots of volatile ults. Tree is peeking top left. An early window and Chronic dies before this bowler comes off. Window back from Luke Mino. Terror Surge from Painkiller. Pulls them in. Finds nothing. Tree gets the bowler kill. Infected just walks away from the Terror Surge. Advantage now for Infected to finish it. He gets himself on point. Terror Surge onto the remaining players. Let bashes away. Painkiller is so low. And a very, very unlikely full cap from Team Liquid as they clutch it out on multiple points.
Oh, I mean, Nightmare are just trying. Every time it's overtime, they're just absolutely shitting all over their keyboards for almost no reason, you know?
It's just the same part of the map where it screamed at Lep. Same part of the map.
He actually got PTSD from that, no? He's like, oh no! Hollywood
no. Oh no. They legit had that in the bag.
Yeah, I mean, it seems so good. Like, Liquid was struggling big time there on all of it.
Yeah. This Chronic guy has got a good Freya, though.
Eight and 7 for Lep. I mean, actually, Chronic only ended up 11 and 8. Passes the eye test.
8 and 7 on main support, it's not that bad, okay? It's not that bad.
Yeah, if anything, Chronix is actually worse in this situation, but...
Yeah.
Alright, this time, Liquid are going to start with no such sim shenanigans. It's just going to be Tracer cast from the get-go. Vega is starting on the Kiriko, though, so expect him to play very much a two-person team with Zero where he can. Nightmare, on the other hand, going to be playing the Genji version here, so a little bit of an advantage in some of the frontline situations. Rocket's going to go for a Widow shot out of spawn. Doesn't find anything, doesn't even get the ult charge, and Team Liquid will just back up for the hold here. Now, quite often we see this Hollywood first point be a little bit games of rotations for the high ground here as both teams just sort of pivot around and try and rotate to get in that better position. For now, Team Liquid are backing it up to point, just playing from the low ground here, investing in their Kiri Tracer, and it looks like Nightmare wants to invest a lot of resources. They're going to force Vega's TP early, and they've cleared this position now, and Nightmare have control of the left-hand side and a bit of space in main. They're going to go top. More pressure onto Vega. He's got another TP out, though. Now Painkiller's going to walk up. Rocket's going to have his deflect force, though. So Liquid should be able to stabilize for a little bit. Just trying to poke him back as Infected holds for choke. Now it's Tree swinging onto the high ground right now. They've lost Vega. Lamp comes out. Perfect to save Tree and all of that. Shift comes out. Infected is awfully low. Rupal pouring the heals into Tree, trying to save him through everything, but he has to reload, and he will fall. Rupal now alone up top, trying to finish off the low Genji, but can't find it. Buying a decent amount of time, but I don't know what his exit plan is here. They're going to try and play for a recontest. He nearly has window, but Nightmare aren't really pouring any resources into clearing him back here. They're just going to try and shoot point. Zero's going to get the first touch. Recall has been used. Infected can come. Rupal's got the lamp out. Lep in trouble. They have to Lemp to save him. Rupal's still trying to battle his way out. He drops the window. Vega's TP to him. Rupal's trying to battle his way out. He's grouped up with Infected somehow in all of this, and Tree has killed Painkiller on point. Eventually, they deal with it, but this has caused such a distraction. Tree's found 2 kills. Infected comes back out a third for Tree. Bowler to try and turn it. It's just Luke Mino. Here comes Zero. He finishes off that one. And inexplicably, Liquid have found a way to win that one. Tree pushing on point. Rupal actually felt like he was the real clutch there because he lived and took so much attention and so much resources for so long. Tree was able to get all the kills on point during this. And Nightmare now find themselves in a pretty good ult situation, but already half of their time bank expired on this first point. Painkiller's going to have his spin force and has to take a bit of a back step here. Infected's playing like quite a far back position with just this annoying off angle, and that's difficult to clear. Trying to walk forward now as Tree tries to keep everyone contained. Terror Surge to kick off the fight here. No ults comboed into it, but now here they come. Deflect out from Rupal, but the High Noon forces him back. Terror Surge to live from Infected. They try and kill him through, but Infected ends up trading with Rocket. Painkiller now tank advantage on point has found 2. Leper's rallied for this as well to secure everything. They'll deal with the Tracer, and this time surely there's no way for Rupal to clutch this one out. Zero will die on point. Rupal is just going to try and play his KD, get out on the high ground. Painkiller's going to look for the Javelin to try and catch him, but difficult shot from here. Infected's back as well. And Team Liquid will be able to regroup, try and play for high ground. They do have Kitsune Rush advantage from this next fight as well. Going to group up on the forward high ground here, and Infected can just play Gatekeeper on this elevator, keep pushing them back. In many ways, Nightmare's best approach might actually be able to play more through objective in a lot of these situations. Just try and drag Infected off of that high ground so they can take a more even fight. For now, though, Vega is playing close to Zero. They're trying to keep that point anchored, and Nightmare are just trying to play angles. Lots of damage onto Vega. Forces for Suzu as well. Chronic can't find the next shot. None of these bolts connecting as Zero's going to group up with Vega. They have force for TP back. A bit of space to move out with now for Nightmare. Payload is getting contested, so Nightmare want to commit to the rotation instead. It's actually a swing back in main to clear the Tracer. Chronic looking for his opportunity onto the high ground, half HP. Couple of bolts, and now they can take the elevator. Coming up, good bolts there. Bowler out as well. So much damage. The lamp keeps him alive, but not actually. Just about. They end up trading Chronic for it, actually, but Painkiller's going to walk forward. They've got sort of control of the high ground, but Infected is still alive behind, so Nightmare have threats on multiple fronts to try and manage. Rupal wants to repush top with this window soon. Infected is still up there. Rupal's looking for it. Drops a window now. Window in response from Luke Mino. Chill's trying to go through. It is Infected. Rocket comes flying in, but is executed by the Team Liquid supports. Painkiller comes forward, though. Clears the high ground. Pulls him back in. Rupal can't. The lamp is going to go flying across the map. Pulse bomb from Zero, but it's only onto the Orisa. Painkiller will be fine, and Nightmare can keep this one rolling forward for now. Looking for a late trade if they can. Zero can even preserve his life behind, and actually, maybe not even a late trade, they can just actually stabilize from here, Team Liquid. They've got Kitsune Rush, they've got Terror Surge, and Painkiller's going to back up. It's a race towards the high ground now. They want to take the elevator here. Onto the elevator. They're trying to respond here, Team Liquid, but actually Infected's not in time, so Nightmare have a better position now. They've got the rally to commit into, a rally blade very soon as well. So once they have that blade, they can really play very aggressively. But they'd like the cart to be a little bit closer, but hard for Rocket to force it in this situation. Lots of damage as well. Nightmare are just low right now. They have the ults ready to go soon, but Painkiller has taken an absolute beating. Lamp and Rally have been forced just to save Painkiller. Vega's going to TP back, save this Kitsune rush for a later date, and this rally ends up being low value. Kitsune rush over the top now of Lep. Painkiller's going to try and mark it, disengage. Rocket's going to take a headshot. He's too low to pull this blade right now. Half HP behind, the chase is on. Vega shuts him down, and Nightmare, they're going to have to reset here. Not a chance to use their combo, not a chance to get the rally blade off. And they're going to stagger out Lep here as well. The same part of Hollywood where it always goes wrong for Lep. And this is going to be a Lep stagger. 1 minute left now for Nightmare. They've got a blade, they've got a window, but they have to navigate this tricky part of Hollywood. Retaken from the low ground against all these dominant high ground positions. Vega's going to be marking the left-hand side. There's going to be an onslaught from on top. Terror Surge, window, bowler, everything to throw into this Team Liquid. Need Rocket to really come up trumps with this blade, but asking a lot from him. Trying to find his opening onto the high ground. Sees the BAP is so far back. Deflect has been spent early. Painkiller has killed Vega before the fight. That opening might just be the key to take a little bit more space. Now bolts onto RuPaul. He's in big trouble as well. He has to run for his life. Rocket is diving in for that kill as well. RuPaul manages to get out, but this means Infected is isolated. Painkiller is on the hunt. Shield is up. That's going to buy him a little bit of a respite. There's a Tracer behind as well. RuPaul has had his lamp force, and look at Chronic's position. Takes care of Tree. Half HP. Vega's going to push it as well. Chronic doesn't miss though. He's taken it. He's got the Mega. RuPaul has windowed back, but a Terror Surge on point pulls them all in. The damage will finish off RuPaul. Infected is stalling it out. We are going into overtime, but Zera keeps finding trades. The trades are going to be big as we go deep into overtime as well. They're trying to stall it out. Chronic is still there, but no kill onto Infected. And Nightmare, they have to try and tip-tap it here. They play it slow. They need time for their respawns. Painkiller needs help. One final spin. Someone else needs the next touch. Shield up for Infected to isolate him. Here comes Rocket for the clutch. The blade is there, but the boot, the lamp. Rocket can't finish him off. He's zoned the backline, but they've lost their Orisa. They need kills on point. Chronic will fall. Lep comes back, but can't bash on with the rally in time. And Team Liquid wins.
No.
Unfathomable. Cannot be fathomed.
Okay, I just rewatched that Lep clip, by the way, where Fitz is screaming at him. It's genuinely insane.
Link it?
It's genuinely. I'm just watching the Uncoachable where you guys played it. Wait.
Did we do it on Uncoachable?
Yeah, you shared it.
Yeah.
Was it? Who did we have on?
Shockwave.
Shockwave,
yeah,
that's it, yeah.
What a shit episode.
No way you guys had Shockwave on and not me. That's genuinely disappointing.
But maybe you'll be the same. Maybe when the camera turns on, you're gonna fucking...
I mean, I have nothing to say, so...
Alright, I'm grabbing a drink. You're in charge, Desk.
Beautiful.
Real Lep?
Like, he was genuinely screaming on the top of his lungs, where I'll link it to you.
Cheap out Lep. I actually like it more. Real Lep. Real Lep. God, classic.
Kellen just asks where Lep, and then Fitz just loses his mind. Hello, off-brand milk.
Hello, off-brand milk.
Did you practice the sim comps? They did not, okay?
No.
They did not. Why not, Chris?
I mean, we did one map, and it was just really hard to get people into the same TP.
Okay.
It's so challenging to get people to take a TP.
Oh god. But don't worry, Chris. If you put Kev on Sim, you would get flamed even more probably.
I mean, the thing is with the flaming of the comp decisions is like, if someone in the Twitch chat can just tell me the 5 heroes which I could choose, which we would win on, just please, just let me know right now. What are the
Guys,
5
right
heroes?
now, you have the chance.
Because everyone's so good at telling me which comps we shouldn't play, you know? But can we just tell me which ones we should play, please? There must be, assuming you know the bad ones, you must know the good ones too, guys. But why do you withhold this information from me?
Hawk, Junk, Torb, Twilight, Lucius, Sky, Juno.
Yeah, there we go.
Orisa, Genji, Freya, Juno, Break. Okay, Batter Goal. We got some serious input here from him.
That's Light Weaver Bastion, yes. There it is.
Stop yourself in on main support and be the IGL. Mate, if I was on TU, we would be the best team in the world.
You think?
Yeah, of course. Chris, you know how it goes when we're on the same team.
Ah, those are the days, mate, you know? Those are the days.
I'm back.
Like, Spock with Kai needs to go to Torb jail. I love that. Love that from Thunder Roll.
Kai was the only one with a bit of life in him today, to be honest with you.
Really?
If it wasn't for Mr. Collins, we'd be fucked. I mean, we were fucked with Mr. Collins, to be fair. I say like he saved us, you know? We would never have capped Suravasso without getting Collins today. You know?
You need an emergency backbone for stage 3? Okay, that's genuinely a good shout from you. Chris, note that down.
Backbone. Yeah, it does feel like with our roster, we just need to bench Kev a little bit more. That should solve all our issues, you know? I think that's a good shout, you know? He's the one player we should just, yeah, he's the problem, you know? Keep everything the same, get backbone in.
Backbone Hardy on TU in stage 3. That would be great.
God.
I mean, do you remember the last time you had a really bad start to the year, Chris? And the solution was to get the band back together?
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's it. Maybe I'm.
Wait, when was that?
Season 6, Overwatch League.
Just put the same 5 players in every time.
Oh, I see.
Back,
Yeah.
you know?
When you had Sky and Sauna, or Lethal actually. Yeah. Chris, is Faith even there? Like when you have official and he's always there?
Yeah, basically.
What a guy.
Since day one. Good guy.
You guys can't see it, I presume, because it's on YouTube chat. But someone asked, who's the French guy? Is it Poco? And then chat responds, Psycho, Austrian.
What?
Crying at that, to be honest.
Alright, New Junk City from Nightmare. Orisa ban.
Fury
Force for
ban.
Hazard here, then?
I think... I think Nightmare wanted to force the Ram Juno Kiri, but Team Liquid coming in clutch with the Kiri ban here.
going to take the Ram Mirror.
Yep.
I don't think I've seen too much Painkiller Ram, but it doesn't feel like it's a strength for Infected, really.
Painkiller is good Ram.
I think we still walk right in the walk left. I don't think we just.
Yeah, I don't know why both teams. Oh, okay.
Oh.
Initial flashpoint arena.
Their comp.
They are
We still walking. We still walking. Ram on me. Ram big left.
Regular shield.
Sing. Ram.
Can we walk more?
I'm getting on Ram. Yeah, we're just shooting. Hello. Backline. I saw backline.
That's it, push.
Right one. Yeah, 3, 2, 1. Walking. I'm pinching.
Right one.
My backline. Walk.
Break. Get me. Ram gonna
I'm back with you. I'm back with you. You're coming back. Back dead. Go Ram. Rama. Nice. I capping. Everyone pressing their walk up really hard, okay? But don't die. Yeah, they're help sell us to walk out. Yeah. Really pressing.
Alright, nice and clean from Team Liquid, getting that early lamp force out, and then they identify they've got that clear advantage. Infected calling walk. Now they're going to play the shoot or walk up early. RuPaul's got a slightly quicker window as well, but still 30% away, so they're not committing too hard in this fight just yet, Team Liquid. They'll play in this corner, a good position for a Ram to hold, and it's on Nightmare to try and probe, find a bit of an opening from one of these angles. Infected, happy to camp it. Still trying to poke their way in now, clear a bit of space for this shield timing. Slow onto the backline, blocks up Tree, but no follow-up there. And now Infected wants to walk onto this backline, holding this choke all over this. Can't find the punch, actually, and Luke Mino's going to get pocketed through it, but Painkiller's a little bit separated. Painkiller's in big trouble outside, and they've still not cleared this Ram. Infected, no form, but he's going to get all the kills here. Lep will get the late trade for what it's worth, but it's going to be a rush recontest because they didn't get the flip Nightmare. They will get a chance at it, and with Infected down, Team Liquid can't really commit close to this. For Window was the difference maker in the end, but Nightmare are coming up close to the 5 bank. They just have to get the touch, but look at this. Liquid have got all the attention on the low ground. Rocket wants to come that way. He's got full pocket from Lep, but he's going to have to go. I think they're just calling it. They're not going to go for it in the end. Marked out too much. Rocket couldn't get the touch, and Team Liquid will convert that initial window advantage into a full point cap as well. Remember now, Team Liquid, 1 map away from securing their spot at the Esports World Cup. Might meet on the outside here. There's a slow on the choke. But Team Liquid, their backline's already very much leaning towards point, so I think they're not going to commit to this. Just going to take the good position up here, play for the bigger ult trade. Are at an ult disadvantage here, but it's only the window. They can bleed out a couple of these ults. Chance to walk up, maybe even disengage the window. Infected looking to become the inside route now. They're going to mark out the Tracer. This Team Liquid are probing behind. Need to take a little bit of space now from main as Infected walks up. Window in response. Infected under a lot of trouble here, but he has the Annihilation if he gets under too much pressure. Now the Annihilation will be popped all over Baptiste. Slow is good. Lamp is forced. Can kill the Baptiste as well. Will take care of him. Takes that one. Rally in response from Vega and Let both invested here. Painkiller finds the trade. No Baptiste. Later Annihilation comes through from Painkiller and a bash onto Infected. They are all over him now, getting shot from all angles. Infected finds the trade onto Letvo, and Painkiller finds nothing with the tail end of the Annihilation. Tree is just broken Painkiller's ankles right now. He's stuck shooting the backline, and Team Liquid going to win this fight as well, comfortably in the end. Despite that ult disadvantage as well, Nightmare threw everything into that. Lep now swapping in spawn just to get out a little bit quicker. Will he stick to the Lucio? Looks like he is now, actually. Chance to play more aggressively now, pocket Painkiller into a lot of these more aggressive situations. RuPaul's going to have window very soon, though, as Nightmare attempt this retake. Painkiller's walking through main as the Lucio Tracer are playing the side. Thank you, Xylophone, for the tier 1-2. RuPaul's window ready to go soon as they're trying to lean over and mark this Tracer Lucio flank right now. Rocket does actually get the recall out of Zero as well, so they can take a bit of space here, Nightmare, but now that window is going to slow their progress down completely, and Chronic dies. Now, Snowball's now went into more, looking for a trade here or something, but Team Liquid, if they get late kills in, this is just going to be the entire point as well, and Nightmare with a very slow approach there, but they were so far away from ultimates. Now, Team Liquid are happy just to bleed the clock off, and that's going to be a quick 2 rounds for Liquid, and now Nightmare, to keep their chances alive in this series, they need to reverse sweep New Junk City. Pulse bombs available for both Tracers. Not a whole lot else just yet. Annihilations will be the next up for most teams. There is a high noon from Tree as well, but Team Liquid already have the early the early position thanks to winning the previous fight. Very a set up to force Nat 1. Tree's even peeking a little bit early. Has to be careful here. Punches on him, but Tree gets round the corner. They can keep going if they want. Rocket has a pulse bomb if he wants to lob it in here as well, but chooses to go over instead towards point, potentially. RuPaul's killed Chronic on the way in, and the window comes out. Oh, sorry, the High Noon comes out. Annihilation popped by Painkiller, but he can't go forward with some because of the High Noon. They peek round, they've lost Vega, but there's so much damage. Tree cleans up the Ram, and Team Liquid can stabilize around Infected now. Rocket can't contest this one, and Nightmare have to concede for first flip. Regroup with their team. Worst case scenario, really, because they use the Annihilation in all of that as well. The Annihilations from Painkiller haven't found any meaningful value. And now Team Liquid, Infected camping the choke, a chance to be aggressive with this Annihilation of his own. Gonna try and go top. They spot Infected in main, so Infected has to rotate back to the high ground. They amp for it to try and beat Infected's race to the top, but Infected is there in time. He has the Annihilation. He is all over this Baptiste. Lamp and Window are out. They're trying to burst him down. Infected is one shot, but the rest of Team Liquid flood in. They get all the kills. The trade is worth it. It's just Painkiller and Rocket left alive now, playing for any late trades that they can. Looking for this Baptiste. RuPaul has the pocket, though. He will be fine, and Team Liquid now one fight away from securing their spot at the Esports World Cup. A rally advantage with which to do it as well. Luke Mino gonna go on to an emergency clutch Anna. They need something to turn the tides here. They have beat an overclock not too far away Nightmare, but they're going to have to go before that. Zero is hiding in the corner, just wants to get this early recall out of Rocket, but he can't. All of Nightmare are with him, so Zero has to concede a bit of space. Raddy comes through, they go straight into Luke Mino. Vega just catch the nade on the way through, but gets the kill and survives. Nightmare are going to try and flip the point during all of this, but Zero's there in time to deny the flip. Now the rest of Team Liquid arrive. They group up on point. Lep is nowhere close to this beat, really, after all of this either. They kill Painkiller on point. Nice and easy in the end. DPS ult's nearly up for Team Liquid. Player advantage. Everything going their way. The tickets all but booked now for the Esports World Cup as Nightmare have to drip and drab back onto this point. Rocket goes down, Lep dies, and Team Liquid convincingly in the end.
No.
3-0 New York City.
Hi, Gabby. Fucking Lep.
That Hollywood just boomed them.
Sucked the life out of their souls, you know. But, you know, it wasn't too bad, all things considered.
One of the more competitive games today, one could say.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that.
I mean, nice to just get some maps traded in North America at least.
My bad. Tomorrow, how much? We'll win one tomorrow, okay?
Commander X, I was actually so mad that you didn't co-stream our VP banger last week.
I was literally the day of my wedding.
Yeah, whatever you say, mate.
It makes sense, but I was so ready to just watch that back, you know? But unfortunately.
Yeah, it was so funny when I was like hungover a bit the next day, just like checking it, and then I just saw like everyone talking about like how it was like game of the year type thing, and I was like, typical, right? I'm away for a weekend, and it's and then like all the career results are crazy as well, and I'm like, of course. It's and then I'm back just in time to watch 4-0, 4-0, 3-0, 3-0, 3-1, 3-1. Yeah.
Oh my god.
You think Alcaz would beat VP?
Right now?
I think so.
100%.
Yeah? They're better?
100%.
Sure?
Yeah.
Well, that's fine then. We can fucking win next week.
But the good news is, TM versus Alcad will always be a banger, Commander X, so you should look forward to that next week.
You guys seem to play
it's always
each other,
a dogfight.
Like, at least once a month.
Yeah. It's always a dogfight.
I'm gonna go to bed. Big day tomorrow and all that, you know. It is. It's been a
Okay,
pleasure
I'll
then.
catch you on the desk after tomorrow then.
Yeah, alright.
Hopefully in a good mood.
I'll be in some form of mood. Alright, see you guys.
Yeah, I'm gonna go as well. Thanks for having us. Bye bye.
See ya. Nice little North American desk. Alright, catch up on the scores here, and I mean, Team Liquid won, so again, I've got to remember I'm committing to the 2-game thing, because Rocket has lost me a few points here as well, which is disappointing. Minus 2.5 isn't the end of the world, presuming they can. Is it Sakura they have to play now in the lower bracket? Which way is the bracket flips? No, they play Extinction. That should be really fine for Nightmare. Even if like I'm worried Nightmare will have the drop off, etc., etc. you know, fail to quite deliver when the pressure's higher, but extinction shouldn't be a problem. How would I fix to use roster for next stage? I don't know. I don't know. The problem is at this point in the year as well, just, who's even available to like chop and change things too much, you know? And yes, 3 teams for Esports World Cup from North American EMEA. How's my fantasy doing? Rough, right? I think if I go to, oh wait, I've got to open here already. Let me just log in. If I go to... Oh, let me in. So, I'm relying on the second games, right? Wait, is it up to date? I think it's not up to date, right?
After this dominant performance, Tree, thank you so much for taking the time. Congratulations. Walk me through this one. The last time you guys faced off against them, it was a one-sided affair. For Nightmare. This time you got your revenge. Did you take anything away from the previous match, or is it just like really the meta shift where you knew like that match doesn't count, we don't have to think about that, we just focused on today's game?
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of that for sure. Like that didn't count mentality. I feel like that day, you know, we weren't even playing like ourselves. We weren't doing anything that we normally do, right? Like we barely won a team fight. We didn't even win a map. I think I respect.
It's a classic boy band haircut, you know.
We really just lost to ourselves. I really think that's the only way we can.
You told me this guy was in NSYNC, I'd believe you.
Yeah, you guys have a team that looked really solid today, you know, clutching up in a lot of like long dragged out team fights. You guys like able to get the edge with, you know, the playmaking, people staying alive deeper into the fights. You know, this puts you at top 3, right? So you guys are going to be qualified to EWC, but I know you're probably still focused on trying to win this North America Championship, get the best seed you can. How do you look at like the global competition going to
this is such a team house background, isn't it? It's such a game of team house background.
Is that where your eyes are now, or are you still just focused on beating NA for the moment?
Yeah, I mean, I think NA has leveled up a lot recently, especially last stage, and I think that was shown when like Nightmare beat Raccoons, obviously. So I think, yeah, definitely looking to win this stage, but also I think it's gonna be very fun to play internationally because I think now the playing field's a bit more leveled. So I'm really looking forward to that. I think it's gonna be a fun stage 2 tournament.
So obviously you're gonna have a week to prepare now for your upper bracket final against GK, and they've looked, you know, quite dominant so far. They bring out these Lifeweaver Baptiste compositions and they look quite unbeatable. No one's really found an answer. SSG earlier today, they tried to dive around it and pick them apart, but no one really seems to have an answer for GK. So what do you think about your chances in the upper bracket final?
Yeah, I think us and GK are like definitely the best teams right now. I think last time we beat them, we got a little bit caught off guard. We hadn't played against them in scrims when they were running like the Weaver comp at all. And we lost 2 maps to them on that. And then last point was really close in the map 5. I think honestly we played a little bit better and we did a little more clutches. Maybe we could win that map. So I think now like we've hit the books a little bit. We scrimmed them more, got more practice against what they do. I think we're pretty confident now. And I think yeah, it'll be a fun match.
Yeah, the confidence certainly showed on the server today. Tree, you're also our player of the match for this one, so congratulations. You're clicking heads out there. It's been really, really fun to see. Of course, we hope to see a repeat performance like today in your next match. Thank you so much for joining us and best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Why the NA guys always think they are better than EU, mind when they're getting stumped in scrims? I mean, well, I think some of it will be the ping, right? Like as a season 4 London survivor, I think the difference ping can make is a lot. But also they've got the official results right from the major to back it up. My points today were 19.5 for Kellen, minus 2.5. Landon with the 12. I was hoping for maybe a bit more from Landon, but it was a relatively quick series. But yeah, I think NA still have, like, they can still, I think they can rely on that major, honestly. It's just so his playoff predictions. GK win correct, but got the Nightmare Team Liquid one wrong. I mean, that's not the worst. The day 2 scores need to be big. That was always the plan with my draft or my fantasy roster for this week. So that's what we're hoping for. Can I do Preds for tomorrow? Yeah, go on. Let me do Preds for tomorrow, and then I'll wrap it up. I'll do reruns of the EMEA action and going into the Korea action as well. Do you guys want like an EMEA replay first, or would you rather like replay from Korea and just like just replay all the regions sort of overnight until we get to Korea tomorrow? Korea all? Well, yeah, I can always start with Korea, right? And then I'll queue up Korea into EMEA in North America as well. Ooh. What am I doing? Hold on, I'm getting distracted. Where am I going? Predictions. Let me bring up Korea as well. Korea, go here to overview as well. So, Korea, 2 games. So, the third place game is the important one. I actually think Zeta Division will be fine. I think these are best of 7s, remember? Scoreline-wise, I don't know. I think it's maybe like a 4-2. Honestly, could even be... If anything, though, I'm more inclined to go more one-sided for Zeta Division than the other way. And then T1 Crazy Raccoon. I mean, every single bit of logic dictates T1 look like the best team in the world right now. They have the results to back it up. The performances look good. They dominated Zeta Division. But it's always bloody Crazy Raccoon, isn't it? You know? Like, how deep does this plot armor go? Like, every bit of logic or, you know, breakdown I try and do just really makes it feel like it's probably just T1, right? Everything seems to be going their way. The meta's good for them. They've got a few unique comps they can play as well. They're probably one of the few teams that can conceivably match Crazy Raccoon, even on the Crazy Raccoon style comps, you know, like these Ball Lana versions. But it's just bloody Crazy Raccoon in like a semi-reasonable match, or like a semi-important match, you know? But no, come on. Logic prevails. I'm hoping we get a banger, though. I'm hoping it's like a 4-3 T1. The T1 clutch it out. So something like that, obviously. I think if any game's going to be more one-sided, it'll be this game in Zeta's favour. But that's where I'll lean for now. I'll see if I feel the same in the morning. Does it even matter for seeding? No. Because I don't actually know how the seeding will work at the Esports World Cup. Let me just turn this down a sec. Yeah, I don't know how the seeding will actually work at the Esports World Cup. But my guess would be Crazy Raccoon just have top seed because they were the major winner. And then the second highest seed will be the highest Korean seed outside Crazy Raccoon, which will be T1 no matter what. So, yeah. Then EMEA-wise, let's go to the overview. So again, really same setup. 2 games in each region tomorrow. Okay. I mean, this should just be like 3-0, 3-1. Probably 3-0 feels more likely. TU versus Genji. Fuck. This is such a horrible game to predict, right? Come on. No, I honestly think TU win. But I just can't see it. I reckon it's like an absolute dogfight, ugly 3-2. Like a proper back alley scrap, you know? Proper back alley scrap. Going to Riyadh when the major starts. If they invite me to do some kind of work fair, if not though, I'll be quite content just to stream it from home, cover it with you guys. But yeah, so yeah, I'm confident in the teams here. The scorelines maybe a bit less so. I think this series is really volatile, you know. I think these are 2 teams that are both massively low on confidence, and when you're low on confidence, It's so easy to snowball negatively when you're low on confidence, right? So a couple of key things go wrong for you, or you lose a map you shouldn't have lost. I can really see both of these teams collapsing under the scrutiny of something like that. So this is volatile as fuck in this series, but I think TU should win. Over on the North American side, this is probably quite easy actually. You know, maybe Sakura. I reckon I give Sakura a map. You know, I think if any team takes a map, it's Sakura, but this could quite easily be a Frio as well. Nightmare Frio Extinction. I think. I mean, was it Nightmare Extinction in one of the games I missed? Was it Nightmare Extinction that was close? Is that the one I'm thinking of? I've not seen it. Oh yeah, and this was actually a dogfight. Did people watching this game? What's the takeaway from this Nightmare Extinction game? Nightmare trolled? Yeah, because my instinct would very much be Nightmare just smash him. Okay, yeah, I'll stick to my Frio then. There seems to be nothing, yeah, so potentially a Frio day in North America. Sakura probably the team most likely. I think it'll be free one. I think Sakura get a map with bans and everything like that. They can force something a bit less comfortable for SSG. But honestly, I thought SSG, despite losing today, actually pretty impressive. We win Frio? Okay, Kellen. I believe you. I'm changing my prediction to Frio. I have faith. Faith in the felon. Kellen, I have you in fantasy today. Score so good. So good. Even lose. Tomorrow, I need even bigger score. But I have faith. Look at all the boosts. Now you can't fail. Just we faulting match. Scrim good now. Yeah. I mean, so winnable today. Colosseo really can win. Even Dorado can win. Yeah, and when I think most people would probably have GK as the best team in the region, right? So I think this is like a promising result. Like based off what I saw today, obviously these two teams have made the Esports World Cup, but I think SSG get here. SSG go to the Esports World Cup. I don't know how far they can go in terms of like the actual, do they win the region or anything like that? But I think they're right in and around it, you know. All right, I'm not going to leave the stream on too late. I'll play reruns, but I'm not going to stream myself too late just because I need to be up tomorrow for Korea. Korea starts same time as usual, so that's 9 AM British time. 9 AM British time, which is 9.5 hours from now, if that helps anyone on a different time zone. But all right. Should we do it? I think we should call it. Let me just give me a sec to sort this recording out. I'm going to say goodbye to YouTube chat now. Bye, YouTube chat. Obviously, like the video. It helps a little bit with visibility and stuff. Maybe I should have said something like that towards the start of the YouTube stream, not at the end of it. But yeah, like the video. Thank you for watching. We'll be back tomorrow morning with Korea. So let me end YouTube now. Goodbye, YouTube.